We can all do a Good evening. Good evening. I can hear myself. That's always a good sign. Good evening. I can hear myself. That's always a good sign. The buzzing seems to have stopped as well. I can hear myself. That's always a good sign. What's going on? The buzzing seems to have stopped as well. I can hear myself. That's always a good sign. I've got some. What's going on? I don't know what's going on. The buzzing seems to have stopped as well. I can hear myself. That's always a good sign. I've got some echo. Anyone else getting an echo? The buzzing seems to have stopped as well. I can hear myself. That's always a good sign. I've got. Oh my God! What's going on? All right, no, it's gone. I think. Right, can you all hear me? Right, can you all hear me? Anyone there? Anyone there? What's going on? Right, what's going on? For some reason, I'm getting messages come through here. What? Right. Can anybody hear me? Right. Can anybody hear me? What? Can anybody hear me? What's going on? Can you hear me? What's going on? Can you hear me? I'm not getting any. I'm not getting any comments. I'm getting nothing. What's going on? I'm not getting any. I'm not getting any comments. I'm getting nothing. What's going on? I. This is weird. Why am I not getting any comments? Why is no one responding? Right, now I've got a few comments coming through, so you can hear me. Was you not able to hear me before? I don't know what's going on here. You can hear me, right? Okay, cool. All right, cool. So, what was you all planning on? Is this like a trick? You all pretending you all somehow managed to speak to each other and say, "Let's pretend we can't hear him." but the comments are majorly delayed. Now they're coming through. There was none, but now they're coming through. Okay, right, chat's coming through now. Okay, thank God for that. I thought there was a problem. Oh, hang on, caller. Hang on, caller. Oh shit! I've got the wrong thing on the thing. That's why. I had the thing across the bottom there, and it shouldn't have been. Give me a minute, callers. Not yet. It's messing with you. Didn't even get told you're live again. Yeah, I'm gonna be. I'm gonna be sorting something out soon. Even if it's just a very simple page, one page where subscribers can go enter their email address. It won't be used for anything other than sending an update as when a video's out or I'm doing a live stream. That's it. That's all I want to use it for. Because I know for a fact there is so many people that aren't getting any notification. So that's what I'm going to do at some point. As I say, it will literally just be check out a new video on the channel or come and join us for a live stream at such and such a time. But I'll be able to do that in advance rather than wait until the live stream before YouTube sends a notification. Are you serious? There's no sound. Come on, come on. I'll come on, be serious, because I can hear it. I can hear it coming when I listen to the YouTube stream. I can hear it, but I have to mute that when I'm talking. Otherwise, I've got like a lag and a fucking echo, and it's a nightmare. Cool. Right. Okay. Excellent. No updates on Jamie just yet. As I say, I mean, well, not as I say, because I haven't said anything else other than what I said on Sunday. But yeah, if I find anything else out, I will be sure to let people know. I see Current Climate is back on. For those of you who don't know who Current Climate is, he is one of the very first channels that I saw. In fact, I think he is the first channel that I saw on auditing. Now, you know, as you know, I'm not an auditor, but CC was the first channel that I saw. And the reason for that is because I used one of his videos in one of my videos when I broke it down and explained things to everybody what had gone wrong. So I'm really glad that he's back. He's been gone for a while now. And I am very pleased that he's back, because he's an absolute top man. Yeah, somebody that I've met in real life as well, and spoke to on many occasions on the phone, and he genuinely is a decent bloke. So if you've not heard of him, keep an eye out for his channel. It's Current Climate. Well, yeah, he's not an auditor, but you know what I mean. He finds himself in these situations. But his channel is Current Climate, and the guy is a top guy. So if you don't know who it is, you should go look his channel up, and yeah, go and subscribe to his channel. You can do, Marty, yeah, shortly. Like it won't be like 20 minutes time. It will be in about 5 minutes or so. I'll open the lines up, and you can ring in, mate. Evening, bearded veteran. So yeah, as you've seen, the last 2 days, is it the last 2 days I've been back full time, isn't it? Or 3 days? I can't remember. I lose track. I think it's the last 2 days, isn't it? I'm going to have a look now. Let me have a look. Yeah, the number, Blaggers, the number will be on the screen in a moment. I have to do it through the Skype one rather than the phone one because it sounds shit coming through the phone one. So give us just a couple of moments. I need to check something here. Put one out on the 28th, so a couple out on the 29th. So yeah, so 30th, 31st, 1st. And so, fuck me, it's been 4 days. So, yeah, as you've seen, for the last few days at least, no, you don't have to download it. You can call off a normal phone number. You can call off a normal phone, and it comes through to my Skype, but you can call on a normal number. Yeah, for the last 4 days or so, you've seen, well, huge amounts of content that I've put out, several a day. It's tiring. I'm not going to lie to you. It is tiring. I'm trying to push through it all, and do what I can. And yeah, I know. The fire alarm. There's something wrong with it. It's not. I don't know. It's not the battery. That fire alarm is actually attached to the mains. So I don't know what's wrong with it. I need to get somebody out to look at it. So yeah, you've seen plenty of. In fact, I think this week is probably going to be. I probably won't have ever put out as many videos in 1 week as I will have this week. To be honest, let's put it that way. Tomorrow, I've got so far, I think, about 8 stories to bring you tomorrow. Today, what we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We've had 8 today. 4, 5, 6, 7 the day before. So this is a this is a busy week. This is a busy week. But yeah, you will. You'll probably have. Hold on, caller. So you'll probably have a. You'll probably have enough of me by the end of this week, to be honest. Lost Souls Paranormal, I've got a surprise for you coming up. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but I have a surprise, not specifically for you, but it, let's just put it this way: you might need to change out of whatever you're wearing. But we'll leave it at that for now. We're going to leave it there for now. So yeah, so I'm gonna leave that there. I'm not going to say any more about that, but you'll see it shortly. You'll find out shortly. Right. I'm not saying Lost Souls. I'm not going to tell you what it is yet. You'll have to wait and see. That's what a surprise is all about. You have to wait and see. So you're surprised. It'd ruin it if I told you what it is now, wouldn't it? Anyway, look, we've got 68 people on. I'm sure I know there's one person at least in the comments that wants to talk to me, that's watching. So I am going to double check something. Let me just double check my Skype is loaded in to OBS. It wasn't, but it is now. Okay, so whoever's the quickest to dial in and get through to me gets answered first. Okay, we've got 2 ringers coming through now, so let me answer one of these. Hang on. Hello, good evening and welcome. Hello? Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now.
Yeah, there's one person around here.
Oh, hello, Blackness. Fucking hell. Hang on a minute, let me turn up my sound a little bit, because... Okay, speak.
Hello, gorgeous.
Yeah, hang on. Try again. Speak again.
Hello, gorgeous.
Right, that's up as loud as it goes, guys. So, how you doing, Blaggers?
I'm fucking very well, mate. Thank you very much. Very well.
You still in London or what?
No, I'm back home now. I got home Monday.
Oh, right, okay.
I did some very good content. Now I've got 15 videos to come.
15?
And they're coming out one each day for the following 15 days.
Fucking hell. You was only down there for a few days, weren't you?
3 days.
And you got 15 videos. Jesus.
I don't fuck about, bro.
Busy boy, mate. Busy boy.
Oh, absolutely. I had some brilliant interactions. There were a few that were very boring and shit, which actually surprised me.
Yeah.
There were a few police stations that I went to and got absolutely nothing. They were coming out and they were saying, "All right, mate, you having a good day?"
Well, that's a good thing, you know, for them. It's not so good for content, but it is a good thing to show that they're.
It's a good thing. It's a part of the cause, isn't it? That's what we want to see. See people that are out there making videos and get left on their own devices.
That's it, mate. Absolutely.
So, absolutely, yeah. Don't get me wrong. You know, there's half of you that wants to see some, how do you word it? Volatile interactions.
Something interesting.
Yeah, but you do the whole point of doing what we do is to make these, I'll use the word people.
Yeah.
Act how they should act.
Exactly. Let me ask you a quick question, Marty. Have you had a shave recently? Because you still look like an insurgent to me.
Listen, just because I'm on your live phone calling you, I don't mean I won't call you a cunt.
Oh, well, I won't find offence by it, but you might. Somebody in the comments might take offence to it, you know.
They might do, but luckily, we're not the BBC, mate, so they can complain as much as they want, can't they?
Well, pretty much, yeah. Pretty much. You didn't go to Charing Cross by any chance, did you?
An answer to your question. No, my bee's still there.
Right. You didn't go to Charing Cross by any chance, did you?
No, I didn't, mate.
Ah, mate, you should. I told you to go to Charing Cross and ask him for my fucking equipment back.
There was a lot of talk about Charing Cross, and I wanted to go there.
Yeah.
But other people were, if I can say the least, somewhat sceptical.
Right.
About going there, and I was assured, very much dearly, that should we go there, it probably is not going to end well.
Right, okay.
So I said, listen, boys, I am ready and I am happy to go there. But I'm going to go there on the basis that you boys are coming and you're backing it.
Right.
Turned out that people was not really ready for that level of confrontation.
Right, okay. Fair enough.
It was one of them, like...
Pussies.
I was ready, but I had to stick by the people that I was with.
Yeah, no, I got you.
I'm not scared of it. I'm not scared of an arrest, mate. I took an arrest while I was down there. I'm not fucking arsed, mate. I'll take it.
Listen, they already know at Charing Cross Station, when I was out back waiting to get processed, they said, the copper that nicked me said to me, do you know Coley Burks? I said, I don't know him. I said, I know of him. And he goes, oh, he's been down here before. And, you know, because he was asking me if I'm an auditor. I was like, oh, I'm not a fucking auditor.
We had AB mentioned.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah.
Cool, man. I'm looking forward to all this content as well.
Some brilliant content to come, I assure you with that. But Charing Cross, I will do so. As you know, I was arrested down there and I got issued with a fixed penalty notice for £80.
That's right. Called him an idiot, yeah.
Yep. So I was with my legal team yesterday regarding a different matter, but we spoke about this matter as well.
Yeah.
And he reassured me that there is no way that I have committed that offence.
Well, we know that.
My legal team has provided me with the case law in which it reverts, and I'll tell you what, just give me 1 second, and I will tell you the case law, just so everyone here who is listening to this chat can be fully aware of the case law in regards to using said, or if appropriate, profanity in a public place.
Is that the DPP and Harvey one?
It is DPP, but it's not Harvey. 1 second.
Okay.
It is DPP versus Orum. That's ORUM.
Yeah, I actually saw that the other day when I was looking something up. DPP versus ORUM 1989.
That's it, yep, 1989.
Right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab that. I'm going to stick the link. Let me find it. I've got to look for the right link now.
I've got the link. If you can't find it, I can forward it to you, but
I've got one here for the CPS, which mentions DPP and ORUM. So if anybody wants to look that up,
that's even better, because that's them on their own case. So that's even better, isn't it? If we're going to be fair.
Yeah, and to be fair, the CPS website, I always refer to the CPS website because it explains things in a bit more layman's terms sometimes over certain offences, and what it explains it better than the legislation.org. .org.uk website. So I'm going to pop that in the comments now, so people can grab that and check it out if they want to. Someone's just asked me to tell you to have a shave and see if you know who it is.
Lucifer.
Yeah, well done. That was hard, wasn't it?
I'm not even looking at it. I'm literally I'm on my notes on my phone looking at the case law, but. Same comment every time, but you know what? I love the guy. He's a long-time follower. It's an inside joke. I love the guy. Much appreciated.
Jonathan, sorry, I'm just reading something here that says, I went down on a girl and straight away a bit of carrot was in my mouth. I spat it out and carried on. Then I tasted onion and mash. I looked up and asked what was going on, and she replied, the one before you was sick. Oh, fucking hell.
Oh, gosh. You look at this as a YouTube channel, mate.
I do like the community on YouTube. They do make me laugh.
No, I'm not going to take too much more time up, but as I was saying, I will obviously be back down London within the next month or two, as soon as they give me a court date to go and challenge this.
Yeah.
I do believe that it might not even come to that. I do believe that when I've got the letter in my hand right now. If I was on video, I'd show you it. But I've made the letter and it's ready to get sent off to challenge it. And cool. When the CPS/police force review it, because it's not always the CPS that review the cases, sometimes the police force themselves review it and then take action.
Yeah.
I will be shocked if this goes to a courtroom, because the fact is it was the word idiot. So therefore...
That's if it goes that far. That's if it goes that far.
I don't see anyone reviewing this and saying, yes, this needs to go to court.
Yeah, they're going to turn around, they're going to say, no, fucking, just fucking give him something to shut him up.
Still drop it beforehand.
Yeah.
But if it does come, I'll be back down there. And if the boys ain't got no... Excuse me to all the boys that were there with me, and I appreciate you very much, which is a shout-out to Brother Now UK Audits, a shout-out to GB Audits, and a shout-out to Yard the Sky.
Yeah.
I'll go there on my own, and I'll fucking do it on my own.
Sound. Well, you talk about your fine and that. I had an email today, my arrest, which is what started this channel off. Well, today I actually received an email from the brief that's dealing with that, telling me that they've...
Who are you using, Pat?
Higgs
Newton Klein.
Higgs Newton and Kenyon, yeah. So they've
big up 10K, yeah, because they are the fucking leaders in prosecutions against the police. Well,
they've emailed me back today, and they've said they've sent me a big long thing saying that they're taking it forward. We knew we was going to take it forward anyway. They've reviewed everything, and they've explained how they offered. They're saying that I don't give a shit if it's all over YouTube anyway. Really, saying how they because they offered to bring a car out with the lights on, they couldn't have actually feared my presence there in the first place, but yet they used that as an excuse. So we've got loads of stuff that we can argue with them. She's told me, Higgs Newton Kenyon, she's told me to get ATE insurance, which is after the event insurance, in case I lose. And that covers me for any costs that I might have to pay on their side.
You know what? That I fully understand what you're saying, but I don't like that.
No, I've been looking into this.
Like that for the reason, Pat, that this is generally taken out if they're not too sure about the case, but they're willing to take it on, but they're taking on the insurance themselves in case it does fuck up.
Yeah. Well, she said to me, I don't have to.
I have not had this on any of my claims.
She said I don't have to.
I know what this is because my partner, who was involved in the road traffic collision, she had this insurance taken out on her claim.
Right.
And now her claim has actually won, but because that insurance was taken out, she has now been deducted that amount.
She's got to pay the insurance as well. Yeah.
Said insurance being taken out.
Yeah, as I say, this is a recommendation. It doesn't say I have to. It's a recommendation. I've been looking into it to see what's what, and it does everything I've seen does say that.
Don't get me wrong. If it's offered, then it probably is the smart move to make, because should you not take it out and then your claim not be won, then you would be liable for the other person's.
Yes.
Cost.
Do you know the difference? Do you know the thing is, though?
What the police are like, their costs are probably going to fucking skyrocket in stupid amounts.
Of course. But the thing is, the way I see it is, you can't get blood out of a stone. And the worst they can do is give you a CCJ.
Yeah.
So it's not a court fine. So not paying it, it's fuck all. It's costs.
It's classed as what we would call a consumer debt.
Yeah. So there's fuck all they can do apart from come round, see if I've got anything worth taking, and by then all of my stuff will be in the name of a company. So they can't touch it.
I won't take up too much more time now, but what I will do is, before I go, I'll give you a little bit of an exclusive.
Go on.
So we all know, and most people that are watching should know, about the metal barman.
Yeah. The one that hit you and knocked your camera out your hand.
Yeah. So, the metal barman, go back a good few months when he was at court, he pled guilty to the criminal damage, which was smashing and breaking my phone.
Yeah.
After that, we attended court, which was ready for a trial for said actions, including the assault as well, because obviously the bar hit me and Eddie Chunky Monkey.
Yeah.
But the police took the action to charge myself with assault because I punched him back.
Right. Okay.
So a very good few months back, I was informed that all proceedings have been abandoned.
Okay.
To review the case and see basically what is what. So as of yesterday, I was informed by the CPS that my charge of assault has been dropped.
Dropped, yeah, I knew that was coming.
And Mr. Metal Barman, which is Mr. Zamio, whatever the fuck his name is.
The car wash man.
Will stand trial on the 11th of this month.
Sweet.
For the assault.
Nice to hear it. Glad to hear it, man.
And I am requested to attend as a witness.
Cool.
So, you know what that is?
Go on.
That is a taste of justice.
Yeah, it makes nice change. Because let's face it.
And he said to me, what that means, Marty, is that they've reviewed the case and they chose their favourite.
Yeah.
And as ridiculous as it may sound, they chose you. But what I will say is, they didn't choose me because they like me.
Yeah.
That I'm their favourite.
Would have had to choose you because...
They sided with me because the facts are facts and the evidence is key.
Yeah, of course. Look at the case of this guy running somebody over, right, the other day. Now, everybody that saw that knew that was self-defence, okay? Even though he was sat in traffic and it took him, I don't know, maybe 20 seconds before he drove his car over and knocked the guy down.
Yeah.
But that wasn't, he wasn't sitting there thinking to himself and planning how to kill the person. So it couldn't have been murder. It was a split second decision to try and save somebody, which we have a right in law going all the way back to the fucking, do you know what I mean, beginning of the law, to defend ourselves and defend others. And that's exactly.
We have the right to defend ourselves or any other person that we believe is in effect of immediate danger.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
So whether that is your mum, your granddad, or a random person on the street, if you believe that that person at the material time is likely to be cause harm, you have the legal right to take action and defend that person using, quote, reasonable
force. And the thing is as well, it's like the police like using, you know, they have to have a belief that you're doing something wrong, which they can make up and still screw you over. When it comes to when it comes to us, we don't have to necessarily prove that there was immediate harm going to come to somebody. You just have to persuade them that you believed it.
That person was going to be harmed.
Yeah, exactly. Mate, that's good news.
It may be wide scoped, but generally, without being stupid or overwhelming, when you believe someone is about to be harmed, you're probably fucking right.
Yeah.
You know, if someone's making threats, going towards some person, and you know, this isn't something that is open to what I would call wide interpretation.
No.
It's pretty simple to see with your own eyes, and you can make that decision in your head within a split second.
Yeah, and that's the whole point of it. It's self-defense is acting in the moment. It's not considering what you're going to do first.
Absolutely. You don't. That's a fair. You don't. When something like that's going on, you don't take a step back and then consider it 5 minutes and then take action, do you?
No.
It happens. Like your body, your human instinct takes control.
Well, it's like the black guy that I put on the channel yesterday, I think it was, who got asked by the police to meet him near a park to show him his documents for driving. I mean, what the fuck? They got chased, right? As soon as they started putting the pressure on him. Now, I don't believe all of this I can't breathe stuff, because people have grabbed onto that since George Floyd.
I will stand by you on that as well, Pap. I will stand by you on that.
I have to take that with a pinch of salt. The rest of it, however, the punching and the hitting, obviously, he had to try and do something, because there shouldn't be that level of force involved. Police shouldn't need that level of force. I've done a video. I've got a video. I think it's for tomorrow, and in it I explain or talk about how fucking hell, what was it? Oh my god. I'll be glad when his fucking brain fog pisses off. I kind of talk about a similar situation where he bit the copper, right? And he says he bit him. I can't remember what else he done, but in the video I'm putting out tomorrow, I explain I talk about how the police should, rather than being given a cosh, some CS gas, some handcuffs, and a baton, and sent out on the street with the mentality that it's them against us, they should be taught properly. And I mean, not just a couple of days or a couple of hours worth. They should be taught properly conflict resolution, how to talk somebody down, how to calm a situation down. I know they get the training, but it's not enough. How to calm somebody down.
The training is not coming to effect. We know this full well. The whole point of when police end a situation that is not yet a crime is where they should be coming and, decreasing the volatility of a situation.
Yeah.
But as we see, unfortunately, all too much, is the police tend to increase
of course.
the volatility.
Of course.
the situation.
And they don't get taught self-defense, as in proper self-defense. They get taught how to hit somebody in the right place, although they don't always hit them in the right place. That's not self-defense.
How to take somebody down, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
With causing, maybe untrue, but they get taught how to take someone down by causing minimal damage. However, that minimal damage doesn't normally happen. It's normally pretty serious damage that occurs.
Yeah, well, that's because they've got tools and they panic, and because of the poor training that they get, they just think, "Oh, I've got to fucking incapacitate this person quickly." Whereas anybody that's watching this that has done self-defense, and I've done it years and years ago, not any time recent, I promise you, but absolutely years ago, I used to do it, and we was taught how to not necessarily disarm somebody, but that is stuff you could learn how to restrain somebody properly without causing yourself or them injury.
Yeah, without striking a person with a metal bar.
Yeah, there's plenty of training out there, but they just don't get it. They don't get that training, and they should. They should have far more training than they do with regards to conflict resolution. And
we see this very clearly in the case of William Sampson.
Yeah.
Who ran into a situation and struck a 17-year-old boy on the head with a metal baton.
Yeah,
split his head clean open.
Well, do you know what? I can't even remember what happened there. What happened after? I mean, I remember the incident, but what happened to him afterwards? I know he went to court and you got the wrong person on camera.
His trial is coming up,
right?
And you know that Marty B will be there to report on it.
Sound okay? Well, I'll let you do a report for my channel as well then.
You know that I did it last time, and I'll do it again. You know that.
Sweet. All right, man.
Listen, I am gonna fuck off and let some other people join. I've been hogging the channel.
Listen, I'm glad you got a result there. Anyway, I'm looking forward to your content as well. Yeah, give us something to look forward to.
Always right. Listen, everyone who's watching, I'm hanging up now. So, all right, get your phones in the air and get joining in and get talking to Papa if you've got something to share.
Marty, one last thing. What's good and hangs up? See ya. See you later. Is that you again? Hello?
Oh, is that Dan the Man?
It is Dan the Man.
Is that Dan the Man who can?
Well, not sure if I can, but I'm definitely Dan the Man. How you doing?
Use me while I die.
No worries.
How's it going then, Goldilocks and the Three Airs? How's it hanging?
Not so bad, mate, not so bad. Slightly to the left today. But, you know.
Tell you what, it'd be hanging slightly to the left, then straight down the middle. If it was hanging straight down the middle, it's a micro sausage.
Oh, dear.
Right. I have sent you a few messages on Facebook and WhatsApp, but some strange reason I don't think you read them.
To be honest, I've not been on WhatsApp for the last few days. Facebook I've been going through. But you've probably seen the amount of content I've put out the last few days. I've been rather busy.
Yeah.
Thank you, Carol. Go on.
Where do I start with this one? I'm looking for a little bit of advice.
If I can, I will.
Right. I have actually been seriously assaulted by a number of police officers.
Right.
Video evidence, undisputable. I made a complaint nearly 2 years ago about it.
Right.
Now, the complaint wouldn't get looked at until after I was either found guilty or not guilty for assault with a copper.
Right.
Which, unfortunately, I was found not guilty for them.
Okay.
So, January last year, I received a letter asking if I still want to go ahead with this complaint.
Yep.
So ring the number, so I ring the number, and it ends up being an inspector I was speaking to. Now, I explained, asked me what I want to do. I told them, without any misunderstanding, I want them prosecuting for the crimes I've committed.
Yep.
Not interested in anything else, just them prosecuted, and unfortunately, it would be a jail sentence for them.
Okay.
Right, okay then, brilliant. What did he say to me? He says, I can't deal with it. I'm going to send it to the IOPC or whatever it is.
IOPC, yeah.
Yeah, but he viewed the videos. So I says to him, is it common thing for your police force to charge somebody with a crime, whether they've committed one or not? So he said, well, now he knew what I was referring to. We said, oh, that's not what he meant. That's not what he meant.
Right.
So I says to him, well, what did he mean then? Did he mean, let's just go back to the station and have a coffee? Is that what he meant? I said, because the word he says is, charge him for a crime, whether he's committed one or not.
Right.
But what does that mean? And that is actually, everything I'm talking about now is actually the own body-worn video that I actually have.
Fucking hell.
Right, so cut the long story short, on the video, they insist their inspectors told them to do it, their inspectors told them to do it, and that must be about 10 times.
Okay. And
they also turn around and say, nobody's accused you of anything, nobody's accused you of doing out wrong, nobody's accused you of doing any crimes. Right? So it's like, okay, fuck off. Next thing, they're barging in my house to assault me and doing what they're doing. So, of course, I was wondering why this inspector just doesn't seem to want to deal with anything. Now, 101 sent him, must be 20 emails telling him that he has to contact me.
Right.
The IOPC sent 2 emails to him, because they don't know nothing about this. They know nothing about the complaint. So they've emailed him, get it dealt with. So still no avail. Well, it just so happens to be, who do you think the inspector was?
Go on.
That told them to do what they did. The inspector that's supposed to be dealing with a complaint.
Right, okay. So the inspector that's supposed to be dealing with it, who told you he couldn't deal with it, has now been told to deal with it?
No, the inspector that's dealing with it was the inspector that authorised them to do what they did to me.
Oh, fuck. Okay. Sorry, I misunderstood. Right, okay. That's a bit of a conflict of interest.
So that will explain why for nearly 2 years he won't return any emails, he won't answer no phone calls or anything else, wouldn't you agree?
Right.
So, I'm just curious of any advice.
I would, if the IOPC have told the force inspector to investigate it, I would personally, and I know some people disagree with me, but again, if I'm going to give advice, I'll try and give advice what I would do. Okay, I would go back to the IOPC and explain this to them and say there is a huge conflict. If you told them it's a conflict of interest, and that you will not deal with that person.
I have done. I've explained. I've even emailed them the letter with his name and everything on it.
Right.
It states very clearly he's doing it. I've even emailed because how I found out it was him. I spoke to him twice on the phone at the very beginning, and when I realised that it was actually him, and I pulled him up about it, ever since then he's refused to deal with it or deal with me.
Right.
Now, I found out it was him via an FOI, asking because I kept asking at the very beginning, I want to know what who the inspector is that's authorised this, because obviously I want to put the complaint about them as well.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, well, I can't really tell you that. I FOI'd it. What inspector was working on the 24th of August, 2020.
Okay.
And guess what?
Right.
It was him. And guess who the inspector was that authorised it? It was him.
Okay.
So,
have you got any legal rep at the moment?
No, I don't. I'll be honest with you. Criminal wise, I can fight any criminal court back case inside out blindfolded in a court by myself. Every time I've been there, I've had a not guilty charge.
Okay.
Right. This I've never been through before. I've never ever put a complaint in against the police before. Never. I wouldn't piss on one if it was on fire. That's putting it nicely.
Right.
So it gets a little bit better than this. This goes a little bit deeper. Now, like I say, I was charged with assault of a copper.
Mm-hmm.
right? Now, bearing in mind, they broke into my house without a search warrant, looking for someone that doesn't live here, hasn't lived here, or anything else. And they didn't have a search warrant on it. Like I said, I don't want to get too deep into it on that. But anyhow, cut the long story short, ended up in a bit of a scuffle. They caused a lot of physical injuries to me as well. That's all. The first thing I did when I left the police station at 3 o'clock in the morning, straight to A&E.
Yeah.
All documented, including all the actual red marks around my throat and everything else, because you had me in a headlock that bad. I was actually turning blue, and you can see that actually on the body cam. I was actually turning blue.
Okay.
So all my neck was bruised, all my shoulders, all my arms. They fucked up my wrist. But anyhow, that's irrelevant. So anyhow, they ransacked my house and allegedly found a cannabis grow.
Okay.
Now, I'll be honest with you, I don't do drugs. I don't drink. I won't even take medication that I'm supposed to take. So if I was, I'd say, yeah, I was growing cannabis. I wouldn't lie.
Well, there'd be evidence, i.e., there'd be photographs of the stuff in situ.
Hang on, let me finish. They did actually find some plants that look very, very similar, but I can prove 100% they weren't what they thought they was.
Okay.
Okay? When they're really small, they actually do resemble, which I didn't know at the time, cannabis plants. Right, but that's irrelevant. So let's just think about this. Let's just work this one out. Strip it down to its nuts and bolts. Have they actually got any evidence they can submit to a court? And the answer to that is no.
Right.
Doesn't matter what pictures they've got. Even if they had took them and had them tested, they still couldn't submit that to a court. So, well, I'm still on bail for this, and no conditions, no nothing. Bail pending further inquiries.
How long have you been on bail? 2 years. And you're still on bail now?
Yeah, pending further inquiries. That is it. Literally walked out the cop shop. Bail pending further inquiries. Nothing else.
Right. I believe you can go to a magistrate's court and get that bail rescinded. If you're on bail for an extended period of time and there's no reason for you to be on bail, you should be able to go to a magistrate's court and ask them.
Well, you've got to strip it down to its nuts and bolts, Dan.
Yeah.
What further inquiries could they possibly make?
Well, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Which is why you need to get a court order to get the bail overturned.
Which, yeah, no, that's something I'm looking at doing. But like I say, even if they had video evidence and photograph evidence,
yeah,
and let's just assume there was cannabis plants for 1 minute, and they had, I don't know, forensic evidence saying yes, this is what it is. They still ain't got a fraction of evidence to give to a court.
No. And normally with magistrates,
I'll tell you for the reason why.
Go on.
And I will send you the links for them, actually. High Court, Court of Appeal and Supreme Court have made it very clear if the police obtain evidence via their criminal activity, it won't be allowed to be admissible in court.
Yeah, yeah.
So they know that. Now I did that today, to be honest with you. I subject access request to the CPS to see if they've tried to have me charged with it.
Right.
And I'll tell you for why. I'm going to go for psychological torture from.
Well, yeah, it's the mental alarm it's caused you, all of that stuff. Yeah, of course, over 2 years especially. But the other thing as well, I was going to say, is that I know summary offences should you need to be charged within a certain amount of time and taken to court. Otherwise, it can be booted out. So I would need to look into that properly. I can't remember off the top of my head. I'd need to look back at some information. But
as in cultivation of cannabis.
Well, it's classed as a summary. It depends how much it is. It depends how much is there. If you've got,
listen to this one.
You'd still get done for cultivation even if you only had one plant, and one plant ain't going to put you in prison.
Listen to this, Dan. I'll swear to you, they weren't cannabis plants. If there was, I'd tell you. I'd say, yeah, you know, fuck them. Because I know, even if there was, there's nothing I could do. And I'd tell you, I was growing it. But I wasn't. But listen to this. On 3 different statements that 3 different police have wrote, one wrote there was 2 plants, one wrote there was 18, one wrote there was 24.
Right. Okay.
So I don't know which number they're referring to, or even where or who they're referring to.
Which sounds like you've got everything you need to get the whole thing kicked out. But the first thing you need to do is I would suggest you'd need to. I'd have to look into this again. You know, this isn't something that I'd normally come across. So you would need to make an application to a magistrate's court. And get them to look at it, and they will say, right, they will get the info from the police and they will look at it independently from the police, and they'll say whether or not you should still be on bail. But 2 years on bail is an extremely long time, and yes, it's going to cause stress, it's going to cause psychological stress and damage to anybody who's on bail for 2 years, wondering what's going on.
Well, they want to play games with me, and that is the way that I see this. They know. Now, let's be honest. Think about this logically, because I think about things logically. They know they couldn't charge me because, for one reason, if they honestly believed there was cannabis, then they should have charged me.
Yeah.
Right, and that's the way I look at it. But they know whether it was or wasn't, they couldn't charge me. They're not stupid. Surely they're not stupid. They know there was no warrant, so they wouldn't be allowed to be in a court. So the way that I look at it is this. That is a blocking charge to try and stop me prosecuting. Because I actually spoke to a no-win, no-fin solicitor about the illegal entry and everything.
Yeah.
And basically told, no, because I'm on bail for cannabis, they can't do it.
Right.
So that to me is deliberate, and they're just going to wait until the 3-year deadline for it. And that's the way that I look at it.
Okay.
I don't know if you would think the same.
Well, it sounds like that's potentially what they're doing. Again, the only way that they can get away with it is obviously if you don't take any further action, which most people wouldn't. Most people wouldn't know what they was doing, and they'd sit there on bail for the entire time until time's up and be able to do nothing about it. As I say, I'd suggest you. In fact, I will look it up. If you email me, I will look it up and I will send you some information regarding that, whether or not the magistrate's court.
I'm going to be upfront with you, Dan, and there's very few people know this about me, and I mean very, very, very few people know this about me. I'm dyslexic.
Right.
Now, I can read, and except something that take you 2 minutes will take me 10 minutes. But my writing, my spelling and form filling and shit like that is non-existent.
Right.
So this is why I was ringing to ask for a little bit of help. Would you be able to help me?
I could, yeah. I could help you.
As in form filling, and stuff like that.
Yeah, of course can. Of course can.
And I would appreciate it really well. Like I said, Dan, I'll give you the videos. And this is how fucked up it is. The body cam starts from way down my street.
Right.
And they're walking down the street, and you actually hear one of the coppers say, "We've tried nicely. How many times does he think we've got to go?"
Right.
Now, what does that imply to you?
Well, it depends.
They knew they had no legal right to enter my property. Because if they did, the first time they come, they've used Section 17.
Yeah.
Or the second time they came, they've used Section 17. The third time they came, they've used Section 17. Why did they have to wait till the fourth time?
Yeah. No, it sounds like you got enough. As I say, it sounds like you got enough evidence to get the whole thing thrown out. But again, it's a case of you having to take action to do that rather than waiting for them, because they're not going to, by the sounds of it, as you say, they're blocking you from doing anything, cock blocking, sort of thing. Excuse me, pardon me. So you would need to, I would suggest, as I say, get go to a magistrate's court, get an order to get them to look at the bail, and they've kept you on so long. I'm sure, and again, I'm thinking with a stroke brain here, so sometimes I can't remember properly and I need to look it up. So I want to be careful what I say to you, because there's other people watching, and if I give you the wrong information here, then I'd just do myself damage. But I'm almost certain that they have to have you in court, but within a certain amount of time if it's at a magistrate's court, and also
6 months. 6 months. Either way, there's no time limit, and indictable, there's no time limit.
Yeah, but the fact that you've been on bail for so long as well, it's a disproportionate amount of time to be on bail. It's exactly the same as the police holding on to your stuff. If they've got your stuff for evidence and they hold on to it for a disproportionate amount of time, you can go to a magistrate's court and get the court to tell them to give it back to you. So
well, they've got about £5,000 worth of my stuff.
Right. So yeah. So I think we need to speak offline, get some information off you, so I can check some bits out, and then I can get back to you.
On your screen, doesn't it, Dan?
Yeah, there is a number here actually. I don't know if I can save it from here.
Down, and you'll see that is actually on your WhatsApp, because I sent you a message a day or two ago asking if you could ring me, and because obviously there is a lot more to say, but I don't want to say it on air.
Yeah, of course. Let me just.
Now, what I will say to you is, like I said, Dan, I'll quite happily let you have the videos for your channel, and you will find them. One of them is absolutely horrific.
So, what's your name again? Sorry.
Just mark me down as TC. I don't want to give my name out of it.
Yeah, no. That's fine. That's fine.
What I'll do is I will send you a message on Facebook. Just look for the initials TC. In fact, if you actually open your messages, you'll see that there, and that is me.
Right, okay. Well, I've got you saved on my phone now anyway. So what I'll do is, if you give me a day or two, I'll look up some information. I'll get back in touch with you, and then we can arrange as well. If you need some help with these forms and whatnot, then we can sort that out as well.
It's the forms I need help with.
No worries.
I don't think you realise, and I've spoke to you a couple of times in the past. It's me that actually put you onto the site Bailey.
Oh right, yes. Which is saved on my desktop now.
So you understand, I do understand law, and I do understand case law, and I understand all that.
Yeah.
It's just, I cannot physically do the writing myself, and it's embarrassing. I mean,
right.
My closest mates don't even realise this.
Okay, well, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Do you know what I mean? It's, lots of people can't, struggle, shall we say, to read and write. My writing's fucking atrocious. I get words mixed up all the time. I know it's not like having what's it called, dyslexia. I know that.
You see, the problem I've got is I spell things out with a sound, and it's not right.
Yeah. No, listen, it's absolutely fine. Listen, I can always, one of the things you can do as well, if somebody else is filling in a form out for you, okay, you can always write that on a form and just say somebody else has filled this out because of X, Y, and Z, and providing your signature's on there, then it's not an issue. It's still going to be classed as coming from you because somebody else has filled it out on your behalf. It's not an issue. We can do that.
Right, brilliant. So what I'll do then is I'll be honest with you. What I'm going to do tomorrow is I'm taking all my evidence, what I've got, and I'm going to demand to see the Chief Constable.
Yeah. To
try and get it sorted with him. And that is what I'm going to try and do.
Okay. Well, you could.
I think when he actually sees it, and he'll realise how much deep shit he's in, and I think he will.
Yeah.
And like I say, unfortunately, this is an inspector, 2 proactive, a sergeant, and three normal uniform coppers.
Yeah.
So that's a rather large chunk of this police force going to be up to the eyeballs.
Yeah. Well, do I mean, I know they're just as bad as chief constables anyway, but you've also got the police and crime commissioners. They're the only people that are allowed to sack a chief constable, so they've got fair bit of power. Okay, you could write to them.
Have you ever tried getting hold of one of them?
Well, this is why try writing to. If you send them an email and shit like that, if they get a letter, you pretty much know it's going to go, into their hands in most cases. Whereas if you email them, it gets looked at and read by the what they called secretary or whatever you want to call it, same as phone calls, whereas an email would go through to their inbox and the chances are they'll open it. They still might not respond, but the chances are they'll open it. But again, if you write to the chief constable and the police and crime commissioner, if you write to them both, you've got more of a chance of somebody picking that up and getting back in touch with you. Again, we know what the police are like, and it's, you still got the possibility that they're not going to bother. In which case, we need to look at getting something in front of a magistrate's judge to look at what's going on. But as I say, we can work on that anyway. If you give me a couple of days to seek out some info, and then I can get back to you and we can discuss that.
Brilliant. I appreciate it. I really do appreciate it, Dan.
No worries.
Right.
I'm here to help if I can. If I can't, I'll tell you I can't, and try and put you in touch with somebody that can. But if I can do anything, then I most certainly will.
Let me just give a little bit of information out for your previous caller.
Go on.
The one that called just before me.
Marty, yeah.
Neil, be the DPP 2021.
Neil, I know that one.
You do not have to go with any police officer or even give your details out, but it involves a fixed penalty notice.
Right,
and
okay.
If they arrest you to obtain your details, and this is the High Court's ruling, not my words, this is their words. If they arrest you to obtain their details, then that will be assault and false arrest. And by not giving you details is an obstruction, because they can still issue the fixed penalty notice.
Yeah. Well, as long as you've got it.
I don't know they're going to issue it too.
No, as long as they give you the notice, that's issuing it to you. The only reason they want your details is, number one, so they can see if they've got anything else to stitch you up on, and number two, so they can put it on their system. So if you get stopped again, they've got that information on you. But they don't need it in order.
If you don't pay it.
Yeah, but again, they don't. There's other ways of finding out someone's information anyway, and we're going to find out
that. There you go. That's
tomorrow.
That's with Sowen being dragged off because of an alleged Section 5, which it certainly weren't, and a fixed penalty notice. But there you go.
No worries.
Maybe to have a look into, Dan. Right, cheers for that, bud. I really do appreciate it.
Listen, before you go, I've been asked about 30 times in the comments to ask you what plants it was that you were growing.
I can't pronounce it. It's called Knaf. That's what it looks like to me.
Right.
Now, if you spell that like you spell it as in, hold on, let me see if I can find the proper spelling for it, because it's 1 second. And unfortunately, when they are babies,
yeah,
and when I say babies, these plants, when they're small, as in seedlings, up to 3, 4, 5 inches tall, they are basically impossible to tell the difference. Now, unfortunately, I didn't know this, but they are actually, its Latin name is some weird name, Canobiaceae. So it's actually related to the same plant.
Right.
Except they're as illegal to grow in this country as you grow in daffodils. It's like a herb plant. It's not cassava? Cassava? I can't remember. 1 second. I'll have to have a look up the name of them, because I bought the seed bank.
Got it. I've got it. Knaf. Knaf. Kenaf.
Yeah. Now, if you actually Google them, as in small plants.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it now. Yeah.
And they look identical, don't they?
Yeah.
And I mean, they'll even put leaf to leaf. There's pictures on there, leaf to leaf, one and the other, and they're basically impossible to tell the difference. And that is what there was. And I was, here's the funny thing: if they'd have come about 4 or 5 weeks before then, they'd have found me growing black Russians, which is a tomato, and they grow dead black.
Yeah.
If they'd have come a few months prior, now this is no bullshit, they'd have found me growing blue strawberries. strawberries that grow blue.
Right.
So
right.
no, I'm not like. If I was growing them, Dan, I'd say I was growing cannabis.
Well, do you know to know the name of a plant, one plant. There's plenty with easier names. To have a plant and decide to call it, decide to say that you had canaf when there's other plants with much easier names. That suggests to me that you're not making it up.
I'm not making it up. I'll swear that on my kids' face.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I mean, you would, for example, I mean that's hibiscus cannabis, cannabinus.
That's the one, yeah. That's the Latin name for it. Now, I didn't realise that them plants was virtually identical to look at. I've never dealt with anything like that before in my life. I've never been around it.
I mean, you've got sweet fern, which is much easier to remember than that one, or cranberry hibiscus, again much easier. Okra, much easier. Coral plant. So to choose canaf out of all of these easy to remember names shows me that you're not lying about it. So.
Well, I'm not lying because
no, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Sure, that's what I bought.
So,
but it is what it is. But I don't know if maybe if anybody ever did get busted and there was only small plants, they might be able to use that as a legal excuse in the future. I think you're the monkeys.
Yeah.
And let's be honest, unless they've got forensics, the chances are this is what there was, Your Honour. There you go, prove the difference. Look identical, prove the difference.
Yeah.
Off you go. But what I will say is they only look like that while they're young. Now, I've actually looked at big plants of these marijuana plants. I've looked at big plants of these canaf plants. And it's like night and day, so don't try it on that level.
No, it does. It says here, canaf is known as hibiscus cannabinus. And it looks so similar to cannabis that it's got the cannabis terminology in its Latin name because it looks so similar to it. But no, it's not. It's obviously not illegal. But yeah, everyone's going to be getting that now. Everyone's going to be ordering that just for the police coming around their house and the police just so they can get a claim out.
Well, the thing is, the beautiful thing about that is actually they do have a really health benefit to them. If you actually, you can actually eat the flowers, and they've got beautiful flowers that grow on them. Or the seeds, if you grind them up they look like a black pepper seed.
Right.
You can grind them up, and it lowers blood pressure instantly.
Right. Well, it does say, and it doesn't say anything about. It doesn't go in depth about its properties. It just says that it's used as food and fibre. So so it can be eaten, and it's fibrous, which obviously fiber's not exactly too bad for you unless you have too much of it.
The flowers, you can use the flowers to garnish like a salad.
Yeah,
Something like lettuce or something like that. That's what they're for. And the actual seeds, you can grind them up when they actually go to seed, like black pepper, say, and it is actually 100% proven to lower blood pressure.
Right.
So
well, there you go. There you go, folks watching. We know we all get high blood pressure. I might have to start sending out bunches of canaf to everyone who watches my channel, just so nobody's blood pressure don't go through the roof when I upload some of these perverted pieces of shit that I report on. So
actually, the police force have actually reported on it twice today. The one that I've got all this with, and I'll put it this way here: I'd shag her as well, and that is from my police force.
Is that the Humberside one?
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Well, people over the next couple of today and tomorrow, people are going to get fed up with hearing about the Met Police. Let me say that much. There is so fucking much going on there. It is unbelievable.
Well, let me give you a couple of stories that you can cover. Chief Inspector and Superintendent of Humberside Police.
Right.
Now, if you Google this, you'll pull it up in our local mail, Hull Daily Mail. They got away on a loophole because there was 1 day overcharge. Perverted photographs of girls in cells.
Right.
Now, if you Google that, you'll find it. Another one, middle of last year, armed police officer, Humberside Police. Again, it was only in our local rag. Hundreds of child sex images.
Yeah. While I was off last year, it pissed me off because I saw so many incidents that could have kept me busy forever, and I couldn't do them because obviously recovering and that. But what I've seen since I've come back in the last few days, as I say, is unreal. And this week will probably be the busiest week I've ever had, I think, with reports. It is absolutely ridiculous.
I'll tell you the next thing. Dan. One of them did it from Umberside Police, which is absolutely sickening. Stole a wallet off a dead man.
I think I reported on that. I think that was a year before. But I definitely remember reporting on that. In fact, I've reported on a couple of incidents of that.
So that's what I'm dealing. So you understand what I'm dealing with?
Yeah,
I'm trying to get sorted out.
Well, we'll do what we can.
I mean, if you Google superintendent and chief inspector, or I think it was chief inspector or chief constable, Umberside Police.
Right.
Look in the whole Daily Mail. I think it was Cook or Cookston, something like that. One of them was called.
Right.
You'll see they got away with the vile pictures that was taken of the lasses in the cells. They got away because there was 1 day over the 6 months for charging.
Right.
And you'll see that it was all of our local paper.
Sound. I'll see if I can look into that if I get the time. So, listen, I'm gonna have to wrap.
What I'll do is I'll send you the link in anyhow, Dan. But
yeah,
I'll get going, mate. But thanks very much, bud.
All right, man. No worries.
I'll send you a message on Facebook or something or whatever.
Sound. As I say, I'll do my best to help you out. No problems there.
And stay away from them canary plants.
All right, man. Take it easy.
Cheers, fella.
Ta-ra, mate.
Bye-bye.
So remember, that's Knurf, K-E. Hang on a minute. Let me just. Hello, caller. 1 second. K-E-N-A-F. K-E-N-A-F. Hello, caller. Can you turn the sound down in the background?
Sorry, Dan.
Hello, mate.
You all right?
Yeah, not so bad. How are you?
Yeah, just like your other caller, I just had the same problem. Put police complaints in, and it goes for local resolution. I mean, at the point of my incident, I think it was covered. It was covered a few times. I think one of them was Joe Public.
Right.
Which was the incident where I owed £1,000 on a conservatory that cost £11,000 from Smith's Conservatories at Basildon.
Right.
And I paid £10,000 cash. Never paid the last £1,000. The next thing you know, got put into Northampton County Bulk Centre, and then my daughter was ringing me up, going, "Dad, what's that? What's the matter?" She's going, "Oh, we've got armed police banging on the front door, pointing the guns. Open this front door up." Now that's covered on Joe Public. It's quite an old video. The girl who covered it, you'll see a girl running around called Roxy. It's Essex Police Grays, and basically what happened is, so I come back and then I've got the police. What are you doing here? They go, "Oh, we've clamped your car." So we ain't clamped my car, for someone else's. I go, no, you owe the debt, you owe the £1,000. And my missus is going, "What? This is all right. I've got armed police."
Yeah, I remember this now. This is in the daytime, and they're trying to get the motor on the back of the pickup, aren't they?
Yeah. So it was. So the little girl that recorded it at the time, her name was Roxy Jones, and basically, I was in a big accident at work, post-traumatic stress, and I was in hospital for quite a long time, and basically. I didn't pay the £1,000. Smith's Glass at Basildon had a big, on these reviews, so no one would pay them. Going, "Oh, you're paying the money," never sort it out. Yeah. Anyway, but it's the problem is, even my cancer. And when I sat down, for the explosion I was in at work, they said most people on National Health go, "Oh, you get about 6 weeks and then cancelling, and that's it." Well, I had nearly 3 years.
Right.
Yeah? And she said to me, Martin is saying, you're not telling me. And I said, what are you on about? You ain't telling me. She said, well, they don't send armed police round for £1,000. I said, listen, they did it. She even rang up the Essex old Bill, and she said, why have you done this to one of my clients? And she worked, Nikki Swells, who works for the NHS. She rang up the old Bill, and they went, no comment.
Right.
She went, why have you sent all these armed, you've handcuffed him, and you've beaten him up and pushed him up against the car? Why'd you do that? And they said, we can't comment. This is Great Essex Police.
Yeah.
Right? So, yes, anyway, so that was the start of it. And then I think, I don't know if you've lot have seen the Live Free one. I was pretty sure it's on about 98,000 hits now, where I'm the same bloke in the same video who gets, so they've got the ball rolling. So what happened is, my daughter has never been taught nothing in her life about computers, whatever else. She sat down and obviously, so what they done, they detained me, de-arrested me, and then obviously they tried sectioning me.
Yeah.
I come out, and then anyway, so they've gone, oh yeah, we've arrested him, de-arrested him, whatever else. Anyway, so it all carries on. So this was a big problem. So my daughter's now put it. She used to be called on YouTube "Corruption Every Day." Her name was Roxy Jones.
Right.
Now she put that on YouTube, but the problem is, after she put that on YouTube, the police was well pissed off. No, I mean mega pissed off. Right. So that was. Honestly, I had a little Parsons Jack Russells. My daughter had walked the dog down the road, yeah, and the police, and there was one of them, what was his name? The sergeant. I think Joe Public's covered it anyway, because he rings up at the end and goes, oh, can I talk to this bloke who's been promoted to sergeant? And I can't think of his name now. Anyway, so they're sitting there, following her in the car, walking the dog, where an all sit. Now, she's walking down past the allotments, so it's not exactly a high crime area, is it?
Right.
Yeah. So they're following her with my missus with a dog. So they stop and then turn the other way, and they'll just do a U-turn and sit there. If they stop, they sit there by the allotments watching my daughter. Yeah, staring at her. So anyway, take down the video. She went, I ain't taking down the video. Anyway, this carries on for a long, long time. Yeah. So anyway, so this goes on, and then so the police are well pissed off at this, and it was getting some mega hits, I think. And I knew as soon as Joe Public, the minute he put that on there, he started getting mirrored. Yeah, he's like, they was out there following him doing the same thing.
Yeah.
I knew they'd do it. Anyway, so cutting the story short, we put in complaints, and what the best thing is, right, is I'm standing out there going to him, you show me. I think there's another guy, there's a couple of people you watch on YouTube who are really good at legal advice. Neil Heffy is one of them.
Right.
Anyway, yeah, and the other one is, what's the other? I've got Morris, Ricky, is it Morris? He does a lot of council stuff.
From Essex, from Southend. Chrissy Morris.
That's it, Chrissy Morris. Yeah. So he does quite a bit of stuff as well, you know, and you're in sort of like you talk to people. So anyway, so everyone's going, well, they ain't got the bailiff there. They haven't got the right documentation anyway. It doesn't matter because the police have. So you're not allowed to assist the bailiffs, but at the end of the day, they did. And I'm not joking you. I swear on my kid's life, I have got 3 folders the size of my hand, yeah, of complaints and where it's even gone, you know, and they just basically say, oh, no, yeah, we're not interested. Oh, it goes for local resolution. Exactly what that guy was saying.
Yeah.
And what makes me is they're tossing off the taxpayers' money.
Yeah.
All the time. They're tossing this off big time. And even when you go into a court and you're sitting in there and you've got, in my opinion, I've studied it quite a bit and I ain't one of them, you've got a Freemason judge, a Freemason copper and a Freemason CPS. Yeah. Well, let alone what we're doing it together, what chance have you got?
None really, is it?
I want to thought so. So anyway, so this carries on. So go up to Live Free's video of that's on 97,000 hits, where the little girl that gets abused in the car park, and guess what little girl that is?
Go on.
Well, the little girl that made the video running
Same
around.
one, yeah.
Yeah, so this is the one where obviously they've and what my daughter said to me is obviously because they took me away, whatever else, you see me laying in the road and they handcuffed me, and that Kemp, that was his name, mate, that sergeant, yeah. Kemp, he goes, them handcuffs are nice and tight. Well, yeah, guess what? I was had my hand blown off a little while ago, all plastic surgery, 3 years of counselling, and guess what? They're nice and tight. You know, so, you know, anyway, cut the story short. So they've got it in for my daughter. So they thought they'd done all this. So anyway, goes on for about a year. So we're sitting in McDonald's. Now, I've got two daughters. One who's done that video, yeah, and the other one who works in then Toys R Us, right? So obviously I'm off work. Obviously, you know, been off work for about a year and a half. Anyway, she says, Dad, drive me to work. I said, yeah, that's all right. She said, no, I'm at McDonald's. So we pulled up at McDonald's right by... Am I boring you? Because I was turning the phone off.
Hey, don't be soft.
No, right. So we pulled up at McDonald's, and this is how that video came about, because a lot of people were going, oh, we don't know the story behind this video. Yeah, well, now you're going to get it, right? So we pulled it at McDonald's, wound the window down, because we was the next car to come up and order our food. And right in front, there was a police van got out. And as I walked past, there was about 10 coppers, yeah? Now this... Wherever it's later in court, it was called Operation Calypso. Anyway, these 10 coppers go walking past. So I said to my daughter, right, I said, look at that, right, to her. I said, tossing it off at the taxpayer's expense.
Yeah.
10 coppers going for dinner at once. Because let's get it right. If you work in a normal environment, two go. Not 10 go all at the same time. Anyway. So my daughter's turned around and said to me in the back, she's gone, oh, one that copper shouted out something to you. I went, well, I didn't hear him. Honestly, I didn't hear him. So anyway, ordering the food, goes round there, and I'm sitting there at the window, and the girl who's about to give us a food is looking mega stressed out. I said, what's the matter? She looks over, and there's this copper standing there, bright red face, yeah? Sergeant Trevor Edhouse, yeah? From Gray's Nick. Anyway. Cut the story short, he's fucking bright red in the face, excuse my language, bright red in the face. So I said to him, telling me drop that in the car park, passed it over, yeah, and so what's that? I said, it's my YouTube, yeah, Crupps Essex Police, Smith's Glass, and obviously, so that was all linked in with that thing, so my daughter had done business cards for it. Right. So the next thing I know, I come round, as I'm putting outside McDonald's, my daughter was, Dad. I said, what's that? She went, that sergeant bloke was trying to pull the back door open. I said, oh, really? So I just carried on, dropped her at Toys R Us, went on to Home Sense. Anyway, this is where the video starts. If you go to Joe Public, it's on the end of the video is the start. So you'll see us walking out of Home Sense, yeah? And now, yet again, I've already had one car stolen from in the previous video, the Smith's Glass, £1,000, Yeah. The next thing, buddy, I've got now 10 coppers all around my car with a recovery vehicle saying we're taking it. Right. So anyway, I walked down. I mean, as you see it, I go, oh, what's going on here, lads? They said, oh, we're detaining you under section 136. So, oh, right, or 163 or whatever. Anyway, so they've got it all wrong. And I went, so my daughter said, oh, I've got to get my hearing aid out the car because they was going to take the car. As my daughter's gone to get in the car, obviously the policewoman, and they put her, and that makes me laugh. The best bit is they turn the body cam footage on when they want to, and they turn it off when they want to. And I'll tell you what, the only way I've got that video footage is that basically I think my daughter had hacked my computer and then sent it to a few other people, because obviously after they'd done what they'd done to my daughter in that car park, and if you actually watch it on Live3, which is on 97,000 hits, she'd gone from a normal girl, and bear in mind she's been stalked by the police anyway, and this was every day, Dan, and I swear this is God's honest truth. There was every day they was following my daughter, the Essex Police, take that video down, and she wouldn't do it, yeah? Yeah. And she says she pulled the website now. Anyway, after that incident, and a few people have been sent the video, actually I think Live3's got it, not a video, a picture, she'd gone down to a skeleton. I walked in, my missus went, Martin, what's going on here? I said, what's that? She went, she's losing weight. That that girl, and this is God's honest truth, she went down to 5 stone, and the amount of times they had to call the paramedics around, she could die any minute, and that's because what the police done to her in that video.
Yeah. They're all sick fucks.
Yeah. You know, I watch a lot of your stuff, and I respect what you do, and I always have done. I always say you've been off for a year, what you do is good, and I thoroughly enjoy it. But the truth comes out, and the truth, you know, and let's get it right. The video goes up and whatever else, and then the solicitor went, "Oh yeah, well I'm going to take this on, whatever else." So then he turned around and said at the end of it, Terence Channer, yeah. This is a solicitor, no win, no fee. Morel and, well, I've got it's a weird name, Morel, they're in the Temple at London anyway, putting up a Freemason. But anyway, yeah, he basically, Terence Channer, never used that bloke, no win, no fee. Yeah? Right. Never. Because the bloke has got, he'll ring you up and go, oh, yes, well, I've looked at it, ain't going to really work, and I can't really do it, and it's not 100% proof, and, well, hang on, so I've got a day to sort it out with another solicitor because it's going to time out. Right. Really? Yeah. So let's get it right.
Just to, I mean, you've mentioned Sergeant, what was his name? Edhouse.
Trevor Edhouse. Yeah.
Trevor Edhouse. Well, I was just having a look. Once you mentioned him, I was just having a look.
He's now a dock controller.
Well, I was looking online. In 2000, he was a PC. And I've just found a story here about an incident where he got battered, and he tried to spray somebody with incapacitance spray, and the wind blew it back in his face, and he ended up on the floor and reckons he got another dig while he was on the floor.
Well, if you go into company's house for Terence, that guy said Terence, that guy, but Trevor Edhouse, the sergeant from Grays, yeah. And that was Operation Calypso, but apparently what they was doing that day. He has got his own, company's house, Trevor Edhouse, has got his own security advisement company. So he advises on high security stuff. And the good thing is, it tells you his address.
Right.
Happy days. And that's the problem is, all these idiots, like these bailiffs and all that, when they turn up, whatever else, they drop this. So you just go on to this, basically the bailiff register, just get their name, type it into the company's house, and most of them are registered at their own house. So they'll give them a knock. Happy days.
It could be if they're not self-employed, because that wouldn't be on there. But some of them,
registered as companies,
have some of the security firms. There's only a few of them that do it, and they're all registered as directors. Most of it's dodgy as fuck anyway.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah.
But no, as I say, I was just, as you mentioned his name, the that sergeant. I thought I'd have a look, see if I could see anything, and yeah, I've got a in Benfleet. This was Benfleet.
Yeah, that's
it. He went to arrest somebody on suspicion of what's it called? Fucking hell! What's domestic violence?
Yeah.
They nicked this bloke, got him into the car. Whilst he was in the car, apparently he kicked off. So Edhouse decided to spray CS gas towards his face, but the wind blew it all back in a copper's face. And then this bloke apparently punched him. So yeah, well deserved.
Yeah, but the thing is, well, the way it carries on is that where do they pull these resources from? Because, like, let's get it right. After that video with the first one, we thought we'll put up, which is only left on Joe Public's one now, which is a police officer gets promoted for whatever. I don't know. Anyway, that's the only place it is. Oh no, actually, I think it comes up under corrupt Gwynedd Council as well. That right. Comes up in that video. It's got, because we thought we'll put it in a lot of saviour cases. They pulled the YouTube channel down.
Right.
Anyway, but what makes me laugh is they can pull all these resources out of nowhere, and the neighbours went to me, "Oh, I've just had my £30,000 Mercedes nicked. It's not, I can't get one cop around here for 3 days."
Yeah.
You know, and I'm going, well, anyway,
Yeah,
anyway,
well, if you think about something that I heard a couple of days ago, I've not found any info on it, but I heard it on I think it was GB News. Something like 98% of most crimes are going uninvestigated.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, and that's sickening. I mean, number one, it shows you how much crime there is going on, but number two, it shows you how little police seem to give a shit about crimes that affect us as people. You know, they're doing all of this, like this fucking this inquiry into Downing Street. I mean, I'm not being funny, but who really gives a shit at the end of the day? Because all they're going to do is they're going to go to these people that are all millionaires and say, if they did break the rules, they're going to go, right, that's £100, please. Like, they're going to give two shits anyway. Spend your time investigating actual crimes that make a difference. You know what I mean? But no, they won't.
Yeah.
Anything for a bit of fucking easy life for many of them.
Yeah. And what makes me laugh is at the end of it, so they done me, right? I mean, obviously, you watch the video, he's put me in the floor. But like I said, they cut the body cam footage off when they want to, right?
Yeah.
Because he put his fingers in my ears and in my jaw and my mouth, and he ripped my ears back, and basically, and he turned around and said to me, he said, next time, he said, you'll keep your mouth shut. And do you know what? Yeah, honestly, I thought, do you know what? And the other day I was in Tesco's, and I was in Tesco's, and a couple was standing there, and I went, your video's doing well. And he went, oh, what video's that in? I went, oh, well, I said, go and watch Live Free. I said, corrupt Essex police, beat up a little girl in a car park. And I tell you what, everyone in Tesco started going on their phone, and do you know what? Who looks a wanker? And he ain't fucking me, mate.
Yeah.
But, so they cut the video off when they want to. That's exactly what they done to me, yeah? And let's get it right, you know, just at the end of it, you go in, so anyway, so they banned me up for it. They done me for, so is that what that other bloke said? Section 5, yeah, right. I love it, don't they? Breach of the peace. They done me for assault with a police officer, because 3 of them just put my daughter on the floor, stamped the shit out of her. That's why she's gone to 5 stone and nearly died, right? And, yeah. So anyway, so cut the story short, they put me in Graysnick, and they was fucking loving it. They loved it. They went, oh, look what we've got. We've got the Mr. Jones who has put all this on YouTube with his daughter. Oh, they loved it, mate. They loved it. Oh, we've got him banged up, wherever else. And I'll tell you what, I was in there, and obviously they said, coppers in and was like checking on me, whatever. And he went, well, if I was you, I'd get your head down. And I thought, oh, mate, I can go 3 days without that, so I don't really care. So anyway, so he went, oh, put your head down, whatever else. So I went to court the next day, and the best bit of it, when they put you in that shitty old van where someone's wiped their arse, you know, the Serco vans, where someone's wiped their fucking arse up the door, and you've got to sit there, and you've never been in one before. It's all done to shit you up, innit, you know? And then basically they're going, oh, so anyway, because I've been blown up in a bad accident, I've gone, oh, I can have like special services looking after me, whatever else. They went, oh yeah, so they've turned around and said to the people, you know, oh well, you care in the community. Oh yeah, we're going to go to Basden Hospital, Basden Magistrates Court with him tomorrow. Yeah. So they went, oh, we'll see you there, Martin, because obviously we'll help you out, whatever else. So next thing I know, they've took me to Chelmsford. So they've told them to go there, and they've put me into Chelmsford. I thought, well, let's go to Basden. They went, oh, no, you're going to Chelmsford. So it's all done, twisted, you know what I mean? They just live on getting off of that shit. You know,
to cause people more grief. That's what it's all about. That's why they took all my shit in London.
Yeah. So as Blagra says and everyone else. Anyway, puts me in the thing, goes in the court, and I'm handcuffed both sides now, and basically they're walking up the stairs, going up into the court thing, and I said there was a woman, and a bloke was about 2 stone, who was about 3 foot high, and I went to him. I said, you're on the like this. He went, oh, you ain't going to try and break out, escape, are you? I'm handcuffed for both of them. I went, what are you on about? He went, oh, no, what are you going to do? I said, no, you're going to like this. So when I got up there, they took one of the handcuffs off. So you're in that big screen thing. So the magistrate said, how do you plead? I went, no case to answer. Because I've read all the police. I said, oh, it's I'll just go guilty and get away with it. I said, I ain't going guilty. What are you on about? So anyway, he's given me the paperwork. I've gone through it, read it all. So, okay, fine, send me up. So I said, no case to answer. And he went, that's not a legal plea. I went, of course it is. I said, no case to answer. I said, magistrate's court, Crown Court, wherever a court is. I said, no case to answer. And he went to me, no, it's guilty or not guilty. And I went, I've just told you. And he went, and I'm telling you, this is a magistrate, right, who's not really legally trained. So I grabbed over my top, I pulled it off, and I had the marks on me where I've been beating the shit out of these coppers where they kicked me, beat me to fuck. And I've still got the pictures of this day, and I'll give them you tomorrow if you want to put them up on your website. And then he went, oh, and then they looked. So they went. So the Crown prosecution said, oh, we've got to report to Grace Police Station every day for what you got to do, bail or something. Oh, I don't know, whatever. So anyway, so the other side jumped up and they went, after what we've seen, what the Essex police have done to that man, there's no way that he's going to go to answer for bail every day to Grace Police Station.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was, so I thought, anyway, so it all goes to court and you get put in front of, which is, I was saying, Judge John Woodard, who's got a nice little building company going. If you go on company's house, Judge John Woodard, and basically he stood there and he went, how do you plead that? I said, well, not guilty. And I said, and another thing as well, when he went, what's that? I said, well, I ain't a Freemason. There's a Freemason badge dropped in my bloody car. So where does that come from? Because I searched my car afterwards. And he went, what you want about? What badge? And I went, that one. Anyway, I went, I've got another corrupt Freemason judge here. And I turned around and he went to me, do you know what, Mr. Jones? What you just said, you're going to jail. This is God's honest truth. That's it. That's exactly what he said.
Right.
And it's Judge John Woodard, and he's got a nice little property. He's on company's house. You can find him easy. You find where he lives, just like that. So there's a lot of them.
Right, you need to just for your own sake. You need to be careful saying that too many times about being able to find where they live easily. I know you can, but just by saying it can give them a reason to give you more hassle. So be careful.
Yeah. Well, that's it. So, but with it, Dan. So far, I don't really care anymore.
Well, I'm saying the same as I'd say to anybody else. Do you know what I mean? The last thing I want to see is anybody getting in shit with anybody. Do you know what I mean? But because they've sort of made a mistake by saying something, for example. So that's all I'm doing is I'm not telling you not to say anything. I'm just saying to be cautious.
Yeah. So it all goes to court, and basically they make you out to be the biggest criminal going. Oh, the best bit is that. Some is what the other guy was saying. When it did go to court, when you got Trevor Adhouse come in and he went, he said, what happened? He said, well, I ran out in front of Martin Jones's car and they went, stop. I'll give a visible sign. Stop this car now. And he revved it up. This is in McDonald's, right? We all see CCTV.
Right.
And he nearly ran me over. I jumped out on the pavement, He said, to save my life. They pulled the next sergeant out and they said, where was you? He said, well, I was standing on the side of the pavement with Trevor Adhouse watching the car go by. And the judge, I sat there and looked at the judge and I just nodded my head and I just thought, do you know what? All of you are in it for the same thing.
Yeah.
That's how bent the system is. It's bent. It's 100% bent.
Absolutely.
We know it. You know it. And that's why we watch you. Because no one else is... I ain't got the brains to put it out there like you do.
I ain't got no fucking brains either.
Anyway, so, Dan, that's a long time waiting that conversation.
Man. Well, listen, like it says on the screen, I'm happy to listen to people's stories. I'm hoping at some point we get to a point where we get some fucking some police on the line, even the ones that want to remain anonymous. But I hope we get some police on the line at some point. That tell us about some of the shit that's going on. Do you know what I mean?
The thing is as well, even before you went down, I know you obviously had your problems, whatever else, but I know you said you was like, well, the police watch this channel, your channel, and they still do now.
Oh yeah.
More so. Yeah, you know. But they're obviously thinking they've won because you've disappeared for X amount of time.
It's like when I speak to the police and I say to them, you know who I am, didn't you? And they're like, what do you mean? I said, oh fuck, you know, I've got about my YouTube channel and all that stuff. And they're like, oh no, I don't know what you mean. We've got none of that information here. Fuck off! It's all over my file.
Yeah. It's like the other day. It's like did a few freedom of information requests and all this and other stuff, whatever else. All of a sudden, I'm dreaming here, maybe. The sky bloke turns up and rings up, not me, and goes, just one sleep with my mate's sofa and go, there's a bit of a dodgy connection on your Sky. We'll have to go and have a fix it, yeah, and go and fix it wherever else. Right. And then they say we fixed it. Well, hang on. So what was the problem? Oh, it's corrosion. Hang on. Data cable. That's copper. Does copper corrode? I don't think so. And all of a sudden, the computer comes up. Your computer's been hacked 17 times in the last couple of days. Really? No. Yeah. I'll tell you what, there's more to it than you think, mate.
Just now. All right, listen, man, I'm going to have to go. We've been half an hour, so I'm going to have to get on and move to somebody else, I'm afraid. Listen, thanks for calling in. Appreciate it.
Cheers, Dave.
Send me some stuff by email. And it's the best way for me to see it is to send it by email. Email address is in the description below. I do look at me WhatsApp and whatnot, but my email I look at several times a day, so I normally always see stuff on email.
But what I say, Daddy, is keep up the good work and God's honest truth, we appreciate it.
All right, my friend.
Thank you.
No worries, you take it easy.
Bye.
Ta, mate. Ta. Right. Before anybody calls, I've got to go take a leak, and so I'm sorry, caller. I will be back in a moment to answer calls. I've got to go take a leak, but Molly, Lost Souls Paranormal, whatever you want to call yourself. This is for you, I think.
You are watching the Police Abusing Powers channel. Your host Dan is currently taking a comfort break and will be back momentarily. Your patience is appreciated. Please check the video description for channel social media links, where we share alternative content, not necessarily in video format. Did you know, contrary to popular belief, it is not legal for a pregnant woman to urinate into a police constable's helmet, unless of course their head is on fire. Due to the nature of the content and limits YouTube place on freedom of speech, your support is important. There are ways you can support the channel listed in the description. Why not participate? You can contact Police Abusing Powers using the phone number on your screen when the lines are open, or you can Skype using Dan Pap as the contact. That's Dan P-A-P. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button and click the bell so you are notified when we upload new content. You can also join our jovial and supportive community by participating in the live chat, and please don't forget to share and like the stream. Did you know it's illegal for a London black cab to enter the city without a bale of hay in the boot for the horse, a law that still hasn't been repealed? We recommend callers take part in the phone-in before consuming vast amounts of alcohol, although this is not a rule. The views of callers may not reflect the views of the host or the channel, but we greatly value the opportunity to give everyone a voice.
And we're back. Oh, I'm all fucking blurry now. What's going on? So, how do you feel, Lost Souls Paranormal? Fuck's sake, why does it go all blurry? I can't not wait until I get some proper equipment again. Absolutely pissing me off, this is. Actually, there was about 30 seconds left of that, Molly, but, you know, I thought I'd best cut it off there. Don't want you falling asleep on us now, do we? What was I going to say? Yeah. For anybody, just I'm going to put this out there. This isn't something I would normally do on a live stream, so to speak, but I'm going to put it out there. What's it called? The GoFundMe. That's it. The GoFundMe. Now, obviously, we put the GoFundMe up so I could fund getting some equipment, some replacement equipment for the stuff the police have got. We are just over halfway. It's not quite enough to get the stuff that I need, although I can get some stuff. So I'm just going to be really, really fucking cheeky, because normally I'm not, and normally I would not do this, but I'm just going to say, if there's anybody out there that's got maybe a few quid spare that can chuck it on the GoFundMe, I would really appreciate it. If anybody that supports wants the money back, I'm more than happy to do a refund once I get my equipment back from the police. I'll sell some of my stuff and I'll get some money back, and I'll do you the refund if it's, you know, a lend if you want. So it's entirely up to you guys. But again, you don't have to. Do not take this as me saying to you that you know, making you feel guilty or anything, any of that shit. So yeah, gonna leave it there. I know I'm fuzzy. It's really pissing me off. Let's try and slowly get the focus to come out. And no, it's not fucking working. Let me just get a bit closer and see if that helps. Oh, fuck me, I can't sit this close. Fucking hell. Yes, good point, Graham. There is PayPal friends and family. Obviously a link in the description for that. If anybody wants to do it that way, if they can, that is. But again, that's the only time I'm going to mention it on here. So, you know, I'm not going to do a fucking Alex Belfield and do a massive piece on it. I've asked you once and that's it. Anyway, let's get the calls back on. So there we go. 01515289590 is the number. If you want to give us a ring, as it says, share a story, whistle blow. I really would love some coppers to phone in and tell us some of the stories. Hello, good evening, welcome.
Hello, Dad, it's Bobby.
Hello, Bobby, you all right? I was hoping you'd be a copper for a minute then. Tell us some of the bad things that are going on.
Not bad, ask yourself.
Not so bad, mate, not so bad.
What is that? I want to discuss. You had a discussion with Crickley a couple of days ago about climate change and that.
Yeah.
It's not being funny. The guy doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm just talking about this country. Wind power, we only get about 24 to 25% if we only use wind power.
Right.
Solar, we can't use solar panels. The solar panels in this country, it's not worth a wank. The reason why they're not worth a wank is on the static on a building. And I don't, if you know, the sun moves in the sky.
Well, yeah.
Correct. So you only get, I think it's 6.8. Would only get about 6.8% of energy from active technology we've got at this moment. So this critically saying he's supposed to be a science and all this nonsense. He doesn't know what he's talking about. If you go with wind turbines, between 10,000 and 100,000 birds are killed every year because of them. You've only got 1,500 wind turbines.
Right.
They're killing thousands and thousands of birds. Now,
well, I know less about the wind turbines than I do about solar panels. That's because I used to sell solar panels for a living. So,
you know that they're not where they're correct.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. At the time, nobody realised. Obviously, it was part of the government's plan is to get people to take it on. The government knew it was going to be shit, but again, told us all that it was going to be worthwhile, and it isn't.
The reason why is that they put the static on a building. So the option would be if they move towards the sun, track the sun over the daytime.
Yeah, well, this is why we was told that any south facing house is gold basically. But if it's east and west, we can't tell anybody that it's going to be fucking any good if it was east or west. Because obviously north you don't even go there, but if it was east or west facing house, then we was told we weren't allowed to tell people it was going to be a cracking deal for them. It only really paid you back. We was taught at the time it only really paid you back if you had a south facing roof. But again, it's shit. The money that people were told they were going to get back from selling stuff back to the grid has gone down over time, and it's just not even fucking worth a pot of piss anymore.
And also hydro at wind technology. That's all the corners well. The reason why being is that it creates different wave patterns. Now, and also, it's like if you have wind technology out ashore, it creates funny wave patterns.
Right.
Now, have you ever heard of a term called a rogue wave?
Rogue waves, yeah.
Yeah, it creates them. As you know, a wave is circus say that the globe goes around the globe, and you predict where a wave will be a certain amount of time a day. Because they have this crap in that they see the wave technology, the wind technology, it's creating tsunamis. That could be a possibility. Now, what I don't get about this Clinton, he comes on and think he's know-it-all. But it looks like he knows fuck all, Dan. And they're talking about bicycles. In this country, on 2019, there was 417,000 bicycle accidents. Only 2% of that, I think it's for over 1,000. If I could, it was within the car with the car. And if you also look deeper into it, it's mostly the bicycle riders' fault. The accident happened with the car because it's rather go through traffic lights, you get it. Turn into a car, you get it. And this big myth as well that the cars is the problems on the road. The reason why there's a lot of pollution on this road because you get fucking speed bumps where the car's got to stop, start, stop, start, stop, start. Traffic lights, you got to stop, start. That causes the pollution. Most pollution.
Well, I've got to be honest, Bobby. This is all of that stuff is beyond me. I know a bit about solar panels because I used to sell them, but the rest of the stuff to me is as foreign as whatever goes through a fucking copper's mind.
Well, the first job I had when I left school, Dan, was cavity wall installation.
Right.
That's another con as well. We was doing, I was getting, I think it was £75 per house. This was when I was 16, 17 then. And we was doing about 10 to 20 houses per day. So I was making it. Now, it also, the reason why there's a scientific reason why there's a cavity in your house, it's let the house breathe.
Yeah, to stop condensation, yeah.
Yeah. And if you block that, cop depth goes up. What else goes up? People mental problems go up. All these illnesses go up, and you get fucking dopey people like Twinkle. I'm not being funny, Danny. He gets my blood going because he comes on like he's like, I'm a scientist. I've got this and this and this, but he's only putting out what he wants you to hear. Instead of giving all the facts that in this country we couldn't live on solar power, wind power, because it's not feasible. Other countries like who's got big, fast spaces, possibility with wind, etc., etc. But in this country we haven't got the space.
Yeah.
We haven't got the know-how to do it. It's like these electric cars, like the Tesla S, I think it's 400 miles, you get on a full charge. Hey, we haven't got the charging stations. Big Tesla don't sell parts for their cars. So if your car breaks down, you've got to go to Tesla.
You've got to go to Tesla, yeah.
So, I've got the car. I haven't had the car for a few years. But a normal car, then I could have a go on the engine. I've had to go on the brakes. I've had to go on most parts of the car I could fix. But with the Tesla, I wouldn't have a clue.
Yeah.
And
that's what car manufacturers have been doing for years. They started making engines more difficult and making parts more difficult to access, so that you had to take them to a garage rather than fix it yourself. They've been doing that for years, and I know about the Tesla. I watched a video on it the other day. Actually, I think it was on YouTube, about a guy who he's actually managed to fix it all himself. Using like adapting parts to go on it, but it's taken him a long time to do that. Otherwise, he would have had to take it to a Tesla garage and get them to do it all for a rip-off amount of money.
That Tesla, Elon Musk, he done the truck, and he asked the people to put a deposit down, and the truck's not even ready, not even in manufacture. But people for like 50 grand down on a truck that it may not be come out. And all the electric cars, like, you can't, if it starts, it's going to cause more accidents on the road because you can't hear them coming then.
Yeah. Well, the way they're getting around that is they're apparently putting a speaker in the engine bay, okay, that lets off a whine as you're driving, so that people can hear that noise. But even that is not going to be as loud as a car revving coming down the street. So if you're talking to somebody, you may not be able to hear it. And if it's that loud, it's going to start pissing people off.
And that's what I'm saying. These people like that, like the government now, has got a green agenda, like 0% bingo. That it's impossible if they're going to bring this in, this country's going to go back to the Stone Age because, hey, you won't have the power to run anything. Like solar power, it's 6.8%. Wind power, you only get 24% of wind, 24 to 25% on wind power. The only two options, the best options we have, it's nuclear power and biomass. And you get people we complain, I don't want to live next to a nuclear power station.
Yeah.
And then you would have people, I don't want to live next to a ship farm. That is biomass using methane gas to run things.
Yeah.
You get people who, so we're fucked either way. So the other option we have is natural gas. That's the only option we get without because all the others combined won't even come to the amount of power we need. You get like fucking have you ever saw that Greta Thunberg?
Greta Thunberg, yeah.
Have you ever talked to her?
Have I ever talked to her?
Yeah.
No, I haven't spoke to her.
Oh, Dan, she's thick as pig shit.
It doesn't surprise me. Listen, she's a shill, right? When I say that, she's controlled. She's told what to say. She's being taught what to say. All of that stuff, right? Just because she's a young girl, she's getting in the limelight because people don't expect a young kid to be that way and to speak that way. But she's being what's the word? Coached. Guaranteed, she's being coached.
If you speak to her off the cuff, Dan, she's thick as pig shit. And I thought, I'd have a good conversation with her. Like she's going, I was asking a question. She's going, oh. I said, oh, fuck off, girl, you fucking dope. Fucked up. Honest to God, Dan, she told me head in. I thought, because when she's on telly, I think her mum and dad and solicitors and the activators, like the camel chains activators.
Yeah.
And they're telling what to say. But if you get it off the cuff, you see a different person. She doesn't know jack shit about anything. And you get these sorts of people who the governments are listening to. And they're going to fuck us up so bad that we're going to go back to the Stone Age.
Oh, do you know what? I've got to be honest, right? I do not think that going back to the Stone Age is such a bad idea, providing, let me just say this caveat, providing the internet stays, because I still need to report on all these fuckwits. But if we was in a situation, right, like we had to go back to the Stone Age, so to speak, and it's a bit of an exaggeration, but we would get rid of so many of the fucking retards in this world because they would end up dying because they don't know how to survive. They wouldn't have a phone to look at all day and they'd go fucking mental, right, because they've got nothing to do, and they'd end up killing each other and fucking killing themselves. I'm telling you.
And also that as well, and people don't realise, saying, the climate's warming up. The pole, the North Pole and the South Pole, every so 100,000 years, they changed, they change over. So that happens. Now, I don't know how many ice ages we've had. We've had loads of ice ages.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, I don't even remember in the 80s, 90s, this big thing, the ozone layer, the big hole in the ozone layer.
Yeah.
What happened to that? What are we're supposed to be fucked up by now? What happened to that?
Well, it's like the poles swapping round as well. Apparently the actual North Pole is, or there's a magnetic North Pole somewhere near Canada, and apparently that's moving away as well. I mean, I ain't really got a clue about this stuff because I just sort of see bits and pieces while I'm doing stuff. But there's so many fucking huge catastrophes that have, I mean, let's be fair, right? They've happened in the past. They're going to happen again. Okay.
Yeah.
There's a pattern. There's always a pattern to things, and stuff has happened in the past is going to happen again. Whether we're the cause or whether we add to the cause or not, it's going to happen. Okay, the ozone layer is going to fucking go. We're going to get floods. We're going to get ice ages. We're going to get extreme periods of heat throughout the billions and billions of years that this planet is around for. And it's going to keep happening as a cycle.
That's it. But that's what you don't believe. It's always man does this, man does that. Now, if you want to live a comfortable life, you need lecky, you need water, you need some sort of heat, gas, whatever you've got. You've got to do like gas. The people complain about if they're digging into the rock to get the gas out. It's a shit. I can't remember what it was called.
Fracking.
It's fracking, yeah, fracking. Complain about that. So they want things to happen, but when you try to do something, they complain about it. Like, oh, we can't do that, we can't do that, we can't do this. What does people want you to do?
Yeah,
we need to live.
There's a political reason behind 99% of the choices and decisions that are made in this world, right? You'll find that they'll all say, right, we need to do X, Y, Z, based on the science. That's what they always use, especially with this pandemic that we're supposed to have had. Based on the science, based on the science, based on the science. But then, years later, it all comes out that the science is wrong. And it's been the same with practically everything that I can think of off the top of my head, where they've said, right, we need to, the fucking fossil fuels are bad or whatever. But and then we get to a situation where they know it, they keep saying it's bad, but they're still using it because they have to. There's no choice anyway. They've got to keep using it. We'll never be able to not use it. Because you're still going to need it in order, especially initially, in order to build all of these fucking devices that you need to be electric.
That's another thing that saying to build electric cars, etc., etc. But you're going to need factories to build them. Where does the power come for that?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Initially, at least initially, I mean, don't get me wrong. There could be a time in the far distant future where everything's been built to a point where we've got everything's electric to build new stuff. But that's not going to happen for a fuck long time. We're still going to need all the fossil fuels and everything else in order to get to that point. So the more they go on about everything needs to be electric, the more fuel they're using, the more damage they're doing, allegedly. And I'm not saying I'm not for a moment saying that's a conspiracy. I'm just saying that but in order to get to the point where they say they want to be, they've got to go hard on the fossil fuels and the dirty shit, as they basically make it out to be, and it's going to fuck us up anyway. We can't get out of it.
And also, Dan, like you said about scientists, depending about the pandemic, the sage has been proven, even within days, hours of them so-called predictions have been false. But the government say we go by what the scientists say.
Yeah.
But it's only one set of scientists. That's the whole point of scientific research. There's more than one set of scientists. One set of scientists that we're going, like Faye said, now we're going to be up to 600,000 deaths per day. It's only around 20, whatever it is. Now, like I said to you, that has been saying to people, these scientists must have an agenda about something, because your science, you say to them, or we give advice to the government, but then the government doesn't need to take our advice. But then you've got them going on TV, radio. Oh, if we don't lock up, do this. This are many people going. So they're scaring people to go through 2 years of hell for fuck all, and nothing at all. Like, people's going to die. People die of cancer. People die of flu. People dying of getting run over. People dying of all sorts of illnesses. We don't look down for that.
No. No, well, I've been saying that, and everybody else has been saying that for everybody that's not been taken in by the bullshit have been saying that since the start. And we're going to see, we're going to continue seeing far more people affected by this lockdown, far more people dying because of the lockdown and because of COVID rather than from it. You know what I mean? So, I'm not looking forward to the next few years.
I reckon within 5 years, there's going to be a lot of people dying of cancer. And not being nasty or horrible.
Yeah.
Because within this 2 years that they haven't had the treatment or the diagnosed, they've got it. And then 5 years later, maybe 100, whatever, many people passed away. Sorry, but then would we then go, well, that policy was wrong. They should say this policy was wrong from day one. Look at when they said to the nurses and doctors in hospitals that you've got to be vaccinated now or you lose your job. Now, I was talking to somebody on Jeremy Fine's show, and I said they were trying to scare doctors and nurses to get the job. When the doctors and nurses said, fuck you, we're not getting it, you have to go back on it. Like everything, they said students got to have passes to go in clubs and whatever, nightclubs.
Yeah.
They get back on that as well because they're trying to scare people. Instead of trying to scare people, just say to people, listen, it's not all that bad, but you could get it worse, you could get it mild. It's up to you. If you want to go to your granny's, you could kill her. That's down to you. But don't tell people to be so scared. They're not going into the hospital. They're not going to see the doctor. Within 2 years, Dan, this 2 years, I have never seen my doctor face to face.
Right. No,
I saw a standing doctor, and she put me down as COVID because I had chest pains across my chest and my legs. I took 14 tests, and I took a test in front of her. She told me it was negative. I said, well, it's never. She said, oh, I mean a false negative. So I said, well, then, your logic, if it was positive, could have been a false positive. She said, no. What's the difference between the both of them then?
Yeah. There is no difference, is there? Do you know what I mean? If something can provide a false positive, then as far as I'm concerned, it can provide a false negative, or false negative, then it can provide a false positive, because it clearly doesn't work as it's supposed to. So,
but I could have got done that. I could have got in when I was going out, because she didn't tell me she would put me down as COVID. I only found out a couple of days later. I could have been fined, because at that time, Dan, you're supposed to be self-isolated for 12 days.
Yeah.
Technically speaking, I could have been done and fined, whatever it was. But because of this soft cut, the doctor thinks you. I took 14 tests, all I'm told, 2 in front of her. 2 tests in front of her, not those bigger flow ones.
Right.
And you just 2 in front of her. Both came negative. And I said to her, listen, look at my records. So you're trying to say to me, I've had COVID for 45 years, 46 years, but I've had the same symptoms, not on a regular basis, now and then. So I said to her, so you're trying to say to me, I'm the only person in this whole world at COVID for 46 years. She wouldn't answer.
Oh, no.
Oh, I'll let you get on anyway then. Nice to talk to you then.
All right, man, no worries. Thanks for calling in.
All right, son.
I'll speak to you soon. Bush, if the NHS lost their battle, would the Met plods be mandated next? Unlikely. That's unlikely, Bushy Tail. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Dan.
Hello.
Oh, I'm live. Okay, my name is Sando. I've been on Jamie's shows a few times, yeah?
How you doing? You all right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Good stuff.
Jamie, I'm Romanian origin, national. I lived in this country for the last 26 years.
Okay.
And I wanna say something to the people of the UK if they are able to listen.
Go for it.
I do deliveries for a Chinese restaurant, and I've got customers which I get along pretty well with, and we have a banter and a laugh. And last week, one customer said to me, "Sandu, what do you think is going on?" And I said to him, "Are you prepared to hear the answer?" He said yes. I said to him, "Are you prepared to hear an honest answer?" He said yes. So I said to him, "John, if you believe in a gang of usually fat people dressed in expensive suits with expensive mistresses maintained on public stolen money, stealing public money, making wars, ordering assassinations, committing genocide, having big expensive palaces and big expensive cars and big bank accounts in countries which nobody has heard about them, yeah?
Yeah.
I said, if you believe in this particular gang, also known as the government,
yeah,
I feel sorry for you. Is nothing else which I can say to you. This is Mr. John, yeah, one of our customers, yeah.
Right.
And he gave me a tip, and he said that he didn't expect such a blunt answer. I said to him, "John, the truth is always blunt." Okay,
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, the sign that I've told you the truth is that it did hurt you. He said, yes,
yeah, it's uncomfortable. Yeah, the truth hurts. Yeah.
It's always uncomfortable. But truth always go through 3 stages. Number 1, denial. Number 2, laughing about it. Number 2, denial. Number 3, acceptance as being the truth.
Yeah.
Thank you for talking to me. I don't want to take the time of other people maybe wanted to be on the channel.
No worries.
I just said shortly what I had to say. I'll have to say a lot more, but I don't want to be. I want to be polite and.
Well, listen. I normally on a Sunday is a live stream. Wednesdays is now and again. So there's up to twice a week when you can phone in. If you want to chat in the future, don't by all means feel free to give us a ring. Everyone.
I talk loads of time on Jamie's show. Dan.
Yes.
I want to say something to all the British public, English, British. I don't know, as a Romanian resident. Yeah.
Okay.
Right now, if all of the police will be taken to court, they will be found in high treason.
Yeah.
Because they are here to they are here to impose the policy, not the law.
Yeah. As I call them, policy enforcers.
Yes, enforce. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the word I was looking for. Yeah. So if now all of them will be in the court, any judge will find them guilty of treason against their own people. Okay. So I leave your public to deal with it. I don't know.
No worries.
Maybe I've told the truth. Maybe I've told whatever. But I leave it with you to be the judge of that.
No problem.
Thank you, Dan.
Listen, thank you for calling. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. I wish you a very nice evening and to all of your public. Thank you.
You too. Take care.
I'll be back.
Goodbye.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Hello. Good evening and welcome.
Have I made on the show?
You have. Hello, Active. How the fuck are you?
Dad, I'm famous.
I know that voice anywhere. How the fuck are you?
Mate. I've had to fucking listen to 2 hours of that fucking cunt ranting on. Mate, how are you, mate? I'm alright. That was fucking comedy gold, your show, mate.
I'm alright, mate. I'm alright. Listen, I'll give everybody a chance to say what they've got to say. I might not agree with everyone, but everybody gets a chance to talk.
Oh, no, I love it, mate. I love it. It's fucking quite fun in your chat.
the chat's brilliant. Got some cracking people here. What have you been up to, Eddie? Go on.
I wanted to know about your arrest, sorry, mate.
Mine, I'm still waiting at the moment. Obviously, you no doubt saw what happened on the videos. They've got all my equipment. I'm on bail. I go back on the 9th. So I'm back in London on the 9th to find out what's going on. That's all I can say at the moment, really. I don't really know what else is happening. Obviously, I can't talk to David Chick, who's the guy that went up the ladder. That's part of my bail conditions, so I can't talk to him. I just don't know what's happening at the moment. It's just a case of waiting and see.
Yeah, I think they'll keep you on bail for over a year, mate.
I think they'll keep me for a while. They can't. As far as I'm aware, what they've got is me talking to him on CCTV, which, I'm not being funny. I spoke to a few people that day. You know what I mean? Because I was there.
They're just trying to get a connection, aren't they, between you both?
Yeah, I think they are. But I'm on bail for conspiracy. So, in other words, I've got something to do with the damage that was done. I'll just got to wait and see what they come up with, I suppose, before.
Yeah, it's set president, though, because they can't. How can they prosecute him? Well, how can they prosecute you anyway, just for fucking standing there and filming? But how can they prosecute him after what happened in Bristol?
Yes, although I'm sure they're frantically trying to figure a way out of how to do it, as he doesn't tick the right boxes, shall we say?
Well, yeah. What I wanted to say as well is, right, how can the papers call somebody a Nazi if there's no such thing as Nazis? By calling someone a Nazi, that's deemed as a hate crime. Because
of what it implies, I think. It's because you
can say that I'm up on a case at the end of this month for calling somebody a Nazi, something else.
You've got to remember it with the law. What is it? Section 5, Section 4.
No, mine's racial, religious, because I called them.
So is it sexual? Is it sexual 4A with the hate element added?
Yeah.
Right.
It's a 2-year jailable offence, malicious communications.
Right. Okay. The problem that you've got is that the legislation is that if you send anything or say something, it doesn't state what. So if and I'm just being honest with you, okay? And that's all I'll ever be with anybody, is I'll be honest. And because of the way that the legislation's worded, you could call somebody a fucking a wet wipe. Okay, you could call somebody a wet wipe if that other person makes the police or a judge feel that they was genuinely offended by that. Okay, then you can get done for it, even though it's a word that means fuck all. That's the problem.
It's crazy, isn't it? I've been on bail for that one for over a year, for a 30-second fucking clip of a video. But yet they kept me on bail for over a year, and they've just charged me with it now.
Yeah, no. As I say, I'm not trying to be disparaging or anything like that. But I've got to be honest with you as it is, and that is the way that the law is spelled out is that if you say anything that is basically deemed by the person to cause them harassment, alarm, and distress. Plus, I'm not quite sure how they'd put the hate element on it unless the person was Jewish and you knew that they were Jewish.
Yeah, that could be the one.
Do you know what I mean? You would in order for it to be. Although again, the way that it's worded in the law is that hang on, let me think. The way that it's worded in the law would give it's down to the person who's offended by it to basically say whether they think it's a hate crime or not. It's not, proof goes out the window. It's down to how they feel. And if you're talking to some twat fucking millennial fucking that doesn't understand the way of the world and gets offended at everything, then you're fucked, in a way.
Oh, yeah, this cunt gets offended by everything.
Fuck, it's not that prick from The Guardian, is it? What's his name? Fucking Owen Jones.
No, it's someone worse than that. I can't really mention names.
No, it's fine.
They'll probably come and arrest me again.
No, he's a fucking wet wipe anyway, that Owen Jones.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick to not calling people just at the minute. Fucking hell, mate! I've just been charged with something from Doncaster from 18 months. Where you saying you're on bail? I still haven't got all my camera gear back from 18 months ago.
Well, maybe you should look into. I'll see if I can reach out to Jamie, civil disobedience, and find out the exact law, because I've forgotten it off the top of my head. But you can go to a magistrate's court and say to them, look, they've had my stuff for X amount of time. The legislation is that they should only have it for the minimum amount of time needed. And if they'd had it for 18 months over over something that's not a fucking murder, shall we say, then that's a disproportionate amount of time that they've had a hold of it. So you could be able to get a magistrate to order them to give it back.
Hey, one more thing as well, right? Say if I was to find, say, an extension lead in my house that had a SIM card in it, so someone was listening to me since that 18 months, yeah. But I only found it 4 months ago. The police, would I be able to find out if the police put that there?
So, right, say that again. Sorry.
So say if I found an extension lead, like what you plug your TVs into.
Yeah.
So say if mine had been changed and it had a SIM card put in this one, and someone was obviously listening because it had its own battery pack on it, yeah. So someone was listening into my house. Can I find out who that fucker was?
In an extension lead?
Oh, yeah. I'll send you a picture of it privately.
The fuck?
Oh, mate, I've had all sorts. I've had a van on my phone for 6 fucking months, and I've had a ball camera on my exes, putting on my exes for 6 months. I've fucking been Apparently counter-terrorism said my solicitor's saying if I chase migrants back in my boat, I can get fucking done for terrorism laws. Like,
really?
What the fuck?
Well, don't fucking talk to me then. I don't want to be associated with a terrorist.
But I'm not a terrorist. I'm only going to go on a boat and chase the cunts back.
Oh, fucking hell. No, if they say it's an ongoing investigation, they don't have to give you any information, but they don't have to tell you it's an ongoing investigation. So if they tamper with anything, if they bug anything and you ask them, they do not have to tell you, because it could affect, because same with any law, if it's going to affect a prosecution or an investigation, they don't have to tell you. So if they're investigating you and they're keeping tabs on you, they do not have to, and they will not tell you. So it's really difficult. Even if you ask them, they'll just say, they'll come out with some bullshit excuse, or they'll just ignore you. They can only release that kind of information, which they won't anyway, after an investigation has been finished, which is a bit wank.
Well, I'm about to be charged with it now. I just got a letter from the solicitor, but I'm only being charged with fucking possession. You know what I mean? I go everywhere smoking weed, so it's obvious it was going to get me with possession of weed, wasn't it? You know what I mean? One time.
Yeah.
But they've been... But to have me on bail for 18 months for it, come on, man, it's fucking mad, isn't it?
I know. This is why.
It's 1 minute. Is possession of cannabis only a summary-only offence?
I believe it is. This is why
they should have charged me within 6 months then.
My Alexa, you see, she's on mute there. Alexa's always on mute when I'm doing a video. But no, the. It depends. How much cannabis was it?
A bit. maybe about 36 grams. I was going away for 5 days filming, so it was a bit.
All right. Well, look. If I believe, I might be slightly wrong, but I believe you're allowed up to, if you was growing it, I believe you can get away with 7 or less plants. So depending on how much 7 or less plants produces, and they when I got nicked for cultivation, they reckon each plant was would do like about a grand's worth of weed on it. I was like, fucking hell, fucking news to me. But but if that's the case, and you're allowed sort of 7 up to 7 plants, then that's like 7 grand's worth. So 36 grams of weed is nowhere near 7 grand's worth of weed. So I don't see how they can do you for 36 grams if you can have 7 plants in your house.
I know, yeah, they did me, like you say, I got caught at BBC before filming, and I had about 12 gram, and they just did me on a cannabis warning in London while I was live streaming.
Right.
So I don't really know how the law works in cannabis now, because it's a bit sketchy, innit? In London, you're all right. In other places, you're not.
Right. Let me just double check here. Where is it?
Doncaster Railway. Right. Do you know what Dover Police told me? And I thought it was bullshit at the time, because they said British Transport Police are like the brown shirts. He said they leave no stone unturned. And I thought, shut up, you daft cunt. You're not even a proper copper. I thought, you're just a Dover Harbour Police, yeah? And I'm not lying, right? Fuck me, right? If I've had any fucking shit, it's been from the fucking Transport Police. Every fucking step of the way, they're waiting for me at every station, mate. Fucking...
Right. Ask you a question. Has the stuff been tested? Do you know?
I've been under investigation for 18 months. I haven't had to go into the police station, but I did ring him up the other month. Bearing in mind, I got caught in Doncaster. The transport couple was from Leeds, and
right.
Like you say, I've been on bail for. This was 14 months when I rang him up, and he was asking me, and this is why I knew I was getting watched, and why I found this thing in my fucking house, because he said to me, "Oh, you still living there? I've got it on. 1 minute, I'll fucking play you it anyway. 2 seconds, I'll play the call, and you tell me if you think it's dodgy." So he's making this sensor one round to my house to check, see if I was still alive. It's like, fuck off, mate. That white van on my front fucking got something in it. It's not there now, by the way.
The what's not there?
The white van. I got rid of that, so to speak. Oh God, I don't do myself no favours, do I? Right, sorry mate about this. I tape every call, you see, so I've got to be careful what I play, because I might be playing.
Who's that, please? Hello, it's Inspector Dodges from the Port Dover Police.
Oh, that's Port Dover, 1 minute. That's not a court call, so I can play that. Shit. Sorry, mate. Sorry about this.
All right.
You put me through to somewhere, but it didn't go to nowhere.
No, that's not that one.
Welcome to the Port of Dover Police. All calls.
Fuck off, Port Dover Police. I got your videos of that guy smashing up the non-statue. I'd put that if I had a hammer over that.
Well, I've got to say, I can neither say whether I condone or not condone his actions in on the basis that it may or may not incriminate anything about me. So yeah.
Well, I want to say on behalf of the British public, fucking thank you, mate. You made a start. Now we need to finish it off. Oh.
Right, just to your thing about the cannabis, 30 something grams of cannabis, yeah. Well, on the Crown prosecution, they say that whether in deciding whether it's in the public interest to prosecute an adult offender of simple possession of a small amount of cannabis for personal use, okay, there generally needs to be some aggravating factors for it. Okay, normally they'd give you like a fine or whatever, wouldn't they? But if to prosecute somebody for a small amount of cannabis, there would normally need to be an aggravating factor, which would be smoking it in a public place or within view of members of the public. Close proximity. Go on.
Making a joint on the train.
If within view, or if there was people around you, then that could be classed as an aggravating factor. Like, not your friends, because obviously your friends wouldn't give two shits, would they? But normal members of the public. random members of the public, or if you was doing something like smoking or whatever in close proximity to like a school or something like that. Antisocial behaviour. So if you was stoned, smoking, stoned and abusing somebody, any known impact on the local community, which I doubt there would have been if you was, if you just had it on you sort of thing, or if you're a repeat or persistent offender. Those are the oh fuck me, focus has gone again, isn't it?
Well, that last one will probably be me anyway, persistent offender.
Just doing my head in this fucking camera. Sort yourself out, camera. Fuck's sake.
Isn't it horrible when you have to go back to basics?
Oh, it's ridiculous. It is. It's not even a bad signal. It's just the camera. It was all right a minute ago. Now it's fucking. See, it's all right there, right up close. Oh, here we go. Now I just have to make sure I don't move. But yeah, those are what the Crown prosecution class as aggravating factors for the possession of a small amount of cannabis for personal use. There are more, but those are the ones, like the most used ones, I would imagine.
Yeah, well, I'm fucked then, aren't I? But it's only possession anyway, so it's like it's nothing. It's only a fine. It's just
they've not said it. They've not said anything about intent, have they? Intent to supply or anything like that.
No, they may have done for the 18 months that I've been on bail, but no, they've only charged me with possession.
Right. Well, 36 grams. I can't for weed. I can't imagine that would be down as an intent to supply. Especially as I say, you can pretty much get away with personal at home of up to 7 plants. Pretty much.
Yeah, they're also because obviously they raided my house, but because obviously I'm a dickhead, and I mean I'll say. Every time I used to go out reporting, obviously, because people in the chat will know what I'm on about wiring electric, yeah, because we've been talking about it in the chat. So obviously my wire comes out when I go out because I've got prone to get arrested and get raided, so I don't want to have a wire in my electric, do I?
Yeah.
Everyone's thinking, right, I'm reporting now, but you can report me because the wire's not there now, dickheads. So when they raided me at 4 a.m, I'm minus £30 in electric, so they haven't got no electric at 4 a.m, so they're searching my house at 4 a.m with torches, going through everything. Apparently, this is what my neighbour says. And they've come across this box of leaflets. Well, this box of leaflets, some random fucker sent me them on YouTube.
Right.
And he sent me a cup and a box of leaflets, and it said something like, multiculturalism is genocide, Google the clergy plan. And apparently it's anti-Jewish leaflets or something, I don't know. But to me, the police could have sent me them, because I hadn't touched them. They're still in the box where they was when they was sent through the post. I haven't distributed them. It's just, I put my address out there so people can send me free weed. But someone sent me a box of leaflets.
You fucking nutcase.
Hey, mate. Royal Mail's the biggest dealer in the UK. You do know that, don't you?
Oh, you're fucking funny, you are, man.
That's true, though.
So I'm glad you phoned. I'm fucking glad you phoned him. We ain't spoken for ages. I tried to get hold of you a few times, but you fucking changed your number and didn't tell me.
I missed you and all in Liverpool, didn't I, when I come down? I'll see your message afterwards. I was gutted.
Yeah, man. Listen, if you ever come this way, man, let me know. Just let me know. I'll take a day off from my videos, come and meet you.
Yeah, definitely, mate. Because like you say, there's going to be more shit going up your way anyway, isn't there?
No doubt. You
got that terrorist mosque on the corner, haven't you? Fucking right there, a fucking children's hospital. Fucking hell.
It's all over the place, mate. Everything.
I'm seeing all the dinghy divers and all, man, that raping all the kids and grooming all the kids on the Facebook paedophile sites. They're getting off the boat within a day and they're grooming kids from hotel rooms.
I watched one 2 nights ago. I watched one and there was a bloke and they said to him, where do you live? And the bloke said, I live in a hotel. And they said, "What? So you're an immigrant or a migrant?" And he said, "Yeah." And they said, "How long you been here?" And he'd been in the country for less than a week, and he'd already been caught chatting to kids online.
Well, no, yeah, but every time I stop one of them, they just say no English, don't speak English, but they know how to get on these kiddie sites and fucking groom them.
Yeah. So it's fucking...
We just haven't got a clue who we're letting in, have we?
Well, this is something I've spoken about before, and that is that there is no, what's the word? There's nothing that forces another country's police force or government to tell us their criminal records, which is fucking bollocks. Okay, so they can come into this country. The only way we can find out is if the UK put a request into the country they've come from. Okay, but when somebody comes over here, you can't just do like necessarily a quick search and find their criminal records. You have to put a request in order for that criminal record, which is really what they should be doing with every single person that comes over here. Every time, everyone that comes over, right? Okay, we'll let you stay here for a bit, but we're going to do some checks. If we find out that you're not compatible, see you later. But even that, they're going to lose track of people because people will know that they've got a criminal record and they're going to do a fucking bolt before they get nabbed and sent home again.
It's not bollocks, isn't it?
We're fucked, mate. Absolutely.
What's your plans for the year ahead then? Anything?
Well, it seems the police are keeping me busy at the moment. I'm sure that I'm sure. Oh fuck me! I'm sure that they'll keep me busy for the rest of the year.
Are you banned from near the statue now? Then
I'm not allowed in London.
What? No, what? Just all of London or Central?
All of London. I'm not allowed in London unless I'm answering bail or going to court. And I'm not allowed on any BBC property in the country. I said to him, "Don't worry about that, mate." I said, "Don't even pay the cunts any money."
I'm banned from Dover Harbour. I've got a CBO order and an injunction.
Fucking hell! Oh, we've gone blurry again. This is pissing me right off.
So what, if I broke my CBO order, what is that? Guaranteed jail, isn't it?
If you do it too many times, they'll probably lock you up for a couple of weeks, I would imagine. But breaking I've known loads of people, not known personally, but I've seen when doing my research for videos, I've seen loads of reports about people that have broken CBOs, and they get fined again. I'm not suggesting that happens all the time, but it seems to be the general rule is to give a couple of chances, so to speak. But
you're the policeman, right? So tell me the law as a C. If I was to say block the entrance into the harbour in Dover in a boat, what could I get done for?
I would imagine, even though it's on the water, you would still because within a certain distance of the shore, I believe the police, they can still do you under the rules of the land, so to speak. So if you're blocking the harbour, you're preventing people from doing their... I'm sorry, I'm trying to think of the right words and I'll get a bit brain foggy sometimes, so you have to excuse me. You're preventing people from going about their normal sort of work.
I know what I mean, yeah. Lawful duty, innit?
Yeah, it's a bit like aggravated trespass. Aggravated trespass is when you're on somebody's property and you're preventing them from doing their normal work, their normal duties.
I was going to say, sorry, aggravated trespass, that's if I break into somewhere. If I climbed over a barbed wire fence, is that still aggravated trespass?
To enter a property unlawfully, that could be classed, not necessarily aggravated trespass, I'm not sure 100%. Aggravated trespass is normally from what I've dealt with, and again I would need to have a look at the legislation properly to be 100%. But as far as I'm aware, aggravated trespass is is mainly, and it may be something else, but mainly if you're on somebody's property, not asked to leave. If you're asked to leave, that's not classed as aggravated trespass, but it does become aggravated trespass if you're preventing them from carrying out the work that, or their normal daily sort of tasks. Climbing over a gate.
What if it was a Ministry of Defence?
Yeah, well, that'd be slightly different. They'd fucking be all over you for that. They'd probably even listen. I wouldn't even risk it, mate, to be quite honest, right? Because they would come at you with everything they've got, probably terrorist laws.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's like They're trying to lock me up anyway, so if I'm going to go down, I'm going to go down in style, innit? Fuck him, innit? If you're gonna try and stop something, you gotta go to the extremes, aren't you?
Oh, it's madness.
Well, look at that. But I'm just saying, look at the statue. You got to go to the extreme, haven't you? You've got to physically knock that fucking statue down if you want it down. You haven't got to start a petition because it's never going to fucking happen, is it? You know what I mean?
Well, it's not. The charities have been all over it, and they fucking cameras pissing me right off. Charities have been all over it since 1989 when it came out that the guy who built it was an absolute fucking scumbag. And the BBC have still just gone, well, put their fingers in their ears and gone, la 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 la, I can't hear you. You know, yeah. I again, I've got to be careful what I say. I can't say whether or not I agree or disagree with any action or non-action that may or may not have been taken.
No, at the end of the day, you're just an independent news reporter at the scene, aren't you?
So there we go. Have to see what happens on the what day's the 9th anyway? I can't fucking remember. 7 days. That's a week today. I'm in London, so there won't be any videos that day. That's for sure.
Oh, pain in the ass getting down there as well, isn't it, mate?
So, yeah. I mean, the only good thing not good thing, but when I got nicked, obviously the morning after or the evening afterwards, the copper's gone. I mean, when I was getting bailed, the copper goes to me, "How are you getting home? You don't live round here, do you?" I went, "No, I said I live in Liverpool." He goes, "So where are you getting home then?" I said, "I don't fucking know. I said I was meant to go home on a train yesterday." And he goes, "What? You didn't think you was going to get arrested?" I went, "I fucking didn't do anything to get arrested." So, old Cressida the Dick paid for my travel home the following day.
I was going to say, yeah, did he give you a travel warrant to get home?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. I made him give me one as well when they nicked me. I thought, I'm not paying fucking 15 quid train fare back, you cunts.
You made him give you one? What about a travel warrant?
Yeah, I did, yeah. I said I got no money, I'm meant to get back.
No, I said, what about a travel warrant? Did they give you one of them as well? As giving you one? Yeah.
You got it. I just said to him, I've got no money, how am I supposed to get home? He's like, well, why not be caught on the 28th? I've been doing video links a lot of the time because of COVID, so everything's been on that CVP. Right. So it's quite easy, to be fair, but then again, it's not easy because no one can hear no one and everyone's talking over everyone. So you try and get an injunction on a video call here, and I actually told the judge to tell Dover Harbour Board to suck me dick the other day. I don't even know how I didn't get done for contempt, but you know, it's just, I don't know, I told him I had Tourette's. Fuck them, innit? I don't care, man. It's like, if you're going to fucking... It's pathetic. It's like, they got me to sign an undertaking, and then they said, oh, but we don't know if we're going to prosecute you now till June. We're going to wait till June to basically see the new processing centres open, you know. And it's like...
What's it got to do with a new processing centre? Do you know what I mean? What, can you not fucking deal with any crimes at the moment? Can you not deal with any accusations at the moment? Fuck off. Deal with it, you pricks.
Yeah, well, what they're saying is they want me banned there until the new processing centre's open, because when it's open, no one can see shit anyway. So basically, you can come back when it's open because you can't see no. But if it's not open by June, we're going to prosecute you. That's what they're saying.
Right. Active Bearded Veterans just said he's just had a look up on the harbour thing that you were saying, and it would be classed as illegal mooring and causing an illegal obstruction of the waterway. So what I didn't think of is it being similar to being a road and causing an obstruction on a road. That's where I went. Similar to that. So if you're causing an obstruction in the water, it's classed as an illegal mooring and causing an illegal obstruction of a waterway if you're asked to move by the harbour master.
What's the punishment?
Oh, I don't know. Let's have
if it's not jailable, I'll do it.
Well, I can't tell you I can't say anything about that, whether you should or shouldn't. So let me have a quick look at...
I might just get a paddleboard and say the tide took me there and I got stranded, because realistically, they can't remove me out of the water because they can't remove migrants back for fear of them drowning. So I can just stay there all day and say, oh, I daren't move. You can't touch me because I could drown. Right,
let's put it this way. There's the bloke in 2022, 20th of January 22, the owner of 2 boats has been fined £800 in order to pay costs of almost £21,000 for obstructing part of the River Thames.
Ooh, fucking hell.
It's quite a lot.
Yeah, but I've got no money anyway, so they'll never get it off me anyway, won't they?
But if it's cost, if it's by the court and it's cost, you've got to pay it. Otherwise, you'll do time.
Yeah, but they can only get it cost within your means, can't they?
Well, they can, but they'd just fucking have you over for however long it takes to pay it off.
Yeah, true. Yeah, but then again, if it stops a migrant getting in for a day and it stops fucking potentially 200 rapists and murderers getting in, then it's worth it, isn't it?
I've got to be careful what I say.
Oh, yeah. No worries, yeah. Well, my job gets me in trouble, so I'll probably get a knock on the door in the morning.
I'll probably get one on the knock on the door in the morning as well. They're probably fucking, they're what's the words? They're bugging you, and they've realised you're talking to me. I'll get a knock on the door tomorrow. Somebody will want to come and fix something in my flat from the housing. Someone will come and say, "Yeah, we've come to fix your your smoke detector," and I'll find a fucking camera in there.
Fucking worst thing I ever did was buy that boat, mate. Fucking hell, it was all over me.
Fucking hell.
I know, yeah, but hey, it's good catching up with you anyway, mate.
Yeah, man. Listen, I do have a number for you. I think. Let me double check. It might have been on my old phone.
I've still got your numbers. I think I've still got 2 numbers for you anyway, so I'll message you. But then again, you've got your phone stuck, haven't you?
I've had the SIM cards cancelled and reordered some. Does your number end in 894?
2 seconds, I don't know, mate. I'll have a look at my number. 2 seconds. Where's my number? In it, but you save your numbers. My number. Right, no, mine's 956 -3. I'll send you it anyway.
Yeah, send us a text send us a text, not a WhatsApp. Send us a text.
Yeah. Hey, one last thing before I go. Remember our mutual friend where you had to, at the start of COVID, and everything was going a bit mad, and he got sectioned. Can you remember our guy off YouTube?
Oh fuck, Greg.
Yeah, have you heard anything from
Greg?
him?
I've not heard or seen anything from him since way before I had my stroke.
Yeah, shit. How are you after that, mate? You all right?
Yeah. I'm getting there.
Fucking hell, yeah. You see, I didn't call a lot of stuff at the time because I was fucking had my own a lot of shit going on my own fucking backyard. You know what I mean? So I went a bit AWOL for 6 months.
Yeah. No,
but yeah, Greg, I was worried about Greg saying he had fuck all from him for nearly 2 years now.
Yeah, no, I've not heard or seen anything from him for fucking ages. I mean, he had my number and everything, email address. But no, I mean, he was all over my videos at one point, and yeah.
Yeah, well, he barricaded himself in, didn't he? And then when he tried to escape, he'd put fucking...
Jumped over the balcony as well, didn't he?
But he'd already secured the balcony, but they couldn't get in, did he? He fucked himself up.
Fucking hell. People we meet on YouTube. Fucking people we meet on YouTube.
I met him in London. He's a good actor. He's a good guy, he was.
Full of fucking weirdos, this place.
I know, you're one of your mods, right, where she's playing with herself in the bath earlier.
Oh, yeah. That's all right, though. As long as she lets us know when she's doing it, I don't mind her doing it.
I know, yeah, me neither. Right, I better get going.
All right, man, listen, it was really nice to speak to you after so long. Take it easy. Give us some text, as I say, and so I've got your number and we'll keep in touch.
Yeah. Next time I meet you, I want me fucking hat.
Oh. All right, man, let's sort something out.
See you later, buddy.
All right, fella, take it easy. Ta-ra, mate. Fucking hell. Active page for it. Oh, fuck me, I thought I was going to get a few minutes rest then, but... hello? Hello?
Right, Dan, it's going to be a quick one, mate. It's just
Hello
about
again.
your last caller. It's just about your last caller thinking he's been under surveillance in his house.
Yeah.
Right, I can send you... this may be of some help to him. Citation number 2019 EWHC 2082 QB.
EWHC
2082 QB.
QB.
You'll find that is in the Court of Appeal, the High Court. And that's to do with illegal surveillance. Basically, it can only be done by the Secretary of State, and then it can only be done in the interest of national security or serious organised crime.
I'm looking. Is that under Bally? Is that under Bally.org?
Yeah, Bailey.org. 2019 EWHC.
Yeah, 2082 QB. I've put that in, but it's coming up 259. Oh, hang on a minute. 208. Let me have a look at this one.
2082 QB. It should be Justice Murray that dealt with it. Lord Justice David, Lord Justice Simon, between DSM FSG and John Thames Kelly.
Hold on. It's not bringing it up on this page.
What I'll do is I'm going to post the actual... Well, do you want the actual case number? Do you want to post the case number in the chat?
Yeah, go on then. Yeah, do that.
Right, I'll put... Before you disappear, though, make sure that you've got the right thing before you disappear. This is the actual case number. I know I'm a boring old fart, because... You know, this is what I do virtually every day, just troll through cases.
Is it the Ashley v Times newspaper?
Right, you see, I've actually typed up my YouTube name's Mr. Coxley Ferdy.
Right,
and you'll see I've put a case number in there.
Got ya.
I don't know if the link will let me paste the link or not.
It won't in there. A2 2009 1878. Right, Court of Appeal civil decision. Lord Justice Davis, Lord Justice Simon, between DSM SFG Group Holdings, St Francis Group 1, St Francis Group 2, and John Thomas Kelly.
Yes, and you'll find that was to do with covert surveillance, as in recording devices.
Right.
So I know it's not exactly the police or like that, but he makes it very clear in there that the only people that can do it or authorise it is the Secretary of State and I can't remember the other person he said, but it's in there. It might be of some use to him, it might not.
Right. Active, if you're still there, there's a link. I've just posted it in the comments there to this document. It might be of use for you if you have a read through. It might be able to tell you some info. I'm going to keep a copy of this myself and have a look through, but that may be of some assistance to you.
Like I said, Dan, I'm a boring old cunt. I just troll through millions of cases, and if I think they're interesting, I take note of them. Right, no worries then.
All right, mate, no worries.
Right, cheers, fella.
Cheers for that.
Bye-bye.
Take it easy. Ta-ta-ta-ta.
Bye-bye.
Let me have a look here, what it says. Let's do a search. Right, okay. It's going to take me too long to go through that, but have a look at that anyway. Active. I'll keep a copy of that and excuse me, and check that out myself. I might even be able to find a brief rather than having to read through it all, but I will check that at some point. Yeah, I know. It's this bloody camera for some reason. It won't stick on its focal length. Right, it's going to go blurry again in a minute because I've got to go for another piss, so I'm going to have to put you back on hold. Lost Souls Paranormal's going to wet herself, but let's go there for a second. But I must go for a slap. And I shall leave you all in the capable hands of subscriber Dan, who made this awesome little comfort break piece for us. So it doesn't have manual focus. No, it's just a shitty webcam. Anyway, I shall be back shortly. Don't go anywhere.
You are watching the Police Abusing Powers channel. Your host Dan is currently taking a comfort break and will be back momentarily. Your patience is appreciated. Please check the video description for channel social media links, where we share alternative content, not necessarily in video format. Did you know, contrary to popular belief, it is not legal for a pregnant woman to urinate into a police constable's helmet, unless of course their head is on fire. Due to the nature of the content and limits YouTube place on freedom of speech, your support is important. There are ways you can support the channel listed in the description. Why not participate? You can contact Police Abusing Powers using the phone number on your screen when the lines are open, or you can Skype using Dan Pap as the contact. That's Dan P-A-P. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button and click the bell so you are notified when we upload new content. You can also join our jovial and supportive community by participating in the live chat, and please don't forget to share and like the stream. Did you know it's illegal for a London black cab to enter the city without a bale of hay in the boot for the horse, a law that still hasn't been repealed? We recommend callers take part in the phone-in before consuming vast amounts of alcohol, although this is not a rule. The views of callers may not reflect the views of the host or the channel, but we greatly value the opportunity to give everyone a voice.
And that's it. That is it, I'm afraid. My apologies if you didn't manage it then. Lost Souls Paranormal. But if you didn't manage it then tough shit. Because that's as long as the recording goes. Oh, fucking hell. Hell's bells. What have I got myself into with this group? Oh, for fuck's sake. Focus. Focus. Stop being a dick. Bloody camera. This is getting on my tits. Fuck it. Oh well. Oh. Oh, okay. Here we go. We've got a call. Hello, caller. Hello. Hello. Goodbye. Fucking camera. Ugh, getting on my bastard tits. Sorry, viewers. Technical difficulties. Jesus Christ. I'm not sitting that close to the fucking camera. Do your thing and focus, you piece of shit. Let's try turning the light up a touch. Oh, there we go. That worked. You know what I was going to do? I was going to come back on just now. I was going to come back and pretend I didn't realise that piece had finished. I was going to be going at that. Make it look like I just done a line or something. But I don't do lines, by the way. I do zigzags. I'm getting all tangled up in shit as well. Anyway, yeah, maybe. See, the reason I had the light a bit lower is because of this. Look how fucking shiny my face is. I don't have somebody to do my makeup for me. I wouldn't wear it anyway. I'm not a fucking fanny. But but there we go. What can we do? Hopefully be able to sort out the equipment soon enough anyway and get back on it properly. Bearded veteran, go for it. I'm all up for suggestions, mate. It's a good thing I'm not facing the other way. The glare you'll get off my fucking bald patch. You'd need a new retina. Lost Souls Paranormal, be nice or I'll change that fucking interlude back to normal. Right, ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls, innies, outies, in-betweeners and Lost Souls Paranormal. Numbers on the screen, 01515289590. If you want to give us a ring, please do. It's much more interesting when you guys phone in than it is me talking. So... Right, while we're waiting, let's have a note. Yeah, somebody as somebody was asking earlier about the weed growing plants. I'm looking. It is on the article I'm looking at. Says that up to 7 plants is classed or should be classed as personal. You should be able to get away with that. Apparently, it used to be 9, but they've dropped it to 7. Apparently, it's not something that I cover very often because normally I deal with when people are being dealt with by the police where they haven't done anything wrong. And, you know, having drugs is in the legislation as not being very good. So I don't normally deal with stuff like that. Somebody asked a question. Mad Aussie. To be honest, Mad Aussie, we don't have a topic of conversation normally on a live stream. I let the conversation flow as it says along here. Talk shit, call me names, whistle blow, share a story. I really don't care what people want to talk about. I get people. I don't know if you've seen the channel before. I'm not sure I've noticed your name before, to be honest. But we get lots of people phoning that just want to talk. That might be lonely, that might be bored, that might have something they want to get off their chest. And you know, we're open here, give everybody a chance to say their piece. I'm happy to listen to anybody that's got anything to say, because at the end of the day somebody might just need an ear to bend. So we talk about anything. Cool. Well, welcome to the channel, Mad Aussie. Nice to have you here. Well, active shooter. What I'm going to do, as per a request from who was it? Oh Jesus, I can't remember. I'm going to have to open my fucking email and look. My brain is fucked. Where was it? Shook one LDN. Mentioned something the week, I think it was, about setting up a counter to the thin blue line. You know, all the police want to wear this thin blue line to show, you know, they say it's to do with a charity, and maybe that's how it started, but it certainly has nothing to do with that anymore. It's more of a us and them type thing, isn't it? So 1 second, caller. So we want to try and set something up where members of the public can wear something that you know, to remember the people that have died in police custody. So that's one of the things that we want to try and look at doing in the future. Hello, caller. My apologies about that.
Well, if no fucker's going to call, I will.
How you doing? You all right?
Yeah, hey, let's have a chat about that Schmegel bagel.
Schmegel bagel?
Yeah, that little 15-year-old that went and ran off to join ISIS.
Oh, do we have to? Yeah, go on. Go on.
Well, she's in a very unique position, isn't she?
I've got to be honest with you, I pay no attention to that shit because it does not interest me. I think she should be fucked off and left there wherever she went, and that be the end of it, to be fair.
Don't get me wrong, Dan. I'm 100% agreeing with you. But on the other hand, like I say, she's in a very unique position. And what I mean by that is she's stateless.
Right.
So if, for instance, she thinks to herself, sod this, I'm going to go, I met my way to Germany, they can't deport her.
Because she's got nowhere to go.
Yeah, she's stateless.
A bit like the people that throw their passports away when they come over here.
Yeah.
So they can't get sent back.
So, for instance, let's just, God forbid, but let's just say she did come across on a dinghy, we can't deport her.
We'd have to sink the dinghy.
So, no, what do you make about that then? Don't you agree she's in a very unique position?
Well, it does make for an interesting conversation. Again, I really don't know enough about it to sort of get into a conversation as such. I would need to look into it a bit more and see what's what. All I know is probably what you know, the initial reason she fucked off anyway, and her wanting to come back and the fucking sob story. Since then, I've not given two shits about it at all, to be completely honest with you.
The only reason I mentioned it is because obviously I was watching GB News about 2 or 3 days ago, and there was on about it on there.
Right.
She's trying the grooming tactic at the minute. She was groomed, and that's why she left.
Oh, right, okay, yeah. If that's the case, then surely that would have been the argument to start with, not an argument year or two down the line.
Well, what is she now? She's in her 20s, isn't she?
Yeah.
I think she's 22, and she left when she was 15.
Right.
But no, I just thought, kick the can down the road and explore what your opinion is on the situation that she was in a very unique position.
You're absolutely right. I never thought, because I don't look into it, I never really thought of it. But yeah, as you say, to have no home country, so to speak, it would be very difficult for anybody to do much with you. The only thing that they could do, I mean, you've got no man's land, haven't you, between the airport gate, so to speak, and the border at the ferry places. Between there, from there onwards is kind of no man's land, isn't it? And the only way to deal with that is to not let her through the customs. I mean, look at what's his name that stayed in the airport for fuck knows how long. Was it Snowden, or was it the other bloke?
I think thinking of a film, aren't you?
It actually happened. There was somebody, I don't know if it was Edward Snowden or somebody else, actually slept and lived in the sort of departure lounge of a. Yeah,
they're on about Tom Hanks.
Yeah. No, it actually happened as well. I remember reading about it. I can't remember who the fuck it was though. But yeah, no, I remember reading about it. But that's the only, it's an interesting
situation. It is interesting.
Strange. I don't know how they would. I don't know how you'd react. I don't know how anyone would react to that, to be honest, country-wise. Because I mean, in a way, the government of a country has a kind of responsibility to people, but also, as you say, when you've got no country of
she never got
origin,
citizenship in Syria, did she? She was never granted citizenship because obviously she went and joined a terrorist group.
Right.
So she was never granted citizenship.
And they've revoked her from here.
A citizenship offer.
Mm.
So at the end of the day, it's what's classed as being stateless.
Yeah.
So, for instance, let's just assume she buggers off to Europe, I don't know, France, Germany, Spain, or whatever. They can't turn around and say, right, we're deporting you back to the UK. Because the UK is going to say, no, she ain't got citizenship here.
Nothing to do with us,
yeah. Deport her to Germany then. Well, no, she ain't got citizenship here. So, what did they do?
I know what they should do. They should take one of these islands off of Bill Gates or fucking Richard Branson and just put them all on there, and just let them fucking kill each other.
And you know what? I don't know.
I didn't really say that out loud.
I tell you what, and this might hit a few raw nerves on a few people, and they might think I'm extremist. They might think I'm crazy. They might even agree with me. But all these illegal immigrants that are coming in, it's actually a criminal offence to enter the country illegally.
Yeah.
Right? So, as soon as they hit the beach, they should be taken, locked away in a prison, given an automatic 5 years jail. Then, when they come to be released, give them two options. You either deport back to your own country, or you spend the rest of your life in a jail cell. Your choice.
Yeah, but that spending the rest of your life in a jail cell, we're all paying for that, remember? And that's
Right, we would, but think about it logically. How many would want to sit and rot in a jail cell or go back to their own country?
Just give them the option. You don't give them the option. You just say, look, you do your time. Even people that have come over here, I'm not being funny, but even people that have come over here legally, okay, if you go to another country, even if you go there legally and you do something wrong, okay, a lot of countries, I mean, Australia done it to some bloke who chopped their head off last year or year before, fucked him off after he'd done his jail term, didn't want him in the country anymore. Do you know what I mean? And he'd moved over there, he was living there, and they fucked him off. And that's what it should be. There should be no choice, no option, no one or the other. if you do something wrong in this country, or if you come to this country illegally, first of all, you get locked up until it gets dealt with. You don't get given a fucking 4-star hotel. You get locked up until it gets dealt with. Once it's dealt with, see you later.
And I agree with 100%. Trust me on that one.
And if people can't prove where they're from, yes, then okay, keep them in a cell. They'll have to stay there. Do you know what I mean? So as you say, rather than giving them you're not giving them the choice. You're giving them a single choice, and that is you're going to go home, right? I mean, it is a choice. Look at it this way: it's a coerced choice, isn't it? In a way, it's like the government are doing to us at the moment with the jabs. You either do one thing, or we'll take your rights away. Do you know what I mean? So it'd be the similar sort of thing. It's either right, you either fuck off home because we know where you're from, or we don't know where you're from, and until we do, you're going to sit in a cell, and nobody's going to want to sit in a cell for the rest of their life. They'd rather go home and try another country or something like that, wouldn't they? So they'd tell you where they're from and they'd fuck off.
So that's what I'm saying. So you give them the choice. You sit and stay in the fucking cell, or you go home, which is what I said in the beginning, which is, I suppose, what you're agreeing with.
Well, it is, yeah, but it's... How can I put it? What's the best way of putting it?
Extracting the information.
It's like, I mean, giving somebody a choice. They're going to choose, they might choose to go to prison. Okay, but if you take the choice away and say you're going to prison anyway, once you take a choice from somebody, it makes them think a lot harder. If you give somebody a choice, like with this jab thing, look at everybody with this jab. Everyone's got the choice, which is quite rightly so, but they're trying to coerce us into making a choice. If they'd turned around and said, "There's no two ways about it. Okay, you are having the jab. We're not going to give you the choice. We're not going to give you the choice to refuse it. Okay, you're going to have it, and if you don't, you're going to prison. But we're taking the choice. We're not giving you the choice to say you're going to go to prison. It's hard to explain. What's the fucking best way of putting it?
I know. I think we both agree on what we're both saying, except we're both saying it differently.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think we both agree on the same thing, except we're both explaining it differently. Now, I don't know what the rest of the listeners think about it. I mean, it'll be interesting to read a few of the comments, but I think the last count was what I heard on GB News today was something like they're on about as many as 1.3 million.
Really?
That's how many they're reckoning. There could be as much from 500,000 up to 1.3 million. Now, I mean, that's not a few at a handful, is it?
Well, no, obviously not.
I mean, the government's got to eventually stand up and forget the Partygate and do something.
Well,
they've got
the Partygate will get lost in fucking, in the bowels of history. People will forget about that because the government will bring something else out to, like this whole Metropolitan Police thing. The focus was on the government. Now it's on the Metropolitan Police. Next week it will be on something else. But whatever our attention is forced towards, it will be in opposite direction to what we should be looking at.
Yeah, do you know what I reckon it'll be? It'll be Russia and what's that bloody country? Not Kuwait. It's something similar to it. What's Russia threatening to invade?
I can't remember. Somebody in the comments will say it in a second.
I can't remember the name of the country.
Ukraine,
that's the one.
Thank you, Warrior Wales.
My brain's fried. I have something called sunk syndrome, which is not very nice to have.
Right.
So my brain doesn't work half the time.
Well, I feel for you. I've only got my stroke brain, and I say it like that, but I don't mean it as a serious. I'm not trying to go, I've had a stroke, but I call it stroke brain because that's the easiest way to say it. Where my brain just fucking floats off. I could be literally mid conversation, mid sentence, and it will just go just like that, and I won't even fucking remember what I'm talking about, and it's really annoying. So I can appreciate where you're coming from.
Yeah, so no, it's like that. It's like them, like that. You know what I think the West should say to him,
Go on.
Putin. And people like that will only respond to one thing, and that's rather violence or threats of violence.
Yeah.
Just simply turn around and say, right, you want to invade, you invade, but we'll rain down that many nukes on your country, we'll wipe off the face of the fucking planet.
Yeah.
Your choice. You do it. We'll rain that many down, we'll be able to shoot them all down, we'll annihilate you.
It's not, but the problem with that is that all of these huge countries, these technologically advanced countries, shall we say, these warmongering countries, have got the ability. They can detect when something's launched at them and do a counter. So even if they're all going to die, they're going to take half of us with them. That's the only issue that I've got with that. Right.
But the problem with that is, let's just say Russia's got, I don't know, 1,000 nukes. So to launch 1,000 nukes.
Yeah.
UK's got enough to shoot half of them down, and you've got France, and you've got the America, and so on and so forth. They'll land maybe the odd one or the odd two.
Yeah. Oh no. They'll get wiped out if everybody went fuck you and pressed the big red button. They'd get wiped out, but they'd take a hell of a lot of people with them on a counter.
And let's be honest. You think he'd sit there and think to himself, well, you know what? I don't really want to take that chance.
I don't know. Some of these are fucking sick, sadistic bastards that really don't give two shits. To be honest, I think that's why they're running these countries the way that they do, because they are fucked up in the head.
Because I think, to be honest with you, he's just playing the West. I don't know what you think.
To be honest, it's not something that I deal with. All my time is literally. I don't watch the news, and all my time is concentrated on looking at public officials that are doing stupid things. So.
Oh well, I can tell you something about that one as well, then, if you like.
Go on, because you keep bringing up stuff I don't really know much about. So let's talk about something I do.
Google this. Are you ready? Google this. Contempt of cop.
Contempt.
Yeah, you know, like contempt of court.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Google it.
Yeah, it's when people have got an issue against disrespect police.
What do you make of that?
Yeah, but that's to be honest, a word I've used in videos a couple of years ago. We used to talk about it in the comments of stuff. But yeah, to actually have a phrase, which would, we know what these, when somebody makes up a phrase, when it's used enough, they start putting it in a fucking dictionary, like they're clever. But yeah, contempt of cop just goes to show the kind of mentality that they've got towards the general public.
Let's put contempt of cock. No, cock. Your piss.
Fucking hell.
Oh, I don't know. Right, is everyone else trying to get through?
There isn't right now. I don't know if there was a minute ago. It doesn't show me missed calls unless the call I'm on ends. So I'm not sure.
My Skype does, so I was going to say, I don't mind sitting and chatting shit as long as nobody's trying to get through to you.
But you keep asking me stuff that I don't deal with. It's making me look stupid. I don't care.
Your Skype doesn't accept pictures, does it?
The Skype, it will do through the chat, yeah.
It will?
It should do, yeah. Through the chat function.
I've got a picture I can send you that you can use on one of your videos. It's quite a funny one.
Let me just check with you. Is the end numbers of your phone number 253?
One second, let me just check my own number. Contacts, my number. I've only had this number about 10 years.
What is?
5253.
Yeah, that's showing up on here. So if it's no, because you're phoning from your Skype. I can't send you a. Sorry, you're phoning from your phone.
I'm phoning you from my mobile.
Yeah, you're phoning from your phone.
I'm sat in front of my PC.
It should come through still. If you're phoning on your mobile and you send if you sent a message through your mobile, it should show up on my Skype.
I can't do it on my mobile because the picture's on my PC, not my mobile.
Right. So have you got Skype on your mobile? Have you got Skype on your computer?
I've got Skype on every one of my devices. Right. Obviously, I can't. I'm actually on a different screen. So, what is your name?
Dan Pap. DANPAP.
Dan Pap. There you are.
And it's got, see this logo there?
Right.
It's got that logo, but not spinning. Because there's
Right.
a few Dan Paps, but mine's got that logo.
Oh, where have you gone?
I'm here.
There. Dan Pap. So the one that's there, there's a couple coming up.
It should have my logo, as in the one that's spinning in the bottom here. Like this,
no, this one's
but not
just got
spinning.
a normal round one.
Yeah.
Let me just get closer. Please abuse and power, Dan Pap.
Yeah, that's it.
Right. You'll be able to show your audience this actually, because they'll find it quite amusing. Right. Create. Right, where is it? There it is. Sending. There you are, I should have it.
Got it. Downloading. Yeah, I've seen that one before. That's
Have you?
yeah. Let me see if I can bring it up on me screen. I put it on before I had my stroke. I had a caption contest in the community tab on my channel, and I remember putting that on there. So let me just. There we go. That's the picture.
No, it's not coming up on your channel.
It might take a second. Oh, it's showing for me. It's showing up there now.
No, it's not showing on my computer screen. And I'm actually watching you on the YouTube. I know it is.
Right, bit of a delay.
There's a couple of them liking it.
Oh, how do I get...
I thought it was quite funny, to be honest with you. I thought it was quite funny.
I can't fucking get rid of it now.
I'll tell you what I am going to do.
Oh, no. Everything's moving about.
What I am doing. Rather weekend or beginning of next week, I've got a big 2 foot by... what is it? About just short of 2 foot by 3 foot. Nice board that I have been and purchased. I've just painted nice and white.
Right.
I'm going to plaster a couple of pictures on there, which I've printed off, of half of it. You'd have seen it. One's half of a Nazi and one's half of a copper.
Yeah, seen that. Yeah.
So I'm going to stick a couple of them on there. I'm writing in there, on there, paedophile, rapist, sex offender, murderer, and so on. And I'm going to stand outside of Humberside Police with it.
Somebody sent me a link, actually, as you say that. Somebody sent me a link in on one of my videos earlier today. I don't know if they're in the chat or not. Somebody was standing outside Crosby Police Station, which is the police station that I got arrested outside of, that started this channel. Somebody was standing outside there with about 4 banners wedged in the bushes and stuff, saying a pervert works here. And I didn't know nothing about that until after it had happened. Otherwise, I would have gone out there and spoke to him. I'm going
to do that. And my sole intention is for him to arrest me.
Right.
I want him to arrest me for it.
It's freedom of speech.
Freedom of expression. Article 10. Miller case makes that extremely crystal clear to the Chief Constable of Hull. which is Humberside Police, by the way.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I want them to arrest me for it. See how it goes down with them. Because I know myself that I'm allowed to do that, and I'm not committing any criminal offence.
Yeah.
So, I'll argue that with them, and I will video it, and I'll quite happily send you the video, Dan.
It's got to be videoed.
You know, what?
I said it's got to be videoed.
Well, I'll video it, definitely, and I'll send you the video for it. In fact, I'll send you the video when I actually get to speak to the Chief Inspector or the Chief Constable about what I spoke to you earlier about.
Yeah.
I use my work share to check a chair, you know, the padded ones. I don't know if you see them. Well, my mobile phone sits in the pocket there, and just the camera just sits out above it.
Right.
So I can have my camera and my phone in my pocket, and I'll never know that they've been recorded. So I'll do that, and I'll record the interview that I have with him and explain him what's going on, and you know, and you'll be able to see what bullshit he tries palming me off with.
Right.
And you can come on your fucking channel for it. But no, I want them to arrest me for when I do this sign, because at the end of the day, they'll want my name and address because they'll put it down as a Section 5, as you know. So I won't be giving them that.
Yeah.
And they'll whip me off into the Alcop shop there. And I'll just give them the Miller case, and I'll give them the Wright v. Connolly case, and I'll give them the VDPP case, and I'll explain, well, at the end of the day, mate, you're sworn to uphold common law. That's common law. You're sworn to uphold the rights and traditions and human rights. That's human rights. Are you still going to authorise my detention?
Well, they will do. Because they will do. I'll tell you that now. They will do, and then they'll fuck off on some other fucker that they don't like in the force and say it was their fault, because that's what they do. They can't they can't put their hands up and say I fucked up.
No, because at the end of the day, the custody suite where you get booked in is all videoed and audio recorded.
Oh, I know that, but it doesn't stop them.
No, you're right. It doesn't stop them. You're right. It doesn't. But if he authorises it or not, it makes no difference to me. If he authorises it, then unfortunately, he's in breach of his oath, isn't he? And the video proves that in the court.
Yeah.
It was given all the correct case law. He should have looked at it and said, no, I'm not authorising your detention. So if he does it, it's fucked. If he doesn't, then the one that brings me in's fucked. Because if he doesn't authorise it, therefore he knows the guy that's brought me in has illegally arrested me.
Yeah.
Section 26 of the Criminal Justice and Courts Act 2015. If a police officer threatens to or
exercises the rights and privileges of a constable,
when he knows he ought not to, will be guilty of said crime.
Yeah, but in the 3 years that I've been doing this channel, I've never heard of a single copper getting done for that, and yet nearly every single copper I report on has breached that.
You're right, but I'm like a dog with a bone. I won't let things go.
Sorry, just 1 second. Lost Souls, just stick your link in the channel. Just stick your link in the comments. Go on, girl. I'll let you. Sorry, go on.
Link is it? No, I'm like a dog. I'm like a Rottweiler with a bone. I won't let things go.
Okay. Do you want to talk to Henry Crinkle as well?
Yeah, go on. You can slap him on.
Yeah, come on. He's ringing. Let's get him in here. Oh, shit. I'm cold. Crinkle, ring back. Oh no, here he is.
Yo.
There you go. Can you hear him?
Is that Crinkly?
Yeah. Who's that? Is that someone?
Oh wow.
Are you a bit mental? Are you a bit mental, guy from Hull?
No, I'm far from mental, kid. I'm quite actually highly educated.
So you would threaten Russia with blowing them up with nuclear weapons, would you?
Hey, yeah, I would. Yeah. I'd press that red button. Make no mistake in that.
Well, you are a bit mental then, aren't you?
And then bye. No, I'm not.
Mental. Do you realise?
No,
well, do you realise Russia have the largest nukes on the planet? Tsar Bomba. Don't mess with the Russians, mate. It's like
I
messing
don't know where
with
you get
Mike
that information
Tyson.
from, fella.
What?
I tell you what, you've got some mad ideas, you have.
No, look, let me just read something out to you, right? You know the bomb that went off in Hiroshima? Do you know that bomb?
Hiroshima, yeah, I know Hiroshima very well. Which one?
Nagasaki.
Yeah, Nagasaki. I know both of those extremely well, yeah.
Right, okay, the strength of those bombs was 23 kilotons. That's the biggest one. And the Hiroshima was 13 to 18 kilotons of TNT equivalent, right? Russia owned a Tsar bomber device, and that is 50,000 kilotons. And you threaten Russia, you send one nuke there, they would destroy the whole world.
Well,
so what you're saying is...
You wouldn't send one nuke, could you?
Well, no,
You'd have England.
They could send
You'd have England.
Oh, well,
Germany, France, Poland, America, Australia, New Zealand.
Yeah. Right, let me just hang on.
Basically, let's get this straight as well. What you're saying is, let's have World War III just so that they don't go into Ukraine. And secondly, the fact that they may have an issue with Ukraine is because they don't want NATO on their doorstep, which means us on their doorstep that could shoot down anything that they send to us. Would you want that over here if the Russian...
Let me just look at your logic. They don't want NATO on their doorstep. NATO doesn't pose no threat to them as long as they don't pose no threat to anyone else. So that's like saying, I don't want a paedophile living next door to me. So...
Well, yeah, what's wrong with that?
House down.
Right, well, would you want, like, a country that's an ally of Russia in France or even
the
in
only ally
Wales?
of Russia is China.
Hang on. Well, would you want a Russian ally in Wales controlling their weapons?
You haven't got a ally of Russia in Wales.
Yeah, no. Well, no, we haven't.
Well,
but
that's hypothetically. You're talking out your rectum.
No, well,
they've
that's
only got one ally, and that's China. And China isn't that.
Right, but that's
China
the
won't
same
get involved.
thing.
That I do know.
That's what Russia are trying to avoid. Somebody right there on their doorstep that has weapons capabilities to do, a lot of damage and defense, and
you're missing the point,
allies of their enemies, or not even enemies, but Russia, America and the West.
Missing the point, crinkle the wrinkle.
Why am
I? The point is this. People like that respond to one thing, rather threats of violence or violence. Now, the guy might be a bit mad, but he's not stupid. And the point is, he's going to think to himself, is it really worth invading Ukraine to end up probably wiping out the country?
Well,
no. Let's just try and find a better way of solving this.
Oh, well, obviously I would call for that. So, yeah, but threatening them with nukes is that's a bit stupid, isn't it? Come on.
No, it's not. It's not. That's the only way. That is the only way that they will. And it's the same. Look, it's the same when Stalin was there.
So hang on, you just said diplomacy is... You just said...
exactly the same.
Hey!
When Stalin was the president of Russia.
Hey! You just said, they can settle it with some other way, like diplomacy. Yeah, you're saying in the same, on the next breath, let's threaten them with nukes. Are you serious? Anyway, look, this is the point, right? I can understand. Obviously, I would support diplomacy, but I can understand why Russia are a little bit, edgy and a little bit got their backs up where Ukraine wants to join NATO, which would mean to them having, enemies right on their border.
Right.
Can I just jump in for 1 second, guys? Can I just jump in for 1 second? I have to say, I've gone fucking blurry again, a bastard thing. Crinkle, you said about the Tsar bomber.
Yeah.
That was an experimental device, and they made one.
Oh, well, they've got, the capability, but they have the biggest nukes on the planet. That's the point I'm making.
And I've got the biggest cock on the planet.
Oh, well,
talking to me on Skype.
I'm just saying that it's like picking on. It's like telling Mike Tyson, you're going to give him a black eye. You ain't going to do it, mate. Right, without you getting
listen to what I'm going to ask you. Listen to what I'm going to ask you. Do you recall, if you're old enough, that is, to recall when Joseph Stalin, was going to be planting nukes in Cuba?
Joseph Stalin, are you fucking serious? That was before nukes were even invented. What are you talking about?
Don't talk so stupid. It was before nukes was invented.
Joseph Stalin? What?
That's correct. So you don't recall that then? Now, if you think I'm taking the piss, Google it and see.
Google it and see. So
Google it and see.
Right. So when was this?
I can't remember off the top of my head. It was back in the 60s or 70s, I think it was.
Right, he wanted to do what?
And he actually built the actual bases, and there was actually on board the ships, moved into Cuba, which is literally on the doorstep of America. And the president then told him, without any misunderstanding, to fuck them off, or we're muking you. And what do you think Joseph Stalin did, which is a lot worse than puking? Well, I think we'll move them.
Yeah, here's a great one for you, right? We came over Cuba, right? The world was almost destroyed, right? Because of the Cuban Missile Crisis, right? And it's very ironic that it was
Isn't it ironic?
It was ironic, right?
Don't
that
you
it
think?
it was a
It's
Russian.
like rain.
Hang on.
Your wedding. Sorry, I thought you were singing.
It was ironic that it was a Russian submarine commander, right? At those times, he got a message, right? That America had launched missiles and there was an attack on Russia, but they had lost communication with the rest of the world, and he had to make the decision: should we launch or should we hold back? Maybe it's a mistake. Maybe it's a false alarm. He made the decision. He made the decision that it's probably a very bad idea and it's probably a mistake, and he was right, and he saved the world. So there you go.
We're not talking about a submarine. We're talking about Joseph Stalin, which is absolutely a fucking brain dead idiot. Killed millions upon millions of people.
Yeah, and
worse than Putin could ever dream of being.
Yeah. So what's
even that crazy man realised. Hold on a second. Yeah, all right, we might get to fire a few nukes at these, but we're going to lose. I'll rethink that. Sent his ships back, didn't he, with all his nukes on it?
Right, well,
I'm interested.
Oh well, so you're willing to take the risk, like to threaten somebody with nukes, hoping that they don't take you seriously and blow up the whole world.
Whether they take me seriously, I tell you what, if I was in charge, I'd make it without any. Call me crazy, call me what you want. I'd make it well and truly understood to win. You invade. I take that as a declaration of war. I'm muking you.
Well, we've already had that situation in the Cold War. I mean, it doesn't get you anywhere, does it, really?
It does, doesn't it? It does, doesn't it?
Because it's stupid.
It stops a clown invading another country. And then where does it stop? Think about this. Hitler did the same with Poland. And what did we do? Well, okay. Then it was the Netherlands. Okay. Then it was France.
Well, look.
Then it was Russia.
They already know.
Where does it stop?
Like anyone in this world already knows, if you invade somewhere, then you may be turning the rest of the world against yourself, and the rest of the world have nukes. So people already know that that's a risk. I don't really see.
Which is the point I'm making, isn't it? You simply explain to them, if you invade, that's it.
Nah, because you're running the risk of actually causing a world war. When you threaten someone like that, people, are obliged in most cases to take it seriously. Like when another country threatens you like that, you have to take it serious. And that could be the end of humanity, end of human civilization. So I think it's a bit stupid. Well, I think you need diplomacy. Like you said earlier, I don't know which one you're actually supporting here. Diplomacy, where there's no threat of violence.
Yeah, that's what I said. They'll have to rethink What I said is he'll have to rethink and think to himself, we better try and get this sorted out a different way. Now, I didn't say diplomacy. In other words, move all the shit and let it fade away. Forget about it.
Well, okay. Well, we'll agree that we would have different tactics, sorting out different strategy.
You're right. We would have different tactics. You see, my attitude is, if someone threatens to do something, the only thing they're going to respond back by is a threat back.
Well, maybe not. Maybe not.
Well, maybe not. Maybe so. I suppose we'll never see, will we?
Well, threats can be taken seriously. That's the only problem. Who knows whether it's a real threat or not? So when you up the ante like that, when you up the ante like that, you start playing with human civilization, not just 100,000 people dying or not. You're actually talking about the whole of civilization. So it's not good to mess around.
A few will survive. A few will survive.
A few will survive. A few will survive
and start again, and the planet would be far better off for it.
Well, no, it wouldn't, because it would be full of radioactive waste, and you wouldn't live very long. That would be the end of civilization.
20 years at the most.
Nah, man. What? These radioactive isotopes have half-lives of thousands of years, mate. What are you talking about? Otherwise,
really,
you would be able to go and visit, Chernobyl and go and have a look at the elephant's foot.
You can. And there's videos of
you can go and visit the elephant's foot?
People go in there visiting it.
Oh, what? They look at the elephant's foot, do they?
Well, they go all over Chernobyl.
Well, no, they don't go all over Chernobyl. No, hang on. They don't go and visit the elephant's foot.
Oh, they might want to go and visit the tail for all that, eh?
Well, do you even know what it is, the elephant's foot?
No, I can honestly say I've never heard of the elephant's foot.
Right. Well, it's estimated to be the most dangerous object on the planet, right? And it is the melted radioactive core of the Chernobyl reactors that melted through into the basement. Even if you approach that thing, you will be dead within hours. Even if you're in the same room.
I find that a little hard to understand and believe, especially when I've seen many people doing YouTube videos of walking through the actual building.
No, not the elephant's foot. If you go in the same room as the elephant's foot, you're dead, mate. You cannot even go in the same room. I'm just making the point. This is... Well, look it up. This is how dangerous radioactive waste is.
As I said, the wrinkle, the crinkle. Can I ask you a question? What is it you actually work as?
Well, it's irrelevant, isn't it? What's this got to do?
No, I'm just curious. No, it's got nothing to do with it. Look, I work as a builder. There you go. You know what I work as.
Well, I do.
What is it you actually do?
Well, lots of different things, actually. So, yeah. Yeah.
You have a YouTube channel, don't you?
What?
You have a YouTube channel?
I do. Have you seen my audit? I did an audit the other day.
No, I'm not into all that.
Kentish Town
I'll be
Police.
honest with you.
But
I'll
anyway,
be honest with you. That there, to me, is just people like yourself that just deliberately go to wind people up to get a reaction.
Well, hang on. Let me just say, right, about radioactive waste. First of all, the people that cleared up Chernobyl, they could only handle some of the wet, the rubble, the waste or whatever for seconds at a time, and then hand it to someone else to carry, right? And a lot of them people are all dead now because of that job they did, right? Yeah, if you get a serious dose, you only need a tiny amount. Look at Litvinenko, he died. That was radioactive polonium. Wait, hang on. That was polonium. The fallout, the radioactive dust and fallout created in a nuclear explosion is so fucking harmful.
I'm going to
and
ask everybody in the chat if they agree with
me. And it's airborne, so you would
be more up your road.
And it's airborne, so you would be breathing that stuff in. You wouldn't be able to escape it. You just would. It would be everywhere. it would be, and you would just be dying of people would be dying. If they ain't dying from the blast, they will be dying from cancer and radioactive sickness and all the rest of it.
I've got a better idea then. How about if we was to send you across there to chat shit to Putin 24/7? Do you think he'll decide to not attack Glenn?
Oh, sorry. I've muted him. Hang on a sec. How do you unmute? How the fuck do you unmute somebody?
I don't know.
Oh, hang on. Is that it?
He winds up easy, doesn't he?
It won't let me fucking unmute him. Let me try this.
I've had to unmute myself, you fucking loser. I've got other questions for you, Dan. Dan, have you seen my audit?
No.
Kempstown Police Station.
I haven't. I haven't seen your audit. I'm just heating my spoons up on the hob to dig my eyes out with.
I can actually say, right, I am an auditor, Dan. I've got a challenge for all auditors, and it is because all these auditors, right, they're all so full of themselves, in my opinion, and they claim they're right, and they claim the police are breaking the law, right?
Right.
Corrupt, breaking the law, whatever. So my challenge, somebody's already satisfied my first challenge. This is my second challenge,
somebody satisfied you. I find that hard to believe.
But here, if you're so sure the police are breaking the law when they come out, when you're filming them and all that, right? Perform a citizen's arrest on that police and get someone to film it so it's all, recorded for evidence. When it goes to court, you should win. And that would make a viral YouTube video, the first one. I mean, the first one that pulls that off is going to go viral.
So why are you asking other people to do it? Why don't you do it?
Well, because I don't think they're breaking the law. So I would be breaking the law.
Breaking the law, then go and do it. Well, I think you'll be done. I think you'll be locked away straight away for assault of a copper.
Well, yeah, I don't think they're breaking the law. But all these auditors think they're, committing, they're corrupt and breaking the law. Do it. Why don't you do it? Because in UK law, you're allowed to do that. If it's really a crime.
I think you'll last about 30 seconds before you're on the floor, twisted up.
Well, that's my challenge. If that's the case, and they were doing it unlawfully because you're trying to do a citizen's arrest, you get your mate to film it, standing back and filming, because they'd probably turn off yours, and they might make their body cam thing go missing mysteriously. If you're so right, and you can prove it, like with a video,
I ain't the one going around filming coppers, am I?
No, it's not filling them in. It's performing a citizen's arrest. If they're breaking the law when they come out.
Listen to what I've just said. I am not the one walking around filming police officers.
Oh, well, this goes to auditors, not you then. If you're not an auditor, then it's not for you. But that's my challenge. My first challenge was to aggressive auditors. And basically I said, why don't you do this on someone else in a position of power and responsibility, which are nightclub bouncers. Somebody actually did it, but it was a female. So she's the only one who had the balls to do it.
Right. Let me explain something. An arrest without a warrant. Okay. 24A of the Police and Criminal Evidence Act 1984. A person other than a constable may arrest without a warrant somebody who is in the act of committing an indictable offence, or somebody who they believe or suspect is to be committing an indictable offence. Yeah. You wouldn't be able to arrest a police constable for breaching your rights. It's like basic breach of rights. It's not an indictable offence, so you wouldn't be able to arrest them anyway.
Well, if they're breaking a law, you are allowed to. Because if you're breaking a law, that's indictable.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
So why have they got summary offences that are breaking the law? It's not indictable.
Well, if they're breaking the law and they're not allowed to do what they're doing, that's indictable, isn't it?
No, it's not.
An hang on, let me think. I'm going to have to look this up.
So I've already looked it up that it is possible for you to arrest a policeman if they're committing a crime.
An indictable offence has to be one that can be.
I've just looked it up.
No, an indictable offence is an offence.
It means liable to be charged with a crime.
Yeah, an
or
indictable
rendering the person who commits it liable to be charged with a crime.
Hush now. An indictable offence is an offence that is triable by a jury, not a magistrate's, not something that would be seen by magistrates. That is not an indictable offence. Has to be something. It has to be an offence that would be heard at a Crown Court rather than a magistrate's court.
Well, a lot of them could go to. You don't have to have anything tried in a magistrate's. You can always send it to Crown Court. Any crime.
Well,
well, not any, but most. Yes, you can. If you go not guilty and all that, if you go not guilty, it goes to Crown Court.
But that doesn't mean it's indictable. That doesn't mean it's indictable. It's an offence that can only be dealt with. That can like a murder. It can only be dealt with in a Crown Court.
Well,
it's an indictable offence.
Well, police corruption, I say, police corruption is serious enough to go to Crown Court.
Well, it should be, yeah, but we hardly ever see that, and that's the problem that we've got.
It is, and so is unlawful arrest, and so is a lot of other crimes. So go for it, auditors. Even if it don't get to Crown Court, at least you tried, and it would be kicked out by a magistrate.
Crinkle, what is the difference?
Just saying. And I've got another thing to bring up.
Listen, Crinkle. What is the difference between a summary offence, an either way offence, and an indictable offence?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
And you're sat there trying to give people advice about going and doing what you're doing. You have no idea.
Well, look, if it's an we know what an indictable offence is. I don't have to know the difference. I know that an indictable offence, if it's indictable, then you can do a citizen's arrest. And apparently, if it's indictable, that can only be tried in a Crown Court. So I think all of those things all of those things are satisfied. I don't need to know the difference between those other ones.
Well, of course you do. If you think you can go and do what you're going to do to a police officer, bearing in mind it can only be an indictable offence.
Yeah, it is an indictable.
You've got to be 100% sure that it's an indictable offence.
Police corruption is. Police corruption is.
Police corruption is quite hard to prove.
Well, if you got it on video, you could prove it with the right legal team and all the rest of it.
No, that's how it works, because all he has to say is he honestly believed you was committing an offence.
But then you could say
he doesn't believe it.
Yeah, but you could do exactly the same thing, that you believe he's committing an offence, so you placed him under citizen's arrest.
But they're going to take the copper's word over yours.
Well, hang on. All these auditors are so sure of themselves. Do it. No, they're not going to take anyone's word, because who's presenting it in a court? That your lawyer will be presenting it with the video, and his legal team would be presenting it. So it's two legal teams against each other, basically trying to say the same thing. You committed an offence, blah, 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 and then you're saying... Because under UK law, you have the right to do it, and a judge will decide. If you really think you're in the right, they're in the wrong and all that, you would win, wouldn't you?
Right, and let me ask you, right? Let's just talk hypothetically here. You've gone and done that. Right, you think a police officer's doing whatever, so you have grabbed hold of him, you've put him under arrest for whatever reason you believe.
Yeah.
Right? You're in a courtroom, and the judge says to you, you do realise you can only arrest for citizens can only arrest someone for an indictable offence. You say, well, yeah, it was. So, Mr. Crinkle, you think someone grabbing hold of you by the arm is an indictable offence?
Well, no, but auditors...
No, so therefore you're guilty of assault of a police officer, then, aren't you?
Hang on, well, hang on. Illegally detaining you for your name and address and all that, or handcuffing you. Hang on, wait, that's like kidnap, really, isn't it? Or like holding someone against their will. Wait, yes, it is. If it's illegal, then that's really what it is. Holding you against your will, that's a form of kidnap and violence and corruption of quite a high order, in my opinion, right? And in probably most people's opinion. So
you're right.
And by saying you're speaking to a judge, you must be in Crown Court anyway.
You're right, Crinkle. Kidnap and false imprisonment is a very serious offence.
Exactly.
But you've got to try and take into account they have the power invested by law to them to actually take anyone away, and all they have to do is convince the judge or the jury that they honestly believed you was committing an offence.
Well, there you go. I mean, it can still be argued, though, that they've committed offence themselves. If you think it's unlawful, well, all these auditors are so sure that the police are doing it in a corrupt manner and it's all illegal and all the rest of it. This is my challenge. I mean, we could argue, all night probably over this.
Challenging everyone else to do it. Why don't you do that yourself?
I'm not an auditor.
If you tell me when you do it,
you just said you. Hang on. You just said you was an auditor. Don't fucking lie now. Listen, anything you say can and may be used against you in a court of PAP.
The reason why I'm not doing it, right, is because I don't think they're breaking the law. But all these auditors are convinced they're breaking the law when they come out to them most of the time. So that's my challenge. I wouldn't do it because I know they're not breaking the law, in my opinion. But we'll see. I'd like someone to try just to see. And if it goes... And if
everyone
it goes
in the chat, just try to understand. I am extracting the urine.
What? Well, anyway, that's my challenge. Let a judge decide whether they're breaking the law. And, if you do a citizen's arrest, they will be deciding that. Because it gets a bit annoying to watch these videos where to me, the police ain't doing anything wrong except trying to secure their own premises and find out who you are. To me, that's not breaking the law. So, and it gets annoying when all these auditors ever say is, they're corrupt and breaking the law. They're corrupt, breaking the law. Actually, take it to court.
Crinkle, my sergeant has just told me that you need to be careful because you're starting to cause people alarm, harassment and distress. Right, Sarge?
Citizens arrest me then. Right, one last thing, right? What's your solution, Dan? What would you do? Right, imagine you're Prime Minister.
Oh, right? Fuck, yeah.
Just imagine, what do you do with these boats that are turning up on shores?
Send them home. Send them away. I'd send them away. Genuinely, I would send them away.
Where would you send them?
Where they've come from.
Would you put them on trains and send them to the east?
I'd send them back where they come from. So if they've just come from France, they'll go back to France. And then France can deal with them and send them wherever they fucking want.
Hang on. How would you send them back? On the dinghy?
Well, no, oh, fuck me, I've gone all blurry again. Once they come over, we have a responsibility to make sure that they're okay, yeah? Right, as human beings, we have a responsibility to make sure they're okay. So I would I'd bring them ashore, okay? They would be detained because they've entered the country illegally, which is a crime, okay? So they would be detained, not put up in a 4-star hotel, okay? And then once there is enough of them, they would get onto a boat or onto a plane. They'd get sent back to where they came from, and they will get dealt with there.
Don't you have to kind of like process them to find out which ones would be allowed to stay or not, and which ones you may be sending back to their death?
No, because they've come to the country illegally. If they come through the country through the proper channels, then yes, then spend the time and deal with it. But if they're coming through illegally, why are they coming through illegally? If they've really got fucking problems and they're really seeking asylum, then they would come through the correct channels, wouldn't they?
Well, no, not always.
Why not? Why not? Why wouldn't you?
People think, well, some of them must think it's easier to come over on a dinghy, just land there, and then you're there. And
it fucking is easier. It is easier because as soon as they land, the government go, welcome the fucking home.
Well, don't you run the risk, though, of sending back some people maybe to their deaths?
No, because we're sending them back to where they've come from.
Yeah,
not
but
their
some
original,
of them might be...
not their original... Not their original place of fucking birth or whatever. Not their original where they've come from. So if France have allowed them to get through France and fucking buy some dinghies and illegally depart to come over here illegally, then they go back to France and then France can deal with it.
Yeah, no, but France would say, no, you're not sending them here. Like,
Tough
you
shit.
don't have power in France. You don't have power in France. They would, and if they didn't agree to that, then what do you do?
Well, there's not a lot you can do. I'd fucking drop them off on the shore.
Well, just let them go on the shore.
Well, that's what they're doing over. That's what they're doing over here, isn't it?
No, but you're prime minister. You can't do things like that. You know what I mean? They wouldn't have it, would they? No.
Listen.
No country's going to allow that. Come on.
France is being complicit in allowing their illegal immigration. Okay, so France is breaking the law as a country.
So you would break the law and just drop them all off back in France?
No, it would have to be a fucking. It would have to.
And how do you know most of them came through France? Some of them may have come a different way.
Because they're not coming across the fucking Germany, are they? They're coming from France. That is the last place that they were. They've come across the channel. They're not going to come from Sweden on a boat.
They may not have, gone ashore or whatever. They may have just waited there and got in their dinghy. And what's wrong with that? But, France, if France says to you, you're not allowed to do that, we're not going to accept that, you're going to have to find a better way, which is quite plausible, what would you do then?
I'd say, okay, well, fuck you. You're not allowed to do what you're doing. You don't send them over here. You keep them all. And then we'll keep what we've got and we won't have any more.
Yeah, but that's not going to stop them, is it?
Dan, ask Crinkle if he understands the geography of fucking Europe.
That's not going to stop them, though, is it? You know what I mean? Like saying to France, "Oh, you keep them."
What would you do? What would you do?
Well, hang on. I'm just getting to that. But what you're proposing is not knowing, which ones you're sending back to their deaths. You're also proposing something which wouldn't fly in real life.
They're not going to die in France. You're not sending them back to. You're not sending them back to their deaths if you send them back to France.
Well, okay. If you send them back to France, though, it would escalate the situation. You can imagine it escalating. France saying stop doing it. You keep doing it. So they put, naval patrols in their waters or whatever. So none of that could happen. So it would stop you doing it. Imagine you couldn't do that, which is very plausible. And if you was a prime minister, you wouldn't be doing that.
But it would also stop them from sending them over here. But that's what I'm getting at. If you turn around to France and say take them back, and France goes, no, we're not taking them back. We're going to stick fucking our French Navy in there to stop you sending them back. Okay, well we'll stick our fucking our Navy in the water as well to stop you sending them over here. Because you can't have it both ways. You can't send shit over, people over here and not let people come into your country. Fuck you.
They're not knowingly sending people here, though.
No, they're letting people. Which is the same. They're complicit.
Well, I don't know if they are actually.
Of course they are.
It's like saying, it's like saying the Coast Guard are letting drug smugglers wash up on our shores with their drugs. They're not letting them do it, are they? I mean, if they could stop them, they probably would.
They can stop many of the people that are coming over on dinghies, but they don't. There's a difference.
Well, okay, so imagine you sending them back then, right? What's that different to what we're doing now, which is we allow them on shore, we process them, and we send illegal immigrants back? Because
they're not.
We do that.
Well, they might send some back, but what happens is when what's happening is they'll get them all on a plane to send them back. Okay, then you'll get some fucking jumped up millennial go, oh my god, that's against human rights. We can't let them go. Then you get some fucking solicitor that wants a bit of fucking headline space. Okay, and he'll jump in and go, right, I'm going to fight this for them, and then they'll stop them from getting sent back. That's what happens.
No, it isn't. No, illegal immigrants, if they're illegal, then that, by definition, they're not allowed to be here, and they are sent back. But what our government do is find out who can legally stay here, which is the ones you would skip over and send back anyway, which I think is a bit racist, don't you think?
What do you mean racist? Why is that fucking racist?
Well, because they're human beings. What if they were all British expats coming back here on dinghies?
If they're coming in illegally, they get fucked off as well. Come through the proper channels. Simple as that. We have systems in place for everything. Okay.
It is a bit racist though. If one comes in, a proportion of them are legally allowed to stay here. You would be sending them people back. That's either racism or
calling me fucking racist.
Some sort of it's some sort of discrimination of some sort. They are human beings legally allowed to stay here. So what? It must be racism.
What do you mean fucking racism? It's nothing to do with racism. It's to do with the rule of. It's to do with law. It's to do with law, and if they're coming into the country illegally, they're breaking the law. Okay.
Yeah, but what you're proposing doesn't discriminate between the legal ones and the illegal ones.
Well, no, that's why we've got a right way of doing things and a wrong way of doing things. You do things the right way. You know who is legal, and you can allow them in, and you can offer them asylum and all the rest of it. They come in on the back of a fucking lorry, or they come in on a dinghy, or whatever it is they do. They get fucked off again because they're doing it wrong. They're breaking the law.
Well, no. Well, some of them are legally allowed to stay here, even if they come in by the wrong means. But what you're proposing is sending them all back, regardless whether it's legal or not.
I'm sending them back. No. They might be allowed here legally, but they've came in illegally.
Yeah.
Therefore, they're breaking the law. No. Therefore, they get sent back, and if they want to come in, they come through the proper channels. Simple as that.
Well, okay, so what if they start coming in the same... What if they start...
hang on a minute, wait a minute, Crinkle, wait a minute, yes.
Ask him why we should take them when we're paid hundreds of millions of pounds to keep them there.
What? Who's paid hundreds of millions of pounds?
We have, the UK.
Paid what?
Paid hundreds of millions of pounds to France to keep them there.
Well, I don't know. The question I was asking is, what do you do with them now they're here? I mean, whether that stops them or not, it's irrelevant to the question I was asking.
The ones that are here.
Imagine then, right? Imagine because your measures, right? It stops half of them, right? Trying to come here, but the other half just come in by the legal means. What are you gonna allow them with open arms then if they've come in legally? All these Afghanis
if they've come in legally,
because they've actually been had all the checks done on them, they've had everything verified, and if they deserve to be here, then yes.
You would? Okay, that's nice of you. I mean, it's not that bad then.
That's my point exactly. If they come in the right way, I've got no issue with people coming in the right way. They can be checked, they can be verified, as he just said. What's that noise? What's that fucking noise?
Oh, sorry, man. It's me. Sorry.
It sounds like you got the Hoover on. You're not giving yourself a blowjob with a Hoover, are you?
It's the pigeon dryer.
Right. So if people come in, this is what I'm saying. We send them back if they come into the country illegally. Send them back. Then if they want to come in properly, they come through the proper channels. We can do the checks. We can put them up, okay, and we can do the criminal checks and everything else, okay, to make sure that they are, viable to enter the country and become part of the country.
Well, I say most of them are, because most of them are escaping regimes where they're, a lot of them are actually trying to escape the Taliban now.
Right.
Ironically
yeah, but you
enough.
say that, right? I can understand if it was women and children, but most of them are men of what you call fighting age.
Well, so what?
What do you mean? So, Crinkle, you know what happened the other week?
Why discriminate whether they're male, female, 20 or 90? Does it matter? And I mean, wouldn't you, right, if you were living in some hellhole that you wanted to get out of, right, would you put your family through the risk of sinking in the in the water, Or would you come here on your own, try and make a life for yourself, and then invite them over or send them money back?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you do that?
Do it if it's done properly, yeah.
Crinkle, you're missing something. You're missing a really, really crucial piece of evidence.
What's that?
It was only the other week, one was caught with it being a terrorist. He's already been deported once and came back across on the boat and was caught again.
Well, what about
terrorist activity in this country?
What about the the guy in the news who is a doctor trying to get over here? Didn't you see that?
Well, he should have been. Did he come in the right way?
No, he came on a dinghy, but he was a doctor.
If he's a doctor, he can afford to come in the right way, can't he? He knows what he's doing.
Not really.
Well, what do you mean not really? Of course.
Well, no. Some people may not have the option to do that because they have to go through their own governments.
How do we deal with a legal situation? How is it, right? If you're against the government in your country, how is it going to be possible for you to go through the government to get some way of leaving that country? How are you going to do that? You can't. So you have to go on a dinghy. In a lot of countries, you've got embassies, haven't you? Not all, I appreciate, but in most countries, you've got embassies. So what's stopping somebody from going to the British embassy somewhere and saying, listen, I need to apply for asylum, and then helping them?
Well, in really oppressive countries, they would be watching those embassies and they would, be catching people trying to do this sort of thing and treat them as traitors.
Right, so you get into an embassy. So you go into an embassy and you say, I need help, I need asylum. The embassy then turns around and says, okay, we'll put you up, we'll look after you, okay, whilst we do the checks. If they're lying, they don't get through. That's down to them. If they're lying to get through, then tough shit.
On the hundreds or thousands scale, I don't think so, Dan. Get real. Right, isn't it? It's just easier rather than, alerting your government to the fact you want to leave, right? Get on a dinghy. What's wrong with that? Wouldn't any sensible person do the same thing?
Do you know what we should do? We should send some fucking submarines out there to cause some waves, right? I need to be racist. Let me be very careful. Oh, hang on. No. How's it fucking racist? Am I saying blacks or Asians or anything else? No, I'm not. I'm not being fucking racist. I'm saying anybody comes into the country across the channel.
Xenophobic, at least, isn't it?
You fucking call me racist, you mung. Fucking.
Well, it's xenophobic.
Crinkle.
What?
Do you know what the international agreement is on asylum?
I haven't read it in detail, no, but I know, if someone's got a legitimate asylum...
Right, let me just explain to you, I'll boil it down to its nuts and bolts. If someone is seeking asylum because they're at immediate risk, the first country they go to, that is the only place that they're at risk of. They don't need to travel through 4, 5, 6, 7 other safe countries to come to the UK.
Well, why do you think they're coming here?
Because we're fucking easy.
Because of the money, the benefits, the free healthcare, the free schools, the free money, the free houses.
Well, no. I say they come here very with good reason, and that's because we are the sixth largest economy on the planet.
Because many of them end up better off than fucking people that live here on fucking benefits. That's why.
They only want to come here to work and make a life for themselves, right? And we're the sixth richest nation on Earth. Wait! You keep talking over this crucial point. We're the sixth richest economy on the planet.
Okay.
No wonder they want to come here. I would want to come here if I was from Afghanistan.
I'd want to go to the first richest economy, not the sixth.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask this, Dan. Let me ask this. So what you're saying then is that they're not coming here because of the life's in immediate danger. They're coming here for economical reasons.
Well, there's lots of reasons.
They're not asylum seekers.
Hang on, they don't come here for one thing or the other. There's lots of things all in the equation. But if you're escaping anywhere, right, for whatever reason, it don't matter. You would want to come to, the richest country you can get to fairly easily. Yeah.
if you're in an abusive, hang on. Let me say, if you're in an abusive relationship, okay, do you want to just hang on a sec, right? If you're in a, hang on, let me try and fucking put this in the right words. Fuck! Do you know what? I fucking hate this. This is wank.
I know what you're gonna sort of say. I know the analogy. Are you going to try and get out to somewhere
you would get to the first safe place that you go. You wouldn't fucking, Well,
I know.
You know what I'm trying to say. I'm fucking struggling here.
But it's not that much of an extra leap, right? To instead of going to France, you could just stay in the boat a little bit longer, or whatever, and you're here, and it's a richer country and all the rest of it.
Crinkle, do you think they're going to France in boats?
Right, so what is the reason why you're so against them coming here legally? The legal ones, when they want to work hard, they contribute to our economy.
Because they're coming here illegally, that's why.
The legal one.
Yeah, they might be legal to come into the country. They might be legal, but they're coming here illegally.
Yeah, no, but the legal ones who are
There is no but. Right? They might be legal. They might be legal, but they are breaking the law to get here.
Even the ones who haven't broke the law to get here, right? They come here. Are you against them? Coming here?
Of course not. What have I been saying? We've done. Yeah, we've been through this.
Okay. So the only reason you're wanting to send them back, even though they're legally allowed to stay, is because they got here illegally.
Because they've broken the law.
Because they got here. You're just using that as an excuse.
No, they've broken the law. Listen, I don't agree with people breaking the law.
So what? Breaking the law to get here? They're not breaking the law in this country. They may have broke the law.
Well, they are. They are breaking the law in this country because they're entering illegally.
Yeah, but you're just using that as an excuse because you're ideologically opposed to immigrants.
And you're ideologically not opposed to them coming here, so you're using it as your excuse.
No, I'm not using it as my excuse. No, I'm not.
You know what I think?
But if they're legally, if they can legally stay, I don't care how they got here. That's the difference.
And Australia's done.
Go on.
Look, I'm nuanced enough to realise that some of them would be legally allowed to stay here, right? And I would ignore the fact that they broke the law to get here. That wouldn't matter to me because I can see humans underneath all of this. They got human rights, and I'm not a racist, and I would support those people that are legally allowed to come here. And I don't, I've got sympathy with people trying to make a better life for themselves.
Right.
Wouldn't you?
So somebody's annoying me. Okay, let's say somebody's annoying me, and I murder them. Okay. Now I legally killed them, but I done it because I wanted to get rid of them, which is my right to. I don't want them around, so I killed them. So you're going to let me off for breaking the law to get my end result? You don't know that there is a system in place.
End result? No, that's obviously ridiculous analogy. They're not committing murder. They're coming across in a dinghy.
Thank you. Took words out of my mouth.
It harms nobody. It harms nobody. Them coming over. In fact, they're putting themselves at risk, right? So it's not harming any of us. That
it is though. It is.
How does them arriving on the shore harm you?
Okay, so let me put it this way, right? Maybe not me personally, but they are harming children. Some of them are harming children. Some of them are breaking the law and harming other people. Some of them lots of them are taking up hotel space whilst our own people are asleep on the streets and dying in the streets. There is a lot of harm.
Right. Okay. Right. So that's a good point. So you think they're kind of taking money away from homeless people and all the rest of it, right? Whose fault do you think that there aren't enough social houses in this country?
Illegal immigrants. Illegal immigrants.
You think it's illegal immigrants. So do you think this country has enough money to house and clothe everybody if it saw fit?
Well, they've got enough money to put people up in four-star hotels.
Well, right. look, this
Twinkle,
is
how many illegal immigrants do you think's in the country?
Look, this gets down to it. Let me tell you then, right? This country has enough money, right, to feed and clothe and educate everyone on this island, right?
Right.
The fact that it's not happening is not immigrants' fault. It's the government's fault. But they use the media, right, to paint pictures of immigrants and, you know, to turn your public opinion against these people using headlines like racist immigrant who was in a hotel, blah, blah, blah. They got plasma screens. We put them in 5-star hotels. They're using the media to brainwash you to look down at the immigrants, to blame them for what the government are doing. It's the government spending is the reason why there's homeless, not the immigrants.
I don't read the paper. I don't watch the news. I just base my opinion on what I hear and what I see.
Facebook, Facebook. All these stories is designed, right, to turn you against, to distract you from the real reason why there's homeless and not enough money floating around for all of us. It's because the government are taking it. The government ain't spending. They're not building
really
homes.
Serious question. Sprinkle, I need to ask you a serious question.
Yeah.
Right? I'm not taking the piss when I ask you this. I am dead serious because this is exactly what I am taking from what you're saying. Are you a communist? Socialist?
No.
Are you a socialist?
No, I'm not.
Because that is exactly exactly what I'm taking from what you're saying.
Well, hang on. Which is better to you? Rich corporations, doing, you know, getting money and making loads of profits and basically taking all the money, is bubbling up, right, rather than trickling down like they claim? Or would you like to tax them and bring some of that money back down to us? Which would you prefer? Just to leave them and let it go up?
That question, honestly.
Well, hang on, no. Which do you think is the right thing to do?
I'll answer that question honestly. Take a look at China, and you tell me which is right to do.
Well, hang on. China, you know, this is where people get mixed up. Communism.
And look at North Korea. Look at North Korea, and look at China. Look at North Korea, and you tell me which is best.
Well, you know, that's not true communism, is it? In those countries, that's not what it's about.
That is communism. That's socialism. Yes, that is what it is.
Right. Okay, right. Let me ask you a series of quick questions, right?
So I'm asking you. Hang on a second. I'm asking you. That is what I'm taking from what you're saying. That is what you think this country should be.
It's not true. It's not communism. All people who are opposed to, or think they're opposed to, communism try to point out, you know, regimes where it was dictatorships and all the rest of it. That's not what communism is, really, is it?
So what is it then?
Well, it's, you know, owning the means of production, where the people own everything rather than rich corporations. That's mostly what it's about, and about and abolishing private property so that we all own everything rather than a few. That's really what communism is about.
That is what you just said. You think the government should feed and clothe everybody and house everybody.
Yeah, well, do you think that's a good idea or not?
Communism.
Well, do you think that's a good idea, or is it a good idea or a bad idea?
I think it's a good idea. Do I think it's a good idea?
Do you know what? Yeah. Let's just do away with borders. Fuck it.
North Korea.
Hang on, right. Would you prefer a system of social organisation in which all property is owned by the community, right, and each person contributes and receives according to their ability and needs? Or would you prefer what we've got today, where we have rich corporations running the show?
I'm lost for words. I'm really truthfully, I'm lost for words.
Well, I'm asking you, out of those two, which would you prefer?
I prefer what we've got.
You prefer it this way, do you? Where you're poor, and there's all these rich people on
what makes you think I'm poor?
Well, you're working class, I know that. Well, you're working class.
What makes you think I'm working class?
Well, because you sound working class.
Oh, that's a bit fucking presumptuous, isn't it?
Oh, well, hang on. Well,
next you're going to be telling. Next you're going to be assuming he's a bloke.
So basically, what he's saying.
No, he's going to be thinking I'm a straight male next, isn't he?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
So, no, hang on. What we've been saying all along is that you're against this and that because there's homeless and blah blah blah. But then in the next breath, you say this is how you want it. You want it like this. You just said it. You want this gap between the rich and the poor.
What we've got.
You want this gap between the rich.
What we have got than North Korea or China.
No, you see, this is a false dichotomy.
Please educate yourself. Please educate yourself.
Right, this is a false dichotomy. It's not a choice between what we have now and North Korea. That's nonsense. And if you say you're not working class, you would understand that what you're saying is bullshit, basically. It's not that choice.
You'd understand.
But
you'd understand if you had a brain cell. You would understand that making everything, the government paying for everything and giving you everything, is socialism.
Yeah, but it's not the government giving you everything. It's
who's giving it then? Is it just dropping out of the sky on your lap?
No. It's us giving it to us, not the government.
Right, do you know what? Do you know what? Hang on. Crinkle's #1 fan said we should take care of our poor first. And do you know what? I agree with that. There are people in this country.
I agree with that.
There are people in this country who are struggling. Okay, and we have a responsibility to the people of this country first and foremost, in my opinion. Okay.
Why should we, put one human being on this island?
Now, from the bottom of my heart, Dan, I will tell you now. All the homeless should be homed and given a fair chance, the same as you or me or the next person.
Yeah.
There should be no reason for the homeless.
Well, that's socialism right there.
No, they're not. No, it's not. The reason we're in this socialism is because of the 1.3 illegal immigrants in this country. 1.3 million, Crinkle. Let that sink in. 1.3 million, because it was all over the news today and yesterday.
Oh, mainstream media. Ah, okay. You read the mainstream media. Right.
I don't read the mainstream media at all, Crinkle.
Well, look, what you just proposed is a socialist idea to build lots of houses and give everyone a house. Social housing.
I didn't say build any. I never. Nowhere in that statement did I say build anything.
Well, how are you?
Nowhere in that statement.
Well, how are you going to house everyone without building houses?
Ship them all back. Ship all the illegals back, and we'll have plenty of empty properties.
Well, I don't think we will actually.
Crinkle, let me explain something to you, right? I remember, and it's going back a lot of decades now, when I first left school, I could walk into any housing office, council housing office, and say, I need a house. And they would give me half a dozen sets of keys and say, go and pick one. You walk into an housing office now, a single mother with half a dozen kids, walk into an housing office now, say I'm homeless, now we can do. Why? Because it's all been given to fucking illegals.
No. You see, this is what they want you to believe. The people in control, the people who have the power to build houses to give to us, right? They want you to believe it's the illegal immigrants, when really, like I said before, it's the governments. Successive governments have not built enough social housing for us. It's them, not the immigrants. Please, when will you realise that?
Council estate in Europe. Don't tell me there's not enough houses. I live on the biggest council estate in Europe.
Oh, yeah, the immigrants ain't using up all them houses. There's enough. Okay, there would be. There's enough money in this country to build houses for everyone.
Sit in a corner. I want you to sit corner, Crinkle, and put your finger on your lips like this. All right, face the corner as well, and I'll come back to you in a minute. I'm going to put a link in the comments in a minute that will take you to the Discord channel. Okay, it will take you to the Discord voice chat part of the channel. Okay, I'm hoping it works anyway at the end of this live stream, where we can pick this conversation up in there. Anybody that wants to join in will be able to come. Hopefully be able to click the link and join the Discord channel voice chat room, so we can all have a talk and we can all see what everybody thinks.
Does that mean then that I will need to call back?
Well,
just stay on the phone.
Well, to be honest, I'm gonna because we've had this call going for quite a while now. Plus my I think my ears might be bleeding underneath these headphones. So So I'm going to keep this chat. I'm going to keep on here for a little bit longer. But then I'm going to pop the link to the Discord chat afterwards, and anybody else that wants to pick this up afterwards can come in a Discord chat and discuss it in there. Hello?
Oh, I think he disappeared, but then you might have come back. Are you there?
I think Crinkle's still sitting in the corner with his finger on his lips.
Right,
Crinkle?
while he's quiet, do you agree that what he's saying is socialism?
I listen, I am the most uneducated on politics and stuff like that. Okay, I don't even know what half the words mean when it comes to politics. Okay, and at the risk of making myself look a prick, I just do not do it. Okay, people talk about socialism, capitalism, all that shit.
I'll leave that bit at that then, Dan.
And I'm just going to be honest. I do not get involved in any of it. And people call me a fucking dick for not knowing what political party's on the left and what political party's on the right. I don't give two fucks. All I know is what I think, and that's all that matters to me. So, there we go.
Like I said, Dan, fair play to you. Fair play to you, mate. That I totally accept and totally understand. And so be it. I don't know lots of things about lots of things.
As I say, I'm happy to talk about stuff. I will give my opinion on stuff. It's not based on politics. It's based on my own personal opinion, not because I'm left or right or fucking whatever it might be. So there. Anyway, listen. What I'm going to do is I'm going to chuck the link to the Discord chat in the comments now. Actually, so anybody you can open that and you can just go and sit there and wait if you want, or bookmark it or whatever. But where is it? Invite people. Copy that link. Hopefully, it's going to work. I don't know if anybody can try it out for me. I can see whether or not anyone's in there. But that's the link anyway.
Are you ending your stream now?
Shortly.
Oh, okay. Mate,
no, Crinkle. We want you to come. We want you to come into this Discord thing, and everybody's going to come in and rip you to pieces.
No, I don't think so. Really.
They're gonna bend you over.
You can't rip
You
can't rip the Crinkle to pieces, man. You know what I mean?
Right, I see there's a couple of people in the voice chat. To be honest, some people are saying.
Obviously, I don't have any of this, and it's asking me for all sorts of mad shit.
Honestly,
did I tell you, Dan? My mate had his finger.
Honestly, it's easy. It's easy. Honestly,
I forgot to tell you.
It's just like creating any simple account. Honestly,
my mate had his finger bitten off, Dan. What a donut!
By who?
By a dog, a guard dog.
Fuckers will get put in your fucking guard dog's mouth, innit?
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to end this call.
I could think of some better things to be bitten off.
Well, you know what I'll say though? Here's a good analogy. I'll just put it out there for people to get to put in their pumpkin. Yeah, get this in your grapefruit. We train the police to be like guard dogs. When you go prodding around in their enclosure, yeah.
Well, then I suggest.
Sorry, Crinkle.
Sorry,
Crinkle. I accidentally cut you off mid-sentence. Right, that's it. I'm gonna have to end this call. And I might go make myself another brew, and then come back for 20 minutes, half hour. Then I think we should all try and get over onto Discord, because it's getting a bit late now, as well. So.
I'm trying to do this as we speak.
Honestly, it's easy enough to get into. It's not difficult on Discord.
Right, brilliant. I'll try and do it anyhow. When I'm assuming that link. Hang on, I better.
Yeah, I'll post it again. I'll post the link again. If anybody's having trouble getting into the room, let me know. Because it was a private room, and I think I've changed it to make it public. Yeah, but it's just like putting Discord is better than Telegram. Telegram, well, I wouldn't use Telegram anyway. Discord is more private than Telegram.
Right. But I'm still trying to figure out. I'm not sure if this is yours or not.
Well, it's the link I've just sent. The link I've put in the description. If you click on that in the comments,
crap,
rather.
I just realised. You know what I've just realised?
What's
I'm
that?
going to have to do it on my tablet because I don't have a microphone from the fucking PC.
Oh, right.
Right, I'm going to try and get it set up on my tablet, Dan, and then I'll hopefully get in there with you.
All right, but as long as you click the link that I'm posting in the comments, then it should take you. Once you've joined, it should automatically bring you through to the chat room.
Right, brilliant. No worries then, bud.
All right, mate.
See you in a bit, lad.
All right, take it easy.
All right, bye-bye.
Right. These are coming off for a minute. Oh, Jesus. Oh, my ears. Tells you the dress is invalid. Well, I know there's a couple of people in there. Hang on a second. Let me do that, because no more calls for the moment. You can, Tina, give me a few minutes, because my ears are... I don't know. I think there might be a bit of blood running down the side of my face. Oh, God. Ugh. No, the app should work on an iPad as well, Lady Anfield. But the link I've put is directly to the voice chat, which I've unlocked, and as far as I'm aware, it is now public to people that have got the link. Thank you, Loafer. Tell Crinkle to buy and read Thomas Sowell's Race and Culture, or Paul Embry's Despised, Why the Modern Left Loathe the Working Class. Maximum number of uses, no limit. There's an option to grant temporary membership, which boots anybody that comes in and then disconnects. But I don't want that. I want people to have access. So let's try that again. I can see a few. Josie, I can see you in there. Dodd Mother's in there. Arthur's in there. I'm not in there just yet, obviously. Meat Chopper's in there. I can see some of you getting through, some of you getting in. Right. I'm going to make, animal rights. I'm going to make a brew. I think I'm going to take a paracetamol as well. And then I shall be back. And Tina as well. What's that? Yeah, that's right. It says you don't have permission to send messages. What the bloody hell? Let me have a quick look. Permissions. Everyone, view channel roles members. Let's see if I can add something here. Yeah, I will be locked. I will be. No, that's right. That's right. Connect. Allow members to join this voice channel and hear others. Yeah, that's right. Allow members to speak. Yeah, yeah. Start activities. No. Allow members to speak in this voice chat. Yeah. Allow. No. 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 Right. That should be right. Yeah. It should be. Should be. Right. I'll tell you what. I'm going to pop you on. I'm going to pop you on hold just for a minute. With a bit of be right back, and I will literally be right back. So don't go anywhere. I'll be back. Whilst I'm gone, for the next couple of minutes, see if you can get into the Discord chat. If you can, it may. No, it won't be actually. Yeah, try and get in the Discord chat, and let me know when I come back.
You are watching the Police Abusing Powers channel. Your host Dan is currently taking a comfort break and will be back momentarily. Your patience is appreciated. Please check the video description for channel social media links, where we share alternative content, not necessarily in video format. Did you know, contrary to popular belief, it is not legal for a pregnant woman to urinate into a police constable's helmet? Unless, of course, their head is on fire. Due to the nature of the content and limits YouTube place on freedom of speech, your support is important. There are ways you can support the channel listed in the description. Why not participate? You can contact Police Abusing Powers using the phone number on your screen when the lines are open, or you can Skype using Dan Pap as the contact. That's Dan P-A-P. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button and click the bell so you are notified when we upload new content. You can also join our jovial and supportive community by participating in the live chat, and please don't forget to share and like the stream.
Okay, and we're back. And we're back. I can see Lady Anfield, I can see you're in there now, so I know you've made it in. So we will get to that very shortly anyway. But for now, the lines are now open again, or the line, should I say, is now open again. We'll do, I don't know, maybe another 20 minutes, half an hour, take a couple of calls. And, oh! Hello, Tina. Hello, Tina.
Hello, how you doing?
I'm not so bad, thank you. How are you?
Hello, how
Oh,
Yeah, not too bad, mate.
good stuff. Can you
Hang on, let me turn that down.
Yeah, thank you.
Not too bad, mate. Good stuff. Can you turn that down? Yeah, thank you. Okay.
Got a bit of an echo going on there. Is that?
Sorry. Sorry. Turn down. Sorry. Is that better?
That's better. That's perfect. Lovely.
That
How
better?
are you? That is, yeah.
Okay. I'll turn the sound off on my phone.
Perfect.
Right, can you hear me, Dan?
I can, yes.
Wonderful. I wanted to sort of like put some humour in for everybody on the site because it's been quite tense the last hour.
It has been. It has been.
So basically, the MITI form that you sent me, the security one. Yeah?
Yes.
Search. So, can you hear me?
I can.
Right. So the research I found so far is I went onto their site and they do their training. I'm not sure if you're aware what they are with the SIA group.
Right.
They're the one that authorises all training for police, security firms across the country.
Yeah.
So there's an SIA code of conduct, and I wanted to read a particular section. I won't go through too many,
Okay.
but it says on part of the conduct, they have to approach people with honesty and integrity, be trustworthy, protect the people and the property, be professional, be accountable for your decisions. But there's one particular one which comes out. They have a code of conduct which is very, very clear about what they cannot do.
Yeah.
So basically about door work, etc., other things. Examples of not meeting the commitment. This is the one you might find funny. Someone who is using their mobile phone to film the actions of a security guard, and the security guard responds by grabbing their mobile phone and throwing it to the ground. They are not allowed to do.
Yeah.
The SIA training. The other thing they are not allowed to do is to grab you. If you're in a public place and you're in a public space and you are filming, they may say, "What are you doing?" Once you said you're filming, they need to walk away. They are not allowed to assault you.
Yeah.
So I devised a little letter I'm going to write. I'll send it to you. But the basics of it is, right. Dear sir, sorry, madam, sir, human, because I don't know how many identifications there are now at the top of my letter, so I can't write them all down. So basically what I'm saying is, I've looked at your document and I find it rather disturbing. It's a very old document, so I'm not sure if you've updated it. However, I'll make the points clear. I am a trainer. I've trained young offenders. I've trained different organisations. I am willing to give you free training on Section 33 of the Justice Act 1972. I'm also going to give you retraining on the SIA 2022 Code of Conduct, and it explains what your guards and your security staff must not do when approaching the public. I think it's sad that you deem to want to perceive auditors as aggressive, confrontational. I think your document represents slander, defamation of character, and could be criminal offence, something you need to be careful of. So I think you need desperate training, so I'm wanting to do it for free. You can come to my city or I'll come to yours. So I put a whole graph out. I've got a PowerPoint presentation ready to do all the training. I'm offering it for free. Once it's done, what I would like you to do is to submit another booklet apologising to the auditors and the public for misleading them by not knowing your own laws. Yours sincerely. What do you think?
That sounds good to me. That definitely sounds good to me. And you're going to send that off to them?
Yeah. It's going tomorrow.
Oh, you need to keep me updated on the response. That sounds brilliant.
To the chief exec of MITI Corporation.
Right.
I found his email online this morning.
Brilliant. So just for the people watching that are not sure, the other day there was a document that we spoke about. I think it was Sunday. I think it might have been. We spoke about a document from MITI or Mighty, whatever you want to call them, which spoke about auditors in particular and the threat that they may pose to security. I can't remember it all off the top of my head. I do have it on the computer, but I don't really want to go through it all again here. The essence is basically they're basically saying that auditors are a nuisance, they're a security threat, and all sorts of bits and pieces. And I sent that document over to you, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
Yeah, I sent that document over to Tina here, who Tina has a website. I put it in the comments on Sunday. What's your website again, Tina?
It's https://independent-advice-net.uk.
Right. Okay. That I've just popped into the. I've just put that into the link into the comments. So Tina has this website which at the moment has got some very useful stuff on it, and will have much more useful stuff in the future about councils, about housing, about benefits, all sorts of things, for the information that you may have gone to the Citizen Advice Bureau for. However, as Tina pointed out to me a couple of weeks ago, and I've said on the channel, the Citizen Advice Bureau has had part of a £58 million fund from the DWP, which means ultimately the Citizens Advice is in the pocket of the DWP at the moment. So this website is genuinely, what's the word I'm thinking of, independent, whereas the CAB may not be so independent now because of their funding from the DWP. So that's who this is that I'm talking to, just so everybody's aware.
Thank you, Dan. And everything is free. And if you get stuck, we have volunteers around the whole UK, which will be your advocate. And we don't stop until we win your case. I've done PIP, DWP cases at tier appeal level, and I don't lose. And neither do any of the trained volunteers that I have. So if you need any help or any questions, we've got loads of download documents you can use on lots of topics. It's halfway through because unfortunately my web designer got a bit excited and he put it up too early.
Well, the amount of information that you need to put on there, it's going to take a while to get it all on anyway. But it's better to have it open and at least help some for now until you get more information on there to help more.
Yeah. And basically, just to let your group know, I've got 40 years work in public service. The reason why I've done so much public service is because I'm a nosy cow. I want to know it works on the inside. And that's why I've got all the training from them. So now I know how to fight them. And that's why I did it. 40 years of public service just to get what I wanted for a website. So that's how it is. Thanks for that, Dan. I just thought the MITI bit would be great.
No, yeah, definitely.
Tomorrow, and I will let you know the update as soon as I get it through and if we get an apology.
I would definitely be interested to hear what's going on. One woman vigilante, quite possibly. If you go to that website and you do there's a like a contact, like a request for help form on there. If you do that, Tina will pick that up, and if Tina can help you, then she will. Again, I certainly won't promote somebody that I think wouldn't be able to help you. But again, depending on circumstances, sometimes we may not be able to, but we would always try and put you in touch with people that can.
If I can't help, I've got many other charitable rights groups. I got charitable rights groups on standby who have QCs in London. If I can't help you, I transfer to them.
There you go. Okay.
Is that all right? All right, Dan, hang up. I know you got someone else that was trying to get in, mate. Thanks for giving me the time. I just want to lighten the mood a little bit about MITI, okay?
Yeah,
just to make a bit of a giggle.
Definitely. I could definitely do with finding out what they say in response to that.
I'll let you know on your sites. We can do it on the thing here so everyone knows what's going on.
Excellent.
Take care.
Yeah, you too. Thank you. Oh, hello, good evening, and welcome.
Hiya, Dan, all right?
Not so bad, who's this?
Yeah, it's Locke.
Locke, okay, how you doing, mate?
Yeah, all good, mate.
You'll have to forget me. I'm still struggling to remember who's who. I remember some voices, but it's difficult to remember them all.
It used to be Locke from Weymouth, and I've never rang before, eh?
Right.
Again, a bit like yourself, I've got stroke brain, so I've written a little list, and I'm going to keep it short and sweet, not like the rest of your guests.
Right.
Right, first of all, I'd just like to say thanks for what you do for all the UK public.
I'll do my best.
If it wasn't for you, I think a lot of people would be a lot more ignorant.
I don't do, to be honest, I don't do as much as what I used to do with explaining the law since I've been doing the reports, and I'd love to be able to get back to doing some of that. I really would, but it's such a full-time job, so to speak, doing the reports. I find it difficult to find the time to do the other bits, but I'm hoping at some point I'll be able to get back and start chucking a few extra videos out in order to help people with show them certain situations and explain them like I used to. But I mean, we've spoken loads, haven't we, in the chat and stuff. And it's really nice to speak to you on the phone.
It is,
for the first time.
I always call you Pap in my comments, but since I'm speaking to you live, I'll call you Danny.
That's fine. I've been called far worse.
If you spell my name backwards, log, that's my name, Colin, but shortened for Cole.
Right. Understood.
The next thing would be my hats. I love them. I've bought 3. They're really good quality. And I have got the ACAB badges on them proudly.
Excellent.
And the next thing, and again, this is just my little niggle, mate. This is the down part. I'm gutted to still see that you're smoking, bruv.
I know.
Like, again, I'm on the vapes now since I suffered my strokes and shit. I ain't certain how much it's helping, but to see you sit there line up straight cigarettes is not that. It doesn't cheer me up.
I know it's bad. I know.
I would rather see you smoking a fat one in it.
I don't touch the stuff. Maybe I should, but
no, fair play, mate. Fair play. If you can find the right type, it will medicate you properly.
Yeah.
But it's finding the right type on the black market. It's very hard because some are heavy hitting and some are really good for you. And that's the bad bit about it being illegal. If they could legalise it, then we'd be able to make an educated choice and get what we need.
Yes. Yeah, I know there's a lot of people that it helps with certain conditions, and I understand that.
Again.
Sorry, go on. I'm interrupting you, and you've got the same problem as I have. Go on.
No, that's me interrupting you. I was rude, mate. And again, like I said, I'm going to keep it short and sweet, mate. But I've been here from the beginning, don't you?
Oh yes.
And I just again that last conversation just got a bit nuts, mate, didn't it?
It did a bit, yeah. I probably should have ended it sooner, but do you know what? Sometimes, and I've got to be honest, that whilst that conversation was going on, I had more viewers than before or since tonight.
When you went and crashed out on the settee, that fucking had me laughing, mate. And when you had the 2 puppets talking, brilliant.
When it gets a bit serious, we have to have a laugh, haven't we?
Yeah, we do, mate. We do. Anyway, I won't keep you any longer. It's just really nice to talk to you personally, Dan, and I will go back to calling you back when the comments.
No worries. This is the same. Go on.
I did send you a comment the other day saying I'm having a few problems watching people's lives, and I think the tube might be pissing about with me signal because sometimes I'm quite aggressive in my chat.
Right.
So I'm sort of really sort of calming the comments down. That's why it's only thank you and respect.
What is it? Is it not letting you watch them, or is it not letting you comment on them, or?
No, it's just my signal's dropping out all the time, and then I'll go and watch a BMX edit.
Right.
And my signals won't drop at all. I'll go and watch a car edit, and my signal won't drop at all.
Right.
I'll go and watch a YouTube friendly video. I'm quite into watching people build lakes with excavators and stuff.
Yeah.
And my signal doesn't drop out at all. But as soon as I try and join live chats, I'm a big fan of the Resistance in Boston. I'm a big fan of Eli in New York. And
right.
I do watch quite a lot of the American stuff.
Yeah.
But every time I'm watching them live, my signal's just dropping off. It was doing it tonight when I started commenting. That's why I stopped commenting so much. And that seemed to stop the dropping out so much. So, yeah, again, I think they're playing with you. I know they're playing with the resistance. And I know they're shadow banning loads of people at the moment that's got any... Again, they're pissing about with the truth tellers.
Yeah. I mean, there is a platform that I've been looking at which allows you to stream, but you stream it on their platform. You don't have to stream it through YouTube. You can stream it on their platform, and you can save it or do what you want with it. And you can still do things like we're doing here. You've got a chat module there, and you can have just have people phone enough. But it's something I need to look into because YouTube really is taking a piss lately.
They are, mate. They are. Demonetising you is disgraceful.
Well, I put that. You saw that post I put up yesterday.
I did, mate. Yeah, I did, mate. It's disgusting.
Literally, I'm getting maybe 1 out of 10 videos that they're monetizing. And I am, but a lot of the videos I've done recently, I've not sworn in. I've been careful because I've had a couple of complaints from YouTube about some of my videos, calling people,
I think you're one of the most professional news networks on the bloody internet, to be honest, mate.
Thank you.
No, that's not kissing boots or anything. It's just the truth, and I like the truth. I've worked my whole life around the truth, and I think the truth is the truth. And what is wrong with telling the truth?
I think for me, I try and be myself. I don't try and be anything else. I don't try and put anything on in front of the camera. Do you know what I mean? I'll have a cigarette and
never have.
And I think that's the difference. When you get people on the telly and some of these other YouTube channels, you can tell that they're dressing up a lot.
Yeah.
I don't give a shit. Do you know what I mean? I'll just be myself.
No. Best way to be, mate. It's the only way you can be, mate. Innit? And I think that's why you get so much respect for being yourself, because that's why I respect you, because you're you.
Yeah.
So anyway, I won't keep you any longer, look, because I don't want to be that other matey that said he'll keep it short and sweet and shorten the story and everything. But I love my hats. It's really good quality. Thanks for everything you do for the UK public. I think you do more than what you realise, but honestly, it's really nice to have. It's really nice to have.
If it wasn't for people like you and everybody else watching this at the moment or in the future, then the channel wouldn't be anything. So
again, I'm not even working class, mate. I think I might be a bit like yourself. I'm benefit class, so I'm the scum of the scum as such. Yeah. Do you know them names that you put up and you say thank you at the end of the videos?
Yes.
How do you do that, and how much is it?
That's on Patreon, which was a link in the description. I think the lowest one on there is £3 a month. I think it is.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to have a good think about that, mate, because I think I can surely afford £3 a month.
Well, as I've always said to everybody, I'll never put anything behind a paywall.
No, you've always said that.
I might offer some people early access, but it will never be. It will never be that nobody else gets to see it. Do you know what I mean? It will always be you get to see it first because you're a supporter, for example, and then everyone else gets to see it afterwards. But everyone will get to see everything that I ever put out.
I'll have a good think about that, mate, and try and work Patreon out. And if I can do it, I shall certainly try. Look,
no worries.
Again, I've thought more about it since your last message saying that you're not getting monetized, and I've watched all them videos, and there's no bloody reason why they shouldn't be monetized.
No, especially you got we know why it is. It's because I haven't got BBC stuck up in a corner or ITV. You get all these these other ones, and they'll get monetized on practically every single video they've got. Even when they're talking about the same things as I, which in most cases they don't talk about really. Because they don't.
No, they don't.
They want to keep it hidden.
Yeah, they do. And like I say, a lot of the information that I get from you, especially about police abusing powers, is is not ever on the mainstream media ever.
Well, I think was it today? 2 of my videos I actually only found in one local newspaper. For each
and
of the
they'll only
reports.
be in there once.
Yeah.
They'll only be in there once, and they won't cover the whole story, and they won't cover it the way you do. Like I say, you're doing a bang up job for the UK public, mate. You should be really proud of yourself. I'm proud of you, and I don't even know you. Well, I do know you. I feel like I know you because I've been watching you for years. And this conversation is quite comfortable. I don't feel nervous or anything, even though I'm on live YouTube for the first time ever. You know what I mean? This is not me.
Yeah.
But the demonetization bit just has really wound me up over the last day or so.
It's annoying. It is annoying, especially when I see. So don't get me wrong. I do this, and I've always done this. Initially, I did it. I was just chucking a video out because I got nicked, right? And I just thought, let's see what happens. I'll chuck it on. And then I started doing what I was doing because then I started doing the breaking videos down and explaining the legislation and stuff because I liked doing it and I enjoyed doing it, and I still enjoy doing what I do now. As time's gone on, I mean, it does get to a point where you think to yourself, the amount of time I put into it, which again I don't mind doing at all, otherwise I wouldn't do it, but the amount of time I put into it compared to it sounds really bad when I say it, but compared to what I get out of YouTube, I mean, I get a lot out of you guys because I learn stuff from the comments and I've met some great people on here. But when you break it down, I earn about £2 a day, maybe, if that.
Great wages, great wages.
Do you know what I mean? And that's how it is. But again, it's not about. I don't want a nice car out the front, and because I'm earning loads of money from YouTube, all I want to do is to be able to, maybe buy a nice bit of equipment or upgrade something or whatever it might be. That's all I want to do, and I can do it. It just takes a while to get there, and that's because YouTube doesn't like my news.
It's disgusting, mate. And again, if the more again, oh God, what is it? I forget the one that Tommy Robinson's had to go on. Not that I'm a full supporter of Tommy Robinson, but I think the way they've treated him as a journalist is so wrong. And he's on Getter now. I don't know if that would be.
Yeah. I've got Getter.
Have you?
Yeah. In the description. I joined last week. I joined Getter and Parler and Gab and a couple of other places as well. All those links in the description, just in case anybody wants to join me over there.
Do they pay you shilling, mate? Getter?
No, I don't get. No. In order to make any sort of money from anywhere, you've got to have sort of tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of followers. So. Again, I do what I do, and I enjoy doing it, and I'll keep doing it, until I can't. But
thank you and 100% respect, mate.
No worries. And listen, I mean, we've spoken loads in the comments over the last few years, and again, it's nice to speak to you, personally.
I've been looking forward to it all night, but the chat went crazy for a couple of hours. And I was meant to be in bed early because I took my medication early, but you were worth staying for, mate.
Oh, man, I appreciate that. Thank you.
One love, my man.
All right, you take it easy and don't be afraid to call in the future.
I won't, mate, and you keep on being you because, you are doing more than you know for the UK public. And I think the whole of this chat would agree with that.
Oh, I appreciate it, dude.
You're a top man.
Thank you.
Respect, Dan,
all right, man.
And one love, Pap.
You look after yourself.
You go easy, mate. Thank you very much for having me on.
You're very welcome.
Nice one, bro. Bye-bye.
Speak to you soon. Ta now.
Right. Bye-bye. Bye.
Right, again, in the comments, I'm going to chuck Independent Advice Net UK, which is Tina's channel. I'm going to chuck Lost Soul Paranormal channel in there as well. Boom, there we go. And again, I'm going to grab the link to the Discord chat in case anyone wants to come over there afterwards. Boom, there we go. Because I'm nice like that. But I'm not. Listen, don't think I'm going to be start promoting everybody's channel. I've only promoted Lost Soul Paranormals because she's been round and she's touched my helmet. Hello, Stuart. What are you doing? Hello. Hello. Hello, hello. I can't hear you. Try again. Hello. Goodbye. Your what's not huge, Lost Souls Paranormal? Your helmet. You said. Hello.
Oh, how you doing, Dan?
Oh, there we go. How are you, mate?
Not bad. You hear me okay? Aye?
Good, so I can now, yes, mate.
Aye. How you doing, buddy? All right?
Yeah, not so bad, mate. Yeah. All good.
The guys, I don't know if you remember me for the last time I phoned up, DJ Sonic.
Yes, yeah. Your name's your image has come up on Skype and your name, so I remember your name from the.
All right. Yep. Cool, man.
Before, so it's all good.
I just want to basically echo that last call that he was saying. I mean, with much respect for basically everything you've done, man.
Okay, look, I'll be honest, right? I don't do compliments very well, which is why some people might think I'm being a bit fucking weird when I say thank you and stuff like that. I do what I do. I don't, I don't know how to explain it. I just do what I do.
Yeah, I get you. I mean, I've had that a few times, like with a couple of gigs I've done, and some of the feedback I got about it, especially after a good night,
Yeah.
It's like, best you can do is try and be humble with it, you know what I mean? But nah, really, Jen, man, you do some job. I noticed that there's a few times you've been on live, and I've not noticed it until like after it's been finished.
Right.
I mean, so I'm like gutted and I've missed it, so I'm glad to actually be able to catch you on again.
This is one of the reasons I need to get something sorted out so I can get a I call it a mailing list because that's the best name for it. But I just want somewhere where anybody that wants to be let known when there's a video or live stream, they can pop their email address in and it will be used just to email them and say new video or live stream at such and such a time, and that's it. And I know a lot more people will get it that way.
That'd be awesome, man. Because these YouTube notifications are absolute trash.
Yeah,
they're garbage. Yeah, but, just my luck, Like I just woke up and I jumped on the laptop and I noticed that you were on the live streaming, so I was like, "Fuck, I'll jump on." But then just my luck, it's that fucking Cranko's on, so I'm sitting having to listen to his shit,
I know. Look, I know. He's like Marmite. Somebody else calls him Marmite in the comments, but he is like Marmite. And to be honest, I like him. Strangely enough, I know that probably sounds really weird, but I like him because he can take. He gives what he gets, and he gets what he gives, and he can take it. And I've got to say, I do respect that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, surely, man. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm sure he's a nice guy and everything, man. But it's just when he comes on here, it's like the amount of shit that he talks. I'm like, what the fuck is he smoking, man? Honestly,
certainly don't say I believe everything he says or agree with everything he says.
I mean, for the last time that I was on, I was listening. It was all about what was it? Fucking pigeons, robot pigeons or some shit. And then this garbage is talking about this open door borders policy. I mean, seriously. Can he not get his simple head round the fact, like, there's a lot of arseholes that are coming in?
Yeah, I know.
I mean, like, the only way I can, like, maybe best way to demonstrate to him is, like, well, if you want open doors that badly, with no checking anybody, right, then why don't we take the fucking front door off his, let anybody walks in and out and see how that goes for him,
Yeah.
Because I'm sure he's going to learn the hard way that way, that there's going to be a lot of arseholes coming in doing shit that he doesn't want, and he's got no control of it, because let's say he's not got his border, he's not got his front door to stop them,
Yeah,
that's what we need in the country.
Absolutely agree. Great way of putting it as well, and you're absolutely right. You wouldn't let somebody in your house that you don't know, or that you don't like, or, you've got some prejudice towards. I'm not saying that me or anybody else that I've spoken to has a prejudice towards certain people and want to stop them coming into the country. But he called me racist.
Yeah, I was about to bring that up actually, because like it's funny how these people, right? They're making out like, oh, somebody's racist because they make certain comments about a certain thing, and they automatically turn into racist.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, people that do that, they're the racist because they're the ones that are bringing the race up into it.
Yeah,
I couldn't give a shit what race, colour, creed, sexuality, whatever you are. I don't care.
Yeah.
If you're a decent enough person, then I'm decent enough to you.
If anything, I'm probably ageist because, or sexist and ageist, because I think that if and we won't go into this too much now because we've had an hour and a half of it, but if anything, I'm sexist and ageist because I believe that the people coming into the country are mainly men, not women and children, which they should be if they're fleeing from places that they say they're fleeing from. They're men of fighting age. Old people or young people, yeah, I can understand that. Or old men and young, like kids, yeah, I can understand that. But why? What? You're going to get me into it, and I'm going to get into trouble with everyone in the comments. But I'm definitely not fucking racist. I know some people don't agree with that. I've been called it in the past, but I don't care. I do not care who the fuck you are. I care what you are as a person.
Exactly. I mean, it's like, it just pisses me off with the fact that they're bringing all these people in. Excuse me. All these people that are coming across in the dinghies and what have you, and they're just letting them in. Mm-hmm. And they're putting them up in like these 4 or 5 star hotels and what have you.
Yep.
And at the same time, we've got people here on waiting lists for houses. They're desperately needing houses because of whatever circumstances they've got. Then you've got the homeless people that don't have a house. And then you've got like, this is what really gets me, is like you've got homeless veterans.
Yeah.
They've been fighting to protect this country, and this is the thanks they get. They're homeless, they're out there in the street, and we're bringing these people in. We don't even know their backgrounds because they're not being checked and stuff.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And they're just letting them in. And they're keeping them houses. What about the guys, or even the I'm sure there's some women out there as well that are veterans, that are homeless. They're out in the streets. How can we not give them houses that they deserve? But at the end of the day, like I said, they've been fighting to protect this country.
It's sickening. It's the only thing, and I don't understand all the politics behind it. All I know is that there are, as you quite rightly said, there are so many people who are in situations where they need housing. So many people that are homeless that don't need to be homeless. Yes, some people are homeless by choice and for some reason they want to stay that way. I don't understand it, but that's down to them. But why can we not deal with that before we deal with everything else? Is my issue.
Like, how can somebody expect to look after other people when they're not capable enough to look after themselves first?
Yeah.
You look after number one. You look after your own people, your own country. You sort your own country out. Then, once you're secured a better place, you can then maybe start looking to help other people out.
Yeah, absolutely.
But until that happens, you look after your own first, basically.
The fact that we're in this situation with the homeless and whatnot in this, in this age, in 2022, is absolutely disgusting. This should have all been dealt with many fucking years ago. Systems should have been put in place so that people don't end up homeless, or that if they are homeless, they're only homeless for a very, very short amount of time. And the fact, as I say, that so many people are still living on the streets and dying on the streets is shocking. It's sickening. It's disgusting.
It is, man. It's an absolute fucking joke. I think part of the reason they're doing it as well, it's deliberate. I think part of the reason they're doing it is like, for votes and stuff like that.
The votes?
Because because I think I heard a few times, not that long ago, about they want to give like immigrants and stuff like that the vote.
It wouldn't surprise me at all.
So if they're bringing all them in, they're getting extra voters. You know what I mean? So obviously they're being allowed there here, no checks or nothing. Then they'll be given the vote. Who are they going to vote for? The people that allowed them in. in the first place?
Maybe not. Personally, I think it's a bad idea if that was the plan. I think it's a bad idea. You can't trust people. I'm not being funny, but you can't trust anybody just because you've let them into the country. They're going to see that you're fucking things up anyway. Just because they've let you in is not enough, in my opinion, to get them all to vote for you.
I think that's a small part as well, because like I know Crinkle's bad enough with all this like ridiculous like conspiracy fucking theories and stuff, and I've got to put a couple out there, right? But this Virgin's on conspiracy fact.
Yeah.
The amount of shit that's going on. I mean, at the end of the day, man, you follow the money. You know, I think they're deliberately doing this or bringing these people over, but it's not just for that, it's to like cause instability.
Yeah.
Which is going to ultimately lead up to a police state and more control.
Yeah, well, we've already seen the way that the legislators and the lawmakers are, as I've said a few times, they're implementing acts and laws which slowly strip away bit by bit our freedoms, and our rights, and people say no, it's not. We're still free, blah blah blah. But the fact is, I mean, we've had this legislation in more recently about you're not allowed to have fucking like swords and shit like that even on display in your house. You have to give them up. Fuck that. If I had stuff like that, I would not give it up. It would stay on my fucking wall and bollocks to you. Do you know what I mean?
That's it. I remember having that conversation the last time I phoned up, actually, and then it led on to self-defence shit and what have you. But I say it's a big part of like the reason why they're doing it, and it's deliberate. They're want to cause instability, and they know it's going to cause tensions between us that are already here and those that they're bringing in. So it's like the whole divide and conquer shit. I mean, they've been doing that for years. I mean, whether it's like your LGBTQ and all that stuff, you know, it's so in your face with it.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. You know, it's like they're trying to cause that rift between straight people and gay people.
Yeah.
You've right?
Divide and conquer, as you say.
Exactly.
And they've been doing it.
Yep.
Been doing it for years, and even though they've divided, as you say, between gay and straight, for example, the LGBTQ plus XYZ592, whatever you want to call it,
the alphabet soup.
The alphabet people, even the alphabet people are breaking down into smaller groups and going against each other. The LGB, I think it was the year before last, were moaning about the T.
Yeah, it's the trans. I mean, it's the lesbians are like completely turning against the trans people.
Yeah, and it's
because they're all fighting about rights and stuff like that. Yeah. And it's not just that. I'm not just about to focus on them. I mean, that was just one example. Another classic example is your BLM. So with that, they're deliberately trying to cause a division between whites and blacks.
Yeah, yeah.
So you've got straights against the gays, you've got the lesbians now turned against the trans, the rest of us against the trans, you've got the whites against the blacks, you know. You've got it's left wing versus right wing.
And why do you think they don't want to use the word BAME anymore? Because BAME is a group of different ethnicities. So they don't want to use that group of different ethnicities because that makes one big group. So they break it down now. So you've got blacks. Am
I right in thinking, sorry, does that stand for like black and minority ethnics or something like that? Or I'm not sure what it stands for.
BAME is black and minority. Black Asian. No, was it? Oh, fucking hell. Yeah, something like that. I can't remember off the top of my head now.
I don't know either, man. I'm just guessing, but like I say, they're basically just using that as a weapon, like to turn us against each other. Because, like you said, divide and conquer. We're too busy fighting each other.
100%.
To come together and fight against the real enemy.
I'll applaud you there. I've said that before. Absolutely, totally agree.
And then you've got this whole, I know it's completely off topic, right? But you've got this whole shit that we're doing when they've been designing and developing these mobile phones.
Right.
Where everybody's that busy with their head stuck in their phone. They're addicted to these apps and social media sites or TikTok. The amount of disgusting shit that they're putting on TikTok.
TikTok's banned, yeah.
That's disgusting. I want it banned. You know?
I've let me just say before I forget, I've even noticed for some reason on my channel, and all I generally watch is stuff about police, okay, but all of a sudden a couple of weeks ago this popped up in the shorts, you know, the shorts clips that they've started doing. the like 30-second long light TikTok, and it's some girl dancing, and that's all it is. That's all she does, right? She just dances. It's like 20 seconds of her doing the same fucking move all the time, but wearing something different, okay? And she wears these little crop tops and these tight pants and all the rest of it. And I think to myself, what the fuck is this doing on my feed? I don't look at people dancing. Fuck me, I can't even, you know what I mean? I waddle when I dance. I don't want to watch somebody else fucking doing something I can't. And that's what it's getting like on here as well. It's fucking terrible.
I said the reason they're doing that as well is I say it's all interlinked. I mean, I was going to, like, talking about that, get on to, well, firstly, the point that, about, like, the amount of young girls that are watching that, they're influenced with that. It's not just, like, it's not the dancing, it's the way they're dancing.
Yeah.
And it's disgusting, right? And they're encouraging paedophiles to use that and watching and staring at these young lassies that are dancing about.
Yeah.
Because they're thinking it's cool, you know, they're wanting views and all that. But it's the amount of people that are like, they're far too zoned into their phone to be paying attention to what's going about them.
Yeah.
And I say that they're addicted to it. So basically they're turning people's brains into mush. They're turning them into zombies. And then that goes on to the content that they're putting onto certain things like TikTok, classic example. They're targeting kids with that.
Yeah.
And then with the whole thing that's been going on with Tommy Robinson, like he's been trying to bring that up for years, you know, about the paedophilia and stuff like that.
Yeah, I saw the documentary the other day.
Yeah, I sat and, well, I don't know if it was the latest one, but it was about a year ago. I don't know if it's the same one, but he was like filming it and filmed it in Russia. So I watched that the other day.
He's one that premiered on Saturday, I think it was, or Sunday.
I'm still trying to find that one to watch it. But I watched the one they filmed in Russia. Yeah, I watched that the other day. But I say the whole thing with paedophilia, like the whole thing with Jimmy Savile, the BBC, the politicians, it's all your elites. A lot of them, like Jeff Epstein or that, they're coming out as being like paedophiles. And it's the way that the paedophiles are being treated. They're not being like not just banged up, but they're being separated. Yeah. They're being protected. You know, they've been covering it up for years.
Yeah, of course
they're trying to encourage it, you know, and they're allowing these paedophiles to, like,
if they don't
stuff.
If they don't keep covering it up, half of the establishment are going to get called out. So they've got to keep covering it up.
Yeah, well, if they didn't do it in the first place, knowing that it's wrong,
of course,
why would they have to cover up something that they never did?
Oh no, totally with you there. But the problem is. We know they've done it. We know so many people have done it because they're all sick fucks, and they don't want to get outed, so they work together to keep it covered up as best they can. And it's sick. It's sick. We don't have enough people in those positions that aren't that fucking twisted in the head to do something about it at the moment. So it's fucking horrible. Sorry, Stuart. I just want to say, Bryony. Listen, don't say things like that, please. Listen, we'll speak tomorrow, okay? When we spoke the other night, I told you, I won't go into it on here. We had a long conversation the other night, and I don't want to hear you talking like that. So we will speak tomorrow. I'll call you tomorrow, and we'll have another chat. Sorry, Stuart.
That's all right, man. But I say it's like everything that. It's just all interlinked, you know, everything that they're doing. Whether they're trying to divide people, have them fighting each other. So like I say, they're too busy fighting each other to be fighting the real enemy, which is the government, which is doing all this shit. Then the stuff that we're doing is, I mean, pretty much everybody owns a smartphone.
Yeah.
You know, and all these apps and stuff, they're deliberately making them addictive. So they're really difficult to go off. That's leading to, especially like your younger generation, they're addicted to that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It's leading to higher rates of depression and suicide and all that kind of shit.
Do you know what? When I got arrested in London, fucking whenever that was, beginning of the month, or whenever, I can't even remember when it was, beginning of last month. When they took my stuff off me, and do you know what? For a few days without my phone, although it's annoying because you know that you haven't got it if you genuinely need it. I didn't miss it. I genuinely didn't miss it. I just thought I was just worried because obviously I've health conditions and that I need to be in touch with my doctor or my physio and stuff like that, and that's the only thing that I missed. But being without it while I was in the police station the following days, I was fine. It was actually quite nice not to have it. But as you say, I mean, I spend most of my time in front of the computer rather than on my phone. But so many other people are out all the time, actually facing their phone, not giving a shit about what's going on around them.
Exactly. I'm saying because like they've got people addicted to their phones, and it's not just that aspect. It's the fact that this kind of technology, they're using it to track them, the locations. They're trying to use that to then implement that into like these stupid COVID things, or COVID passports.
Yeah.
And then they're using this whole COVID thing, which has been politicised as hell. And the reason they've politicised it is obviously to control people and get their powers and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And then so using their phones because they've already got that technology, is to use that to track them, track their locations and stuff, and they can use that to like control your life.
Yeah.
I mean, like with these apps and stuff like that as well. I mean, I hate these stupid touchscreen phones. They call them smartphones, but the way I see it is like the smarter the phone, the dumber the owner. I mean, I've got, honestly, man. I mean, I use one of these. I mean, Nokia's at 3310, you know, and I'm the same as you in that context. We said, like, you're never away from your phone and all that. I'm exactly the same, but that's because like my dad, he's in his 70s, you know, he's getting quite unwell,
right?
And I always make sure I've got my phone on me, and just in case I get that phone call or whatever, you know, an important phone call, or you need that phone for an emergency or whatever, then you've got it there.
Yeah.
So I can never be away from my phone for that. But that's the reason I don't have one of these touchscreen fucking things, man. I hate them.
What
I'm not
people
going to
don't...
want them, but addicted to that shit, stuck in my head in the phone all the time, you know. Sorry, go on, man.
That's right. But a lot of people don't realise as well is I mean, I turn my Google tracking off. Okay. I will only turn it on if I need it on for something, but other than that, it's off. All right.
Yeah.
But what a lot of people don't realise is a lot of people turn it off that know about it. They turn it off, but then they'll download an app, like a dating app, that needs the tracking in order to see who's nearby, in order to hook you up with them. So without realising, you inadvertently turn your tracking on for that app. Just because Google may not be tracking you, that app is, or Facebook is, or one of the others are. Do you know what I mean? And you can't get away from it. You cannot get away from it. Once you've got a smartphone, you're fucked.
I mean, even with any phone, whether it's a dumb phone like mine, see if anybody in the government or whoever wants to track you that badly,
they can. It's just more obviously more accurate with a smartphone than it is with like with an analog.
Yeah, hence the reason why why they get people to buy these. You know, smartphones, so-called smartphones. Yeah, like I say the best way to be is like if you want to go like off the grid, you don't want to be tracked, regardless of what kind of phone it is. You turn it off and you take the battery out. And even if I push, I don't know if it'll make any difference, but even if you take a SIM card out, take your battery out.
Yeah.
And that's another reason why they deliberately make these phones where the battery's actually built into it, so you can't do that.
Take them out,
So they can track you. So even if you turn that phone off, they can still track you. The best way to do, if you want to go somewhere, just leave your phone in the house.
Yeah.
Just, you know what I mean? Don't deal with it. Just get a basic dumb phone, Nokia. You know, get rid of these smartphones.
Well, you can pick up an old analog phone on eBay.
But the one I've got, I picked up a couple of years ago. It's like a modern kind of like remake it. It's like an updated version, slightly of the 310. I think they're about 50 quid or something like that.
Right.
If that. I mean, I got mine really cheap. You know, but it's basically like an updated version. It's still not as good as the original old one, though.
Yeah, I used to love the old Nokias. I used to be a fucking quality texter on that. It's impossible with a QWERTY keyboard. It's a lot harder with a QWERTY keyboard to type as quick as you used to on a Nokia. People don't realise how fucking quick we used to be able to type on those things.
Oh, I mean, I'm still trying to get used to it. Because, like, don't get me wrong, I've had a couple of smartphones before, but I just really quickly lose my patience with them because it's like when the battery life for a start is absolutely shocking. You're constantly charging it. I'm finding the same with this one, my Nokia, when it comes to the battery life and stuff. But it's not just that. It's like after a while the screen goes, because it's touchscreen. You try to do one thing and it ends up doing something else.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's screwing up constant. It's not doing shit right. You just end up losing your temper with man and like bouncing it off a wall or some shit.
That used to be a worse problem with the older touch screens when they didn't used to have the glass. It was more like a plasticky type covering for the screen. And after a while of keep touching it, you'd notice that the space bar would always wear out. And obviously the letters that use the most, like T, for example, and you'd wear those areas out. And then, as you say, when you go to touch it, and it activates the fucking letter next to it. Oh, you fucking bastard.
Oh, it's really annoying, man. And it's like the way they have the wee keyboard thing on the screen with a really tiny letters and they're really close to each other. And I've got big clumsy fingers as well. I want to say the big fingers as much, but the clumsy I got to touch one. It's like I got to like press like a Y and end up hitting a fucking X or some shit, which is right a good bit below it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I just hate using them, man. I mean, even my wife, she's got one, you know what I mean? And a couple of times I've tried to use hers and I lose my shit. I just hit her with the phone and say, no, you do it for me. You have it. And I just laugh. Oh, man, they're a pain in the ass. But like I said, that's just another thing that they're doing to people, you know what I mean? It's like they're turning them into zombies.
Yeah.
You know, it's another thing to, like, distract them. It is a big massive distraction away from what they should be focused on.
They say ignorance is bliss, and
if that's the case, these fuckers must be fucking
yeah, must be in
what's
heaven.
The word? Aye. Oh man, I used to say that. I get a few people to offend them if they piss me off. Say ignorance is bliss. You must be fucking ecstatic. That's it.
Oh fuck. Oh man, listen, I'm going to wrap this up now, Stuart. Only because I want to come off of YouTube now. I'm going to jump in the Discord for maybe half an hour while I have another coffee, and then I'm getting straight into bed. But listen, it's nice to speak to you again. Appreciate you calling in.
Yeah, again, you as well, man. But that Discord thing, I say first time on it, so I'm still trying to like kind of figure out stuff, and I know there's like a mic kind of section or something like that on it you can use.
Yeah. Did you say on your phone? Did you say?
No, well I've got a dumb phone, so I basically use like a Chromebook because you can get apps and stuff
right.
like that.
Okay. I'm not sure what it looks like on a Chromebook, but it's normally down in the bottom left-hand corner. You've got your like your mute and your stuff like that, your settings and stuff in the bottom left-hand corner. I think that's what it's like on a desktop. I would assume it's almost similar on a Chromebook.
So I say I've got my gaming headset kind of plugged into it, so I can use my mic for talking on that. So I'm just trying to figure out the settings and stuff. But I'm sure I'll figure it out eventually.
Well, listen, if you can't jump on tonight, what I'll do, or what I want to do, is I want to start having a chat in Discord after YouTube, and we can talk about the stuff that we can't talk about on YouTube.
Right, cool. Well, I say I've managed to figure out like the messaging stuff, so I can like type in and stuff like that on it anyway, so I could do that at least.
Yeah.
And I like the wee chat kind of thing without the mic if need be. I say I'll figure it out, man, eventually. But just before I jump off, man, I've noticed that on my channel, my mixes and stuff like that, I've noticed I've got a hell of a lot more views and extra subs and stuff.
Yeah.
I've got a lot more like subscribers than what I did have, which is a massive shocker. So I just want to take this chance to anybody that's on the channel and the chat and all that's listening who have liked and subbed and stuff. I just want to say a big massive thank you to you guys. Because every sub and all that and like it's just really appreciated.
No worries. Well, if there's anybody, I don't know if anybody in here has or not, but I'm sure there's somebody out there that you've met through the channel. At least a few people that you've spoken to through the channel that's gone over and subbed to you. So it's all good. Look, there's enough people on YouTube to sub to every channel and everyone be happy. So
yeah, man. I just want to be able to like create wee mixes and stuff and just put it up there, let people listen to it, and if they enjoy the music, then brilliant.
Sound.
I'm not looking for money off it or anything, man. I just want to have people enjoyed it. You know what I mean? Just listen to some tunes, man, and just enjoy themselves.
Hang on a minute. Your channel, because people's names can be different from their channel for some reason, or unless they've got
Yeah,
two
no,
accounts. So,
mine's just the same, man. It's DJ Sonic Scotland.
Right, DJ Sonic Scotland. I'm just going to get your link and pop it in the.
Oh, thanks, man.
In the comments.
Appreciate it.
There's a couple of people just asking what it is. So, copy. Right, this is DJ Sonic's link to his channel. Go and check it out if you like it. Sub. If you don't, fucking sub anyway.
Yeah. Brilliant. That's it. Even if you just like, you know what I mean? You don't have to sub, but every wee sub helps me, you know, in the algorithm.
It does, yeah.
And I say, if it's any wee feedback, any wee comments, anything you think, any wee mixes or wee bootlegs that I've done, you know, if there's anything you think would maybe improve it or whatever, any feedback helps.
Sounds. Oh, good.
So, thank you again, man, for promoting that. Brilliant.
There you go.
Top.
You got a sub there from Lost Souls Paranormal.
Oh, thank you, Lost. Brilliant.
I wouldn't be too over the moon about that. She subs to anyone.
I'd be careful how you phrase that, man.
She's a dirty. she's a filthy sub.
Hey, I'll take off subs, man. Clean off.
Oh, no worries. Listen, cheers again for calling in, and we'll speak again, no doubt, in the near future.
No doubt, man. My confidence is coming up before and now, so no doubt I'll call again at some point in the future.
Sweet. Nice one.
All right, take it easy, bro.
Yeah, you too, man. Take care.
All right, cheers, buddy.
Bye, mate. Bye. Right. No more. I can't. I have to. I'm sorry. My ears are actually hurting. Would premieres work for letting us know? I don't know. Like, to be honest, this, as I say, this is why I want to set up a page for people to. I know for a fact, because my email, when I do my email things, I've got it when I've got something set up, I run it all through Amazon, and because it goes through Amazon web servers, I know it gets delivered. So I know that any email that I send saying new video on the channel or what do you call it, live stream, I know that people will get it. My poor fucking luggles. Look at them. Look at the colour of my hand, the colour of my ears. They're fucking red. Oh, what's going on there? Did I miss a bit? What's going on there? Never mind. Oh. Right. One Woman Vigilante. I am going to call you tomorrow. It will be tomorrow afternoon, but I will call you tomorrow. Okay. I expect you to answer. I don't want no bullshit about you was too busy or you couldn't answer for some reason. I want you to answer the phone when I call you tomorrow, and we'll have a chat. I mean, look. You know, you've got people to talk to. I've told you can reach out to me. If you're feeling shit, reach out. Don't sit there letting it eat away at you. Reach out. That's why I give you my number. Again, there's other people in the chat that I know have said that they'll help you or they'll be there to, for you to talk to and whatever. Make use of that. Don't feel that you're alone when there's people out there that want to help. Because it's really, it's sad to know it's sad to know that you're feeling the way that you do when there's people that want to help you. You don't want to overdo it. I'll tell you what, okay, I understand that. I know what it's like. You know, we what, 4 hours on the phone the other night, okay? I know what it's like, trust me. And when you've got one person or two people and they're the only people that you've got to talk to, yeah, it feels like you're going to overdo it. It feels like you're going to piss them off. It feels like they're going to get upset with you and bored of you and pissed off with you and all the rest of it. Listen, there's people in this chat and there's me. There's people that have reached out to you. There's several of us. You know, use that. We wouldn't say we're here for you if we didn't mean it. So if you're that worried about it, phone me one day, phone someone else the next day, phone someone else the next day, or speak to someone else the next day, or whatever it might be. But don't think that you're alone when there are people that are offering to help you. Please. Well, the plan, Lost Souls, the plan was to have a channel solely for the mental health stuff. That way, I mean, I know we get a good mixture of conversations going on here, but I think it would be easier and better for other people if they're only interested in the mental health side of things and want to talk, or if they're only interested in the other stuff that we talk about. And I think that if I set up a channel just dealing with that and maybe do a once a week or maybe, well, yeah, it'd have to be once a week because I've got to do one on this channel. So I'll do a once a week on there, on the mental health channel, and once a week on here, and it breaks it up, and people haven't got to worry about, because I know a lot of people that come on here, for example, that phone up because they want to talk to somebody, and some people join the channel to hear about the police stuff. Do you know what I mean? So I know that some people can get pissed off with it, but I need to think, I need to work it all out, and you know, there's a lot going on at the minute, and trying to get back into things. Yeah, exactly. One woman vigilante, exactly. This is what I've said. People are paid to care, meaning they don't care, okay? Because they will go home every day knowing that they're getting paid, whether they help you or not, okay? People here, if somebody really couldn't be asked listening to you or putting up with you, they wouldn't offer. And that's fine. We can't expect everybody to want to listen to our problems, but there are people out there that will. Trust me, I've been in some particularly shit places over the past couple of years or 3 years, particularly shit places, and I've spoken to different people. I do, to be fair, I do kind of hold myself to myself because I'm a bloke, you know what I mean? And I'd rather come on here and talk to everybody rather than talk to one person in particular. But people wouldn't offer if they didn't want to help. I can't put it any more simply than that. You know what I mean? So if somebody offers you to help, somebody offers to help you, and they're not being paid, accept it, because you won't get any better help. Yeah. 4 hours, I know. Listen, Bryony, I could have made excuses to get off the phone, okay? We spoke for almost 4 hours, and as I said to you at the end, I literally couldn't anymore, because I had, not because I didn't want to, but because I had to do stuff for the following day. I had no way out of it. But you know, I will talk to anybody for as long as they need, or as long as I possibly can. So don't feel bad. you know, I'm telling you that I'm going to phone you tomorrow. If I was pissed off or bored or anything like that, because we had a 4-hour chat the other night, I wouldn't be offering to phone you tomorrow. Okay? The reason I'm offering to phone you tomorrow is because I know what it's like to be where you are. And so do other people in this chat. So honestly, and I want you to promise, if somebody contacts you from this channel and says they want to help you, all right, please think about taking that help. Okay, even if it's just somebody to whinge at or whatever. You might even find somebody that lives near you that wants to go drink or something. Say, go out. Do you know what I mean? I'm not turning this into a dating site, by the way. I mean as a friend. Duke Nukem. How you doing? Lock, absolutely right. That's what they give you. 10 minutes. So if you want to talk about 2 problems, you have to book 2 appointments, one after the other, or at 2 different times. They give you 10 minutes per issue, and you think that that's 6 people an hour. Okay, so how many people? You know, 8 sometimes 10-hour day. 6 people, 60 people a day, perhaps. They possibly see 50 or 60. It's a fucking lot of money they make. No wonder they make so much money. But they don't want to take longer with somebody because they don't get paid as much. Look, Bryony, I put the link in the description for Tina's website. Honestly, I've spoken to her quite a few times now, and she's a very genuine person. Okay. If she can help you, she will. I'll tell you that. She'd offer to help me for things that I haven't even asked her to help with. So I know that she will help if she can. Right, how are we doing over in Discord? Just seeing if there's anybody sitting in the chat room there waiting. Thank you, Duke. Appreciate it. Look, Tina's not stupid. Tina is not stupid. I've spoken to her, and she, you know, she'll go and look into things like this whole mighty thing that we spoke about the other day. And she's gone away. I didn't ask her to do anything with it. She asked if she could see it. I sent it over to her, and now she's written a letter off her own back to give him some stick. You know, she's not a silly girl. She knows what she's doing. Yeah. So anyway, guys, look, it's 2 o'clock. Beeping is my fucking smoke alarm. I'm afraid. Sorry. It's because I'm smoking. So either that or it's the government listening in. So I'm going to call it a night on here. I'm going to jump into Discord for a short while. So if anybody over there wants to come over there and join in for a wee while, then that's absolutely fine. There won't be any admins in there to kick anybody out. I shouldn't say that, but I'm going to be honest. There won't be any admins in there to kick anybody out apart from me. However, what I will say is if you are going to come over there into the Discord chat and somebody targets you and harasses you, then send me a private message, and then I will look at the log, and I'll see what they've said and done, and if I deem it to be you know, like harassment or targeted abuse of some description, then I'll look at booting them out. But yeah, but that's how we're gonna have to play it for now. Anyway, listen, I want to thank you all for joining this evening. I keep saying again. I want to thank you all for joining me again this evening. As always, I appreciate every one of you for spending your evening with me. Yeah, I appreciate your views. I appreciate all the callers that we've had. The couple of people that have chucked a few quid in the super chats. Much appreciated as always. But if you want to come over to the Discord chat, then I will be in there, as I say, for a little while. I don't use that very often. That voice chat part of the server, but I will start using it after live streams. So yeah. So if you can't get on tonight, try and sort it out during the week to get on there for Sunday. Anyway, I'm definitely fucking off now. Thanks again, everybody. And for those of you who are coming over, I shall see you in Discord. And Bryony, yeah, it's Bryony, isn't it? Yeah, so my fucking brain's going now. It's absolutely a pleasure. And I'll give you a ring tomorrow afternoon. I am out of here.